AmericaRising.media. Check us out live on the web. All of our show times for all of our exclusive content and shows. You can check out all the ARM channels and all the America Rising Media podcasters. AmericaRising.media. And that's not all. You can find all of our exclusive content on all of our platforms linked up as well at the click of a button. You can check out our scheduling, see when our shows are, find out what's going on, get in touch with all of our social media. Changes will be announced on our website or, of course, on our Telegram, t.me, America Rising. Also support us, independent media, independent patriot media. This is our merch store. Get armed. Peacefully, of course. Thank you for all of your support. You can also find links to all of our videos, Wicked Age, and all their music, exclusively on our website. Sean's videos, my videos, all the exclusive content, and of course, links directly to pill.net, our flagship. Also, Getter, X, Truth Social, all of our social media. We are America Rising Media. You can find us at AmericaRising.media.
Welcome to America Rising Media, where it is our mission to spread truth, expose evil, and effect as much positive change and unity as possible. Please join us in the chat and let us know your thoughts. Please note that the views and opinions expressed by guests and audience members are their own and do not necessarily reflect those of America Rising Media. We encourage you to critically evaluate all perspectives presented during our broadcast. We appreciate your understanding and support, and thank you for being part of our community.
When blood hits the battleground, will you fight or will you fall? When you hear the siren sound, is there trembling in your bones? Ooh, ooh, ooh. War is fury, there's no mercy. No mercy. No end to the hunger when it's glory that you crave. The dark pulls you under, 'cause there's always more to take. Fury, there's no mercy. No mercy. No mercy.
Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and the cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country.
There's no mercy.
Never. This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
All right. How are you doing?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing good. I was looking forward to this all day.
You know, it's not like we don't have time together.
Right? It's not like we don't talk on the phone
A
all
lot.
the time for like an hour and a half each time. It's not like we become besties or anything.
No. We can't say that out loud.
No.
I have
Ah,
truly enjoyed getting to know you. I really have.
oh, thank you. Same here.
I
I've
have.
had a blast.
It's not often you find somebody that's is more of a kindred spirit. So
Yes. And when you
I
find
can't
them,
believe how much we have in common, right?
it's a little disturbing. I know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We got to be related somewhere.
If we did a genealogy, I'm sure. Though I
Well,
don't think I have any achievement.
eventually, we're all related
This is true.
from the beginning, but
Yes.
there's
All
got
the
to be
way back.
something closer linked.
Hmm.
But
Ash is
no,
related to a bunch of different ones. Even one of them in the ARM team. Like she was like
really,
14th cousin to one of them in the team. So it's
well,
possible.
I
I
have
mean,
no idea who I would be related to. I have very limited understanding of my history.
this is true.
My grandparents came to this country, and pretty much everything before that is subjective.
Gotcha.
They remember some things, don't remember other things. So
Yeah. Yeah.
so
It's kind of
I
like
don't
that.
I honestly don't know from the time they got here. I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
So I've got a working memory of 3 generations.
Hey, that's pretty good. I have,
My
yeah.
husband
It's
goes back to
written.
like the 1500s, 1400s.
Well, dang it, not Kevin.
I know, right?
Dang it. We can't all be like not Kevin. Though
Right
that's
down
really
to he's got a Scottish there's Scottish royalty or something like that, and it's like down the list. It's like
wow.
I'm kind of jealous.
Right? Yeah, I
I
think I
looked
come
up my
from,
family's name in Italy, and all I found was a graveyard. Yeah, that's
yeah.
not comforting at
As
all.
far as I know, we're farmers. Like both sides came from kind of like farmers or like
Mhm,
working stock, like merchant trade
mhm.
people. So,
We were
well,
serfs.
yeah, I know. That's pretty much it.
We were
Uh,
the unclean.
the expendables. No, we still
Yeah,
are.
there you go. We were expendable. And that
Yes.
we were.
Yes. I haven't watched that movie in a while. I need to go back and look at that because it's such a fun film,
It
that
is
action
fun.
movie.
I
It's
remember
just
that movie.
sometimes I
There's
just
one I've
like to,
watched.
yeah, just like watch stuff blow up
Mhm.
and, like not have to make sense. Like, let's just blow it up and the bad people will go away. And sometimes I just need it, I just
Well,
need stuff to
sometimes I'm
blow
in
up.
the mood, and it's my proxy.
Yeah, this is true.
To be
'Cause,
very honest, I have my proxy moments.
I sat through the hearing about the Fairfax dude today. I actually listened to that and I got a headache. And I was,
I don't know why you would get a headache. It was so above board and honest.
yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, everything was clickbait, but it's just so disheartening, it really,
Well, it just shows you that the spin machine is still going.
ugh. On both
But
sides.
don't lose heart, because so far everything they've tried has collapsed within a
And,
day or so. So
and
I'm not
even with
too
Virginia,
concerned. Virginia is just completely.
are the people in Virginia like seeing the issues? Like, are the neighbors
It
and
depends
people in
where
the
you are.
community?
It depends where you
Okay.
are. If you live in Fairfax County, no. Sorry. No.
Even with all the rape and the
There's
murder
always a justification.
um,
And it's so, and I think that's a dynamic that was created with all the rifts by definition.
mm,
Whether people were on the fence or not, I can't answer that. I did notice in the last election a remarkably decreased number of political signs.
mm,
But when the rifts happened,
ah,
and then the government
that's
shut
when,
down, they used the government shutdown to enforce with those that were rifted.
Yeah.
to be anti-Trump, and it worked.
Yeah. Yeah, they
It
did.
it worked. So regardless of stolen elections and all of that stuff, there was the emotional piece to it that ensured a Democrat a Democrat sweep in our government here.
Okay.
But that's okay, because it's collapsing every minute of every day, and I'm
It is
enjoying
imploding
watching it fall apart.
landscape. Like,
That was one of the things I had put into our folder to go through. They released a report on religious discrimination.
great. We'll go through
And
that.
that was huge in Virginia, right?
Yeah, it was. It
It was
was
huge.
even in my little red state, like they were still discriminating,
Right.
like because it was enforced and it was in the larger cities. It wasn't so bad where I was, but had we wanted to adopt a child,
Yeah,
my
you would have
husband and
been
I would have been,
precluded.
yeah,
Right.
they would have been like, no,
Mhm.
because we talked about it.
Yeah.
But everything was so much more difficult economically. We weren't even sure we could have done it at that time,
Mhm.
but they would have put us down on that. They wouldn't have done it.
Well, most of the churches around here, they had people in there just watching.
Oh yeah, they did here in the giant super uber liberal city not too far
Mhm.
from me is one of the ground zeros for the Catholic
Mhm.
ones that they were infiltrating. And to this day, my friends that are super liberal Democrats cannot deal with that. Like they just like turn and walk off. Like
Because they don't
they can't
believe that our
process.
government, yes, and that has been something we've talked about in my chat many times. People cannot wrap their brain around the fact that our government hates its own citizens,
And that their Democrat governor
all right?
allowed it
And
and
allowed it.
never said boo.
And so
Never.
rather than deal with it, um, they emotionally have to go la 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 la,
And yeah,
and shut it off.
that's
And
literally
it's sad, but that's what I'm
wild.
seeing.
It's wild.
It
I'm
is.
such a take the bull by the horns and deal with the situation.
Yeah, I'd rather you give it to me straight,
Yeah,
regardless of what it is you gotta
so I
give
can
to me,
deal.
so that I can figure out how I cope with that. But
Yes.
for a lot of people, that's a bridge too far. And I don't,
Man.
for me personally, I consider that a very weak personality,
Yeah.
but at the risk of sounding like I'm being holier than thou, because I'm not. But
Mm,
I think there's a time when you got to look in the mirror and say, what the hell is wrong with my moral compass?
yeah.
That I can't
Yeah.
confront these obvious wrongs.
Yeah. I've never needed I mean, like the concept of safe spaces, maybe it's my generation, but there
Mhm.
was no such thing as a safe space for
My God,
Generation X
no.
or the ones older than me. Like there were no safe
There's no
spaces.
such thing as safe space.
Like
And you figured it out on your own.
yeah, like you could have gone and taken a little break and just like woo-saw it a few minutes, but you didn't have like a place you just went. You know what I mean? Like you
Mhm.
could take a break, but that was it. Like you still had to come back and put your pants on and do it,
Yeah, well,
whatever it
yeah,
was, and conquer it.
you had to grow up.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
I'm not gonna we can't get into the whole social conundrum.
Mm,
What is obvious, though,
mm,
is that things are happening so quickly that people are either gonna have to learn to figure out and cope with it,
right.
or we're gonna emotionally lose a whole segment of society, and I don't believe the latter is gonna be true.
I
They
am
may not get
worried
the
about
whole
it.
story. Well,
Yeah.
I have faith that people will, in the interest of preservation,
Mhm.
figure out at what level they can cope and deal with it. They may
Okay,
not get
that's
the whole
fair.
story,
Yeah.
but they're gonna get enough to be able to get up the next day and do what they gotta do.
Okay.
I do believe that that's possible. The problem for me becomes that there's few people that really wanna talk about what we've been going through, and I want to,
Yeah.
right? Of course,
Yeah.
I wanna bend every ear I can find,
Me
and
too, I'm compelled, and it makes me very socially undesirable right now. Like
yeah.
people don't want to hear about it.
Okay,
They're tired.
welcome to my world. I have been undesirable for as long as I can
I've
remember.
been undesirable for a few years in the
Right.
social circuit. Like it's really hard to make small talk right now. It's getting worse
Yeah, in
every
fact,
month,
I don't want to do the small talk. It's like, are you
right?
kidding me? There
Yeah,
the world is on fire and you wanna talk about the weather?
right?
Give me
Like
a break.
everything is changing and
Mhm,
it is getting more exciting. Like the more wins I'm seeing over and
mhm.
over. And even I was laughing, he even took 17 of the CEOs with him.
Right.
I mean,
No,
just all the stuff
it turned out to be 18.
because he picked up the one.
He
right?
picked up, well, I think that was Elon Musk
Ah,
brought in NVIDIA. So, and they were the only two that were on Air Force One, by the way, was Elon and the CEO of NVIDIA.
yeah, I bet they were having some very harsh conversations
I'm
about,
sure there was some interesting conversations, especially with the chip
yeah,
world.
yeah. What is realistic? What can we safeguard? What is
Hmm.
the safest level that we can sell them? What are the limited quantities? How would they use it? Can they
Hmm.
reverse engineer it? How can they upgrade it? What do they already have that they might be working on? Like these would be just off the top of my head. That would be me.
Comes right
So,
down to, do we want them to use it against us?
because they will. Like
Well,
we
can I put that into perspective?
mhm,
Xi would be the worst leader on the planet if he didn't try.
yeah. Not to destroy us, but
Not to destroy us,
definitely
but you got to gain a competitive advantage.
you do. You do. And that's the thing. That's the crux of it.
Hmm.
And yeah, let me thank people real quick, and then
Hmm.
we'll take a look because I've got the Jesse Waters clip because I
Oh,
knew he
yeah.
would be going over this, and
Yeah.
Hannity is going to be airing his thing, but that's not till 10, and
We can,
it
when he does, we can pull it.
so yeah, I've got that thanks to Braves Piano. She was such a doll and gave me a password to a secret site. So I
Thank
can,
you,
because
Krista.
I don't have a subscription to Fox. So I was like,
I
can
don't even,
somebody help me find
I
links?
haven't had cable in years.
Me either. We cut the cord and I was like, I'm not paying for this. Dixie with phone. She was first in. She's always first. She's so good.
Mhm.
Thank you, Dixie. Just fed up with the shades. Good to see you, my friend. It's me, Jen Hall, with a can. She says, girls' night.
Yes.
And Curious Cat with a cookie. Thank you so, so much, guys. Mods that are out there in Pilled, if you can tag me either America Rising or just tag me on my regular handle if there's something on Rumble that I need to notice or read, or you know what I mean? Because I see the Rumble chat, but I can't follow them as easily
Hmm.
when I'm running
Well, you're
dead.
not done.
I'm not. Oh, they just came in with more.
Yes.
Braves Piano with a cookie. You're most welcome. Love you both. Thank you,
Oh,
honey. I
back
love
at you.
Krista. She's the best.
Such a
And
sweetie.
I am Beanpole. Is that somebody you know? That's a fun handle with a cookie.
Did you just
Ladies'
picture a
night,
very lanky?
right? That or I thought maybe it was S. Jones with like a burner account.
Oh, yeah, right.
And then we had Sly Part gifted us a ship. Oh my
Wow.
gosh, honey. Thank you so, so much. Mary and Kathy together. Awesome
We're
sauce.
awesome we're awesome together.
It's all that Italian cooking. How did the
Yeah.
chicken Florentine turn out, by the way? Because that's
According
yesterday.
to
And I
her,
was like,
she sent me a picture of it on her plate,
oh,
and she
nice.
said, "This is the best."
That's
So,
awesome. I would barter
she,
stuff with you also if you would cook for me. Like if we lived
well,
closer,
if you lived closer to me, I wouldn't,
that would be a
hesitate.
reality. I would totally barter stuff. I'd like make you stuff,
Mhm.
whatever you know, because I do crafty stuff. You'd have all this crazy stuff in your
Just
house
so
that I made
everybody
you.
knows, full disclosure, when my husband lost his job last year, we had a maid that came in and kept my main level clean
Hmm.
because it's hard for me to do all these floors. And
Yeah,
I had
bending
said to
sucks.
her, yeah, I said to her I couldn't afford to retain her.
Mhm.
She insisted, they kept coming for free. And I finally said, no, I can't do this. I feel like I'm abusing her graces.
Right.
So about 3 weeks after they finally stopped coming, I get a knock at the door and she says, I want my cup of coffee. She came in and she says, I got a proposition for you. And she said, if you cook me Italian, I'll have the girls come every other Thursday. So every other Thursday, I make a strictly Italian meal because she
Nice.
loves the Italian cooking.
The authentic stuff, the good
Yeah.
stuff.
So I've been doing that now for a year, almost a year, not quite a year.
Ah, nice. Ash just tagged me. She said Mary makes amazing soaps. Sage still wants more. Okay, well, I hope I'll be in your area in a month or so. I'll make soaps and I'll pack them because I already have another gift that I made you. So I'll make soaps for your daughter. Bless her heart.
I
I
love
love
making
doing
soap.
I do too. I have.
I feel like a chemist. Don't you feel like a chemist?
Well, I'm not as fancy as you. I do the goat's milk and the shea butter, and then I add in the natural things. I usually don't do too much coloring, but I try to only use like a
I don't use
food grade.
coloring. What I use, I add like for example, I love using grapeseed extract because it's
Oh,
a
yeah.
natural disinfectant,
Right.
and it really helped my daughter with her acne. So
Oh, nice. Very nice.
so
I'm a sugar
Highway
scrub
Dog says, if you
person.
cook me Italian, I will lick your toes. No, no,
Ew.
no, no,
No.
no,
Ew. Hmm,
ew,
that's
ew. that doesn't
no.
even. Yeah, stay
Yeah.
away from my
No.
feet.
Maybe like a little shoulder rub might, but that would probably be it.
That's as far as I'll go. Yeah.
Yeah, that would
Wait,
be me too. And I don't know.
yeah, I wouldn't do
It
anymore.
it would be weird. Yeah,
You
I
can
don't know.
come. You can
Yeah.
come keep my lawn.
Oh, yes, I had to
That's
hire
the
a lawn
next
person
big
today.
one. I know it's getting hard to do it.
God, I knew it was gonna suck. We have trees and shrubs that need attention, and I cannot do it.
I can't do it.
I can't do it, and I don't,
Yeah,
even if I
this
was gonna whip them
mortality
out.
thing is starting to really piss me off, right?
I know. I know. And I can't do it. I can't do the physical stuff. I can use my
Mm-mm.
brain, but I can't do physical like I used to. So yeah, I met with a guy and he gave me a quota, and I know it's a good price. I know it is, but oh, it's painful.
Yeah,
Like I
yeah.
know he's being reasonable, but yeah. Oh geez.
Let's just say I'm thankful we don't live in a homeowners association
Yes, definitely.
because I can push the envelope a little bit further.
Ash, you don't have to pay me for the soaps. Just remind me what she liked best, because I think I gave you 4 or 5 different kinds. So you'll have to remind me what to make, and I'll get it and make it for her. She's such a sweetie. Her daughters are adorable. Okay,
That's
we
not
should
hard to envision.
I know, right? She's so beautiful. As much as I hate it, we should probably like do the news.
Yeah,
Mm,
yeah, but I
yeah,
think
the
we really
agenda.
should start with China because that is the news.
This is the news. This is the big stuff. So all right, here we go.
Fox News alert, Beijing is drenched in pageantry for the Trump trip. He's the first president in 50 years to walk through the Temple of Heaven.
That
Ford
was
the
cool.
last one in. The Confucian Temple, built in the 1400s during the Ming Dynasty. Only the emperor was allowed to step inside.
Ming Dynasty,
Where he
let me
prayed for
speak
good
to
weather.
that.
Trump, a Protestant, went inside and made it rain. More on that later. First, the party started at China's Great Hall, right across the street from Tiananmen Square. Trump wasn't in a tank. He was in the Beast and pulled up to shake hands with Xi. And it was a long shake, 15 seconds. Some friendly patting. Both men stood still. No one leaned in. Who won? Some call it a draw, but Xi did release first. And then Trump hit him with a little pat in the back. Body language experts say that was a power move. The fashion police noticed that POTUS rocked a red tie, which experts say aligned visually with the dominant ceremonial palette of China. Xi wore a purple tie to evoke the symbolism of the purple forbidden city, the center of Chinese power. Didn't see a lot of hostility. Diplomats on the ground actually say there was a lot of chemistry. Xi, who tends to be more reserved in public, put on a show.
That was absolutely beautiful.
The Chinese Honor Guard played the Star-Spangled Banner, but the president was most impressed by this.
I think I was particularly impressed by those children. They were happy. They were beautiful. The military is obvious. It couldn't be better, but those children were amazing.
People say the ceremony was more jovial, conversational, and personally interactive than Trump's last visit in 2017.
The children
a lot more
were a nice
smiles this
touch.
time. But body language experts say Trump showed gravitas and stayed focused. Quote, I think that Trump feels the power, feels like this is a formidable meeting. He is not intimidated by Xi at all.
How
He's
quickly
showing,
we
kinda
forget
like a
2017.
peacock or a lion, he's showing his power.
Right.
Trump brought that energy into his meeting. The two men spoke for 2 hours and 15 minutes, longer tan expected.
How were your talks, sir?
It's great.
Did you talk about
Great place. Incredible. China's beautiful.
Yeah.
Xi said some beautiful words, too.
Both China and the United States stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. Our two countries should be partners rather than rivals.
There was a little bit of a skirmish, though, not between Xi and Trump, but between Secret Service and the Chinese police. They say it was a Chinese version of a Mexican standoff, a Chexican standoff.
There have been some heated and physical clashes between the Secret Service and the Chinese police on basically at the back doors of these events, including one very physical standoff where a Secret Service officer was being prevented from taking his weapon in as part of the protective detail. But things have all been ironed out. And as far as we know, the schedule has not been changed because of that.
But they patched it up by dinner time. Xi even had his musicians play an instrumental version of the YMCA, although there was no dancing. Not that kind of party.
Mm-mm.
And the food? Guests started off with lobster and tomato soup, followed by a pan-fried pork bun, or better known in Chinese as a shengjianbao. Entrees, a choice of crispy beef ribs, a suckling Beijing roast duck, or a slow-cooked salmon in mustard sauce. For dessert, a trumpet shell-shaped pastry. Get it? And tiramisu, which we're pretty sure is Italian.
Oh, I love
Here's the
tiramisu.
president's toast.
It's one of my
Tonight, it is
favorite.
my honor to extend an invitation to you and Madam Peng to visit us at the White House this September 24th. And we look forward to it. And I'd now like to raise a glass and propose a toast to the rich and enduring ties between the American and Chinese people. It's a very special relationship. And I want to thank you again. This has been an amazing period of time. Thank you, President Xi.
Out of respect, the president, who doesn't drink, imagine if he did, even took a sip of champagne. Trump,
be
though, had
rude.
his glass served by an American waiter. Both sides made sure the other side didn't get their fingerprints or DNA. All custom. The White House is taking all the necessary protocols. They're all using burner phones this week. But despite everything, Trump says our two nations have more things in common than not.
As allies in World War II, President Franklin Roosevelt's mentions of the brave people of China, that's what they were, drew loud cheers in his speeches in the United States, and everybody loved what he had to say. Just as many Chinese now love basketball and blue jeans. Chinese restaurants in America today outnumber the 5 largest fast food chains in the United States, all combined. That's a pretty big statement.
There's one thing that both men understand very well: money.
The people of China and the United States are both great peoples. Achieving the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and making America great again can go hand in hand. We can help each other succeed and advance the well-being of the whole world.
Xi told Trump China's open for business, even wider than before. We hope that's true because that's music to the president's ears.
So I'm in China. We had the greatest CEOs in the whole world. We had about 30 of them, and they were pitching President Xi on doing business in China. I think they were successful.
Musk was there, even brought his son, X. Elon says X is learning Mandarin. Jesse Jr. is learning Spanish. And the Doge Master was kind of a celebrity. Everyone lining up to take pictures with the world's richest man, even Apple's Tim Cook. The feeling among the business community, upbeat. NVIDIA's CEO, AKA the chip guy, he was there and he was pumped.
President Trump and President Xi have a wonderful relationship, and we have great hopes that we will build upon their great relationship and improve the relationship of our two nations.
NVIDIA's coming home with a pretty big deal. The White House just gave them the green light to sell their AI chips to China, but remember, not the best ones. They'll still be happy. Bessent says he's going to make China play by the rules so that we don't all get slaughtered by robots.
The U.S. is the the undisputed leader in the world here. We have the greatest AI companies. We're actually going to be discussing the AI guardrails with the Chinese. We're going to set up a protocol in terms of, how do we go forward with best practices for AI to make sure non-state actors don't get a hold of these models.
By getting in business with the Chinese, we're hoping it makes them less hungry for Taiwan. China doesn't have the chip tech to beat us in the AI race, and the island's producing about 90% of the world's best semiconductors. And the Chinese have been salivating over Taiwan for geographic reasons, historical reasons. But now that it's an AI island, if they can't hack them, they just want to grab them. But we told them, pause off.
China wants to invade Taiwan?
Well, I think China's preference is probably to have Taiwan willingly, voluntarily join them. In a perfect world, what they would want is some vote or a referendum in Taiwan that agrees to fold in. I think that's what they would prefer. Ultimately, it's featured prominently in President Xi's mandate. In the time he's been in office, he's made clear that what they call reunification, that's what they call it, is something that has to happen at some point. We think it would be a terrible mistake to force that through force or anything of that nature. There would be repercussions for that globally, not just from the United States.
The Chinese want to boom, but we can boom together. We already opened our country up, and they didn't. No more suckers. The Chinese are also buying more soybeans and energy. And by the way, Trump and Xi talked about Iran. We'll cover that in the next block. And while we're at it, how about some big, beautiful Boeings?
What does he want from the U.S.?
A lot of things. We talked about a lot of things. Too many things to discuss, but a lot of things. We had a very good meeting, but we want things from them. One thing he agreed to today is going to order 200 jets. That's a big thing, Boeing. 200 big ones. That's a lot of jobs. It's a lot. Boeing wanted 150, he got 200. He said, I think it was a commitment. I mean, sort of like a statement, but I think it was a commitment.
The markets love it. The Dow topped 50,000 today, first time since before the war. And the S&P and NASDAQ surging to fresh record highs. This time, though, Trump has tariffs and domestic supply chains to protect American jobs and factories. Hopefully, this is the last time we get ripped off.
We're not trying to constrain China, but their rise cannot come at our expense. Their rise cannot come at our fall. So there's an area where we're just going to have a difference of opinion. But when that plan is in conflict with the national interest of the United States, we need to do what's right for the United States.
She told the president something very interesting.
There's so much more to that story.
To a new crossroads. Can China and the U.S. overcome the Thucydides trap? Now, he's referring to the war between Athens and Sparta. Athens was the established power.
It's a Brzezinska.
Sparta was the younger upstart. They ended up fighting a vicious war with Sparta winning. The Chinese see themselves as an ancient power and the United States as a young rising one and want to avoid direct military conflict. That is probably until they think they're more powerful than us, but we'll see. Trump had a different interpretation. Quote, when President Xi very elegantly referred to the United States as perhaps being a declining nation, he was referring to the tremendous damage we suffered during the 4 years of sleepy Joe Biden and the Biden administration. And on that score, he was 100% correct. But now the United States is the hottest nation anywhere in the world, and hopefully our relationship with China will be stronger and better than ever before.
All right, Jesse. S. Jones has rated us on both the Pilled and the Rumble. Good to see you, friends. Welcome in. And then she gifted us a can and said, cheers, ladies. She's such a sweetheart. I love my Sabine. There is another clip about, well, let's see. So it updated. Do you want to watch any? So I haven't seen these others. They weren't up before I went live, so I couldn't preview them.
I've only seen one of them. I haven't seen them both. So go ahead.
Did you see the Peter Doocy?
No.
How you doing over there in China, Peter?
Doing great. You know, it's funny because, Jesse, there's all this talk about American companies want to come into China, and she, I guess, told some of these CEOs that China will open wider for them. But within like 700 feet of where I am standing right now, there is a McDonald's, there is a Starbucks, there is a Crocs store And I can report because I was exploring for a
Crocs?
segment that I'm going to do on my
Shoes.
Sunday show.
I know.
At McDonald's here, you can
I'm
get
telling people.
crispy bone-in wings that are pretty
Mhm.
good. At
Hmm.
Starbucks, you can get a lasagna for
What?
lunch, which is different than back home.
Huh.
As for the Crocs, the Crocs look the same here as
All
they do
right.
back home.
I've been saying for
Lasagna at
years China
Starbucks.
is
That
being
sounds
underestimated.
risky, but if a billion Chinese people have tried it before me, I'm sure it is quite delicious. You know, Peter, once you get them hooked on American fast food, it's over. They'll pretty much do whatever we want.
So the Chinese, I've been telling people for years, don't underestimate what's going on there. They
Right.
have a thriving middle class, which is why you see McDonald's
Yeah.
and the like. And with a thriving middle class, you've got to question the narrative about communist China.
Hmm.
Because with communism, a middle class
Doesn't
isn't
exist.
accept. Right.
So would you say they are more in a fascist?
No, they're not a fascist. They're more of a democrat socialist kind of nation where there's still high
Because I mean,
control.
do we still think I mean, I don't
They're
think
not
the
fascist.
elections
They're
are
not.
real.
Yeah.
Like
No,
I mean, the elections aren't real. Everyone's appointed, and Xi just keeps getting. I mean, I don't know. The same argument that they make for Putin, you could make for Xi is as far as elections. I'm just saying.
Mhm.
But
Well, for one thing, and I think we can dispel some of the narrative surrounding
Mhm.
both countries.
Mhm.
In both countries, both leaders are seen to have really lifted the people out of abject poverty.
which Xi
In
did.
which Xi
So did
did.
Putin. Putin, they were
Putin did the same
crumbling.
thing. So the
Yeah.
fact that his elections are stolen or they're
Okay.
appointed or selected,
Okay.
it undermines the fact that people really do
You like.
appreciate the
Yeah.
the positive changes they've seen in their own
Yeah.
lives.
I don't know if I mean, living under so much control is
Well, you got to remember. Can I? Do you have a?
Mm,
I'll tell you a story.
yeah. Okay.
When Russia collapsed, when the USSR collapsed,
Mhm.
one of the VPs I worked with came to me and said, "Hey, my brother-in-law is coming in from Russia. He needs to find a job," and asked
Okay.
if I would help him. But we, of course, we had to do it on the down low, so it was very high level.
Right.
I didn't assign it to any of my staff. I took it on myself,
Mhm.
and I sat this person in my office for I want to say about 2 hours.
Mhm.
Going through what he said because he didn't have a resume, going through what he said his skills were. And then I finally said to him, "What would you like to do?" And he looked like a deer in the headlights. He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, you're in America now. You get to do what you feel you want to do. You got all these
What you're good
skills.
at. Yeah.
Where do you see yourself?" He couldn't answer the question. And within less than 6 months, he had gone back to Russia. The problem isn't that Russia had collapsed, the USSR had collapsed.
It
The
was
population couldn't handle the change.
ah,
And so they
slow.
had no idea how to be free. And I imagine after coming out of extreme Maoism,
Yeah.
they would have the same thing. I dropped you a slide about the golden statue. What people don't realize is the province that statue was in the province that
Mhm.
suffered the worst starvation under Mao. And when you've got a population, you're talking over 1 billion people, 1.5 billion people, when
Mhm.
they're under such extreme measures by their own government, coming out of that is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah.
In fact, would be
Wouldn't it take 2 generations to really
well, here we are with Russia, and it's only just now starting to see itself as a free population. And in
Yeah.
fact, Putin gives lots of um, talks, if you will, about not feeling guilty or persecuted for the history of Russia because
Mhm.
it wasn't on them, right?
Right.
And he's constantly reminding them, be proud of who you are.
Right.
And that's
Right.
a part of the change effort, right? That you've got to get,
Well, and I think
it's
Xi
not
is
enough
trying
to
to
change
take
the
them
government. You've got to get the population to come with you.
Yeah, and it seemed like, at least to me in the last few years, I can see signs where Xi, it looks like, is trying to honor the culture of China pre-CCP.
Actually,
Because
I've been watching him since 2016.
Mhm.
He's been doing that all along. He's been going
Yeah.
after greed. He's been going after the corruption. There
He's
was a
purged a million of them.
situation
Yeah.
several years ago. I want to say in about 2016 or 17. I can't remember the
Mhm.
exact date, where there was a problem with the vaccine and the mothers around China rose up. And you would think under extreme control that he would have done something about those mothers. And what he did was he supported them and held biochemical companies accountable.
Really?
So these are true stories. And I've been watching this since 2016. So I
Huh.
think one of the first things we've got to actually come to terms with, which we talk about fake news, but I don't think we've digested the fact that nearly everything we were told is fake.
Yeah.
Okay. The other part of it is our relationship with China began in the 70s.
Right.
That relationship was bolstered by us. And remember what else happened in the 70s, the petrodollar. And what was the key about the petrodollar? In order for that system to work, the US had to suck at
Mhm.
stewarding money. It had to
Mhm.
print incessant money to shove it into the system across the world,
Yeah.
which meant we had to become an importer country rather than an exporter, right?
No,
So
I
we
think
literally offshored all of our industry while we printed all this money. China
Mhm.
became China, Taiwan, Thailand, all these countries became willing participants in that. They became our exporters, right?
Mhm.
They took over our job. And how
Right.
dare we sit here, right, 40, 50 years later and say it's all China's communism? No, they picked up a void we
Right.
purposefully left.
Right. And I've always couched every country has their own deep state. Like every country is
Every country
infiltrated,
has it. Mhm.
every religion, every organization, like there is
Mhm.
nothing that is not touched by the beast at this point.
No,
So,
and it goes into every country. And if you look at what Xi's been doing, my goodness, this year,
yeah. Yeah.
the purging he's done,
It's
it
been big.
is incredible what he has done.
I've
And it
covered a couple
started,
articles.
let me tell you, it started in pretty much in 2016. He did the China Days celebration,
Mhm.
came out in a Mao uniform,
Yeah.
and he told the people, get rid of your altars to Mao, because people in their homes had altars to Mao. And he told them to stand up altars to him. And of course, the West went crazy.
Yeah,
But
I
I
remember
got
Epoch Times was incensed. They're
but
very
I
mad.
understood what he was doing as a change agent. What he was saying
Yeah.
is get rid of Mao, focus on me. And he's been steadily bringing that country out of the
Okay.
dark ages.
Okay.
And there's proof. I mean, that's not
Yeah.
subjective.
I
There's
mean,
proof of that.
the cities are beautiful. The rural
What
areas still have a lot of issues. They still need to really work on the rural areas
well,
from
they're
what I can
getting
tell.
there though. They
It's a huge good.
unfortunately that bridge they built to connect all these cities up in the mountains, that bridge
Mm,
collapsed. But they've been trying to do just that, to connect, because
yeah.
it is a very mountainous,
Yes.
ruggedly mountainous country. And
Yes.
so they've been trying to do stuff like that. And I have to applaud
Mhm.
the effort, right?
Mhm.
You're not just changing the culture of the country that came up after Mao, but you're changing the culture with the people that were severely brutalized by the previous
Oh,
culture.
yes.
And
Yes, they
so
were.
the reluctance, they'd be apprehensive, wouldn't you be?
Mhm. I would.
So, I just when he said, you know, remove your altars to Mao, I was like, "Oh my god, he's actually gonna change the country," which is what got me interested in watching.
Okay.
And so I've been watching ever since, and I am totally impressed with how much work that man has done. And what I really like about Xi, um, he's not prone to an emotional response. In fact, he's always got that staid face,
Oh,
right?
yes. It
He's
he barely blinks.
he's deliberative, he's
Yeah.
conscientious. I mean, I've seen it in too many things he's done. Now, am I
Yeah.
saying I want to go move to China? No, I
Mm-mm.
prefer to stay in my own country. But for a population that went through the serious hell that China did under Mao, I think we can cut them a little break.
Fair.
And the same is with Putin in Russia. His "Give Me Back My Pen" with Deripaska was classic. So, so we are seeing countries actually attend to their own deep state, their own issues. They are cleaning house. And I'm, here we are all these years later, and it's like, yeah, it's all working to the same goal, and it is true freedom. Now, what does that mean country by country? Well, that's up to those people.
Right.
We don't have to define freedom the same way the Chinese do. They know what they're looking for.
Yeah.
And it's up to them to decide how they want to move forward. And you can be sure they are. Because if Xi were to suddenly turn and start bringing in Maoism, I don't think he'd have a population going along with that at all. They've seen too many good things. Like I said, they've got a thriving middle class, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, because communism only works when you have no religion at all, and you have no middle class. Those are two of the huge things. The reason I suggested that they might be a hybrid with fascism is because of the control that they have within their own companies. And they have to have a CCP representative, and they have to have, access to all the records and everything.
Well, let me tell you, the corruption was really bad in China.
Oh, yeah. It's famous.
Extremely bad.
Yeah.
And that was one of the reasons why he seated those individuals within the companies. I don't know if you remember, what is it? Evergreen, the big property management company.
Yes. Yes. The one that was building cities to nowhere with
nowhere,
no one.
right? When nobody lived in, right?
Yeah.
So Xi changed the rules about how much debt these companies can hold on their balance sheet. Evergreen specifically asked for an exception, and Xi told them no. So when they went belly up, it wasn't because Xi cared.
Gotcha.
He felt that that was something they earned.
Well, they did.
And that's a big deal, because you're talking a company that was their building market. That was their housing market.
Too big to fail, literally, like our 2008.
And Xi says
would
no.
have been the excuse.
He said nothing is too big to fail. Goodbye.
Good for
And
him.
they went into receivership, and they had just come on like 2 years earlier. They had come on the New York Stock Exchange trying to get international investment into the company, and it didn't work.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
What happened to the properties? Did they go up for auction?
I have no idea. I never kept up with it, to be very honest. I can tell you about what they did. They went into receivership. So I don't know if they've come out of it, if it's still in receivership. I'm sure there's a way of managing the properties that are manageable, and they'll probably raise the difference, right? They'll get rid of them. Or they may even be, with all these CEOs there, they may even get them to invest in them.
Yeah.
And make them viable.
Yeah. That's an
I
option.
don't know.
Okay. Real quick, let's see. We have Braves Piano with a cookie. Can we get some ARM prayer warriors to help keep Moonshine Mitch over on Rumble and his family in our prayers? They are going through some rough times at the moment. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We absolutely will. I know she's in charge of the Cup of Hope show that was on earlier today. That's our prayer request show. If anybody wants, they can DM Braves or Java. Those are the two ones that deal with that. But yeah, I'll definitely put Moonshine on my personal prayers list for sure. Filter Dog with a cookie. Nice break to have you lovely ladies on. So much learning. Thank you, sweetie. And Johnny dropped us a cookie and says the Hannity interview is in the mod room. So I'll grab that in just a minute. I do want to hear what Peter Schweitzer has to say. I'm really curious, because it looks like he's pointing out the differences with Obama, which might be really good.
That's going to be interesting, because, Obama wasn't treated as well.
As he shouldn't have been.
Nope.
We laugh about it, and it's fun. You get these jumping Chinese kids putting on quite a show, but there's some real hardcore issues at stake here. What's your takeaway from the summit, Peter?
Well, I think, China pulled out all the stops for President Trump. They didn't do it because they like him. They did it because they respect him and they kind of fear him. They have disliked American presidents in the past. They did not like Barack Obama. Barack Obama, they felt was condescending and was sort of dismissing them in an arrogant way. And you remember in September of 2016, they didn't pull the stairway up in front of Air Force One. So he had to climb out of what the Guardian magazine in the UK called the ass of Air Force One. He had to go down the back steps. It was an example of disrespect. They would never do that to Donald Trump in a million years because they know Trump wouldn't tolerate it. So Trump came in, I think, demonstrated strength. He's also rejiggered the economic relationship, I think, in a very positive way. This delegation of CEOs that came with him, it conveys to China, look, they're with me, I'm with them. This is my posse. These are these dynamic companies that are excelling America forward. But also, Jesse, it conveys to these CEOs, you're American companies. You're not multinational corporations. You're not going to cut these kind of co-production deals that benefit our enemies anymore. So it makes him the convening authority in commercial relationships with China, which is exactly what you want when you're dealing with an adversary like Beijing.
That's such a great point because United States CEOs kind of hosed the American worker the last 25 years. And we're still paying the price for that. You know, the Chinese make a lot of promises, Peter. They say this, they say that. They don't always.
That deserves a rewind.
This time's different. Xi says he's going to be open for business. Does he mean it?
Mm-hmm.
No, he doesn't mean it. And I think Donald Trump knows it. Trump understands that words are a way to communicate information, but they can also be weapons, strategic weapons. So China's making promises it's not going to keep. But Trump understands that. That's the important thing.
We'll see.
I doubt
mean,
it.
That's the time will tell, right?
Well, the first way to know is when Xi said that he will do whatever he can to help Trump get the Strait open.
Yes.
And that will be your big tell. I think a lot of people are stuck on what they believe China is,
and who can
rather
blame
than
them?
what the reality is. Here's
How you
the
doing
thing
over there in China, Peter.
Here's the thing that I think a lot of people need to be thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
The more we went after China, remember I just said they have a thriving middle class.
Mm-hmm.
The more we went after China, the more that middle class started to hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really think Xi is going
No.
to risk an uprising of this new middle class he helped build?
No,
Which
that would be
means he
awful.
has to follow through, right?
Yeah.
So if you want a marker as to how well he does or doesn't follow through, look to the Strait of Hormuz, because that's a big deal for them to actually help us with solving that problem, which means
Mhm.
he's willing to be a back channel, willing to help defend. He said, I'll do whatever it takes. We'll have to see what that really looks like in the next week or two. But
Yeah.
I'm just going to say right now, Trump built in to their strategy some more immediate markers to look for.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be interesting. I mean, we'll see. I think you're right. Like, this will be the first marker. We'll see what
Mhm.
happens with Iran in the Strait. It's gonna, yeah. All right, I've got the Hannity. It's in 2 parts. I think it looks like each part is about 13-15 minutes each. So let's strap in and just tell me when you want me to pause it when you have comment, because I know you're going to have comments. I know you're going to critique. You're still muted.
Never have comments. I'll just keep myself muted so you can't hear them. You know, if I stay muted, you'll see my mouth going like crazy and you don't have to listen. It's a win-win, right?
Not for a live stream.
No, you get to hear Hannity.
Oh, yeah. I like his podcast better than him on the news show.
What
so
he
far.
did last week when he interviewed Kash Patel
was phenomenal.
That was a good interview. I wish he'd be more like that.
Yeah, like that's like Hannity's an extremely skilled interviewer. I like him much more in the long form sitting than in the choppy 3-minute,
Right.
highly sculpted things, because you can only
Well, with
get
the
so much.
repetitive Hannity lines in between every question, and you just get so tired of that.
Yeah, and I
Now,
mean,
in fairness to Hannity,
he's doing a job.
I haven't listened to him in years.
Me
So
either.
has he changed? He might have. I haven't, because I can't. Him,
Yeah,
Bill
I-
O'Reilly. There were a number of them. It's like,
Oh,
just go
God.
away. Just go
I got
away.
so fed up with the COVID crap
Yeah.
because he was shilling for pharma, and I was so incensed with it.
Hmm.
You know, now he's come back and apologized or whatever, but that was when I stopped
It
paying
wasn't
any
that he
attention.
was just shilling. He was calling those of us that questioned
Exactly.
less than human.
And that's when I was like,
It's
yeah,
like, you know
okay.
what? See ya. I'm
Yeah.
done.
Yeah. Pandemic of the unvaccinated, my ass. That doesn't even make sense.
Doesn't I know the logic, right? This is
It
the
doesn't
man
even make
that's supposed to be logical. It's like, what the hell are you talking about?
Like, it's not possible. It's flat out not like, if the vaccine worked, then you're safe. You can't have a pandemic of the unvaccinated if the vaccine, like, you just can't. These people are lunatics.
I
You know, and
know.
apparently we have no Hanta cases in the United States. I'm not going to play the clip. It's only like 20 seconds. I'm just telling you. Like, CDC has come out and been like, we don't have any cases of that.
Right.
Because there was this crazy
But the
judge in
media's
Texas.
already coming out saying there are
Oh.
confirmed cases.
And that, again, this is where, like, I don't quite know where the government can step in and go after them legally, but they're going to have to at some point.
Well, there is an avenue. It's called duty of neighbor, duty of care.
Okay.
Where if you're going to report on something that can be reasonably expected to harm your neighbor, which is a higher form than duty of care,
Okay.
then you can be held accountable.
They're going to have to start doing this. He keeps dropping hints about that because they're choosing all the IRGC talking
Right.
points.
Well, they're also releasing information that is purely
just
fictional, right? They're not telling the truth. They keep saying Iran is doing a lot better than it is. And they've got people spun up into a World War III scenario that's got people even in our military scared they're going to be deployed.
I know. It's cruel. Okay, so I came up with a new name for fake news. I hope you'll appreciate this.
Okay.
Days of Our Lives for Democrats.
DOLD. Dold.
Also because it's a soap opera, right? Like, it's all
It
fake.
is.
Days of Our Lives for Democrats. I thought I was really clever. I don't know.
You are. You're very clever.
I was just thinking about that the other day because we had a friend that, like, was talking, I don't know, just talking in front of my husband. And I don't know how my husband keeps quiet when they pop off. He was saying that Trump was drug out of the Situation Room because he was screaming about something and they had to take over. And, like, he was serious. He was full on serious that this shit happened. And I'm like, he's watching a soap opera. Like, it's beyond clickbait. He's literally watching like a soap opera. And
I don't even know how
Days
people
of Our
can put up
Lives.
with it because you must really need to live in a crises mode.
Yes.
To be able
I
to
don't-
sit here and just digest that crap
I don't
day
have that
over
kind
day
of
over
spare
day.
energy. Like,
I
it
don't
zaps
have
all
time
of your
for it.
life force. It's crazy. Like, it literally absorbs your
It
life
reminds
force.
me of Cassidy Hutchinson. Remember with her, he reached over the car seat and strangled the driver. Right.
I know. It's so hilarious.
And people believed it.
And these are the same ones that think that he, like, actually had a sniper deliberately shoot his ear and then kill the other people. And I'm just like,
kill Compatore, shoot 2 other people that were in severe condition.
And let's just try and have
and the
someone
sniper just nicked his ear.
happened
Okay,
to, and I'm
let
just
me ask
like,
you a question. If you were Trump and that was the plan, would you stand there and let somebody nick your ear?
no.
No.
You would do, so this is awful, but you would do what the wrestlers used to do when they were in the ring to be bloody. They would palm a sharp object or like a little razor, and they would injure themselves. You wouldn't have allowed a bullet near your head. You would have injured yourself when you hit the deck or when you
that is just
it's awful. And I don't know how you could really do it without, like, I don't think he did it, but, like, that would be the only way because having a bullet screaming it. But the people I know,
you
there was
got
a
the
bullet
media
in
that
it.
captured the picture of the bullet, remember?
Right,
So there
but
was
it's
a
not good
bullet.
enough. It's not good enough. It's never
No.
good enough.
Okay.
Days of Our Lives for Democrats. I'm glad the chat likes it. I hope I brought some fun to your life tonight.
Yes, you did. That was very creative. I'll ask Not Kevin tomorrow what he thinks. Okay.
Definitely tell me what Not Kevin thinks.
I will.
I'm dying to know what he thinks. I can't believe he changed his social media to the
Yeah, he
nickname I gave
did.
him. That's so adorable. Like one of the rare times I gave someone a nickname and it stuck.
It's stuck. Well, it's sticking because he thinks it's funny. He was
thought it-
listening on the show when Sean called him Kevin, and I
Mhm.
said, "But his name's not Kevin." And Sean's face got bright red,
He went into tomato face.
and he says, "Why do I do that?" I said, "I don't know. I've told you before." He hasn't done it since I called him out on the show.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And he wasn't doing it on purpose. He
No,
just,
no.
you
But
know,
it's funny because it's like, where did you get Kevin from?
right. It's not like it was, because it's Matthew, but it's not like
I actually
he
think my
called him
husband
Mike or
likes his
something.
name, by the way. I believe
I
he
was
actually.
telling my mom this the other day, and she got to laughing so hard. And I was like, so he's now changed his profiles to not Kevin and everything. And my mom just
He's
laughed
got it
so
all out
hard.
there, not Kevin.
Such a funny story. Oh, all right.
See,
Shout
he
out,
does
not
listen
Kevin.
to our ramblings. Do you
He
see?
does. My husband doesn't. He
My
has better
husband's
things.
very.
He
I'm
doesn't
very
ever listen to my
fortunate.
shows.
He may run away in
Mhm.
in a frenzy if we keep up the not Kevin
This
stuff.
is
But
true.
no, but he's in good fun. He totally, and he's very supportive of what we do. So
Yes, he is. He's a
God bless him for that. In other words, he lets his wife be batshit crazy, and he just kind of just does his thing.
Mhm. Well, and he helps you figure out the streaming and all the little quirky stuff with the new
Yeah, I left that
computer.
all
And
to him. I
yeah,
didn't have the bandwidth.
yeah, yeah.
Ask
All
ask
right.
Ash about that. I struggled with getting up on OBS.
OBS still vexes me. I'm not clearly.
I'm
I'm
not gonna
using a
lie to
different
you, it does
platform.
me too. I keep having
It's
all these
you
issues.
know, it vexes me. I like the simple, clean. I pay for it, but it's simple and I can manage it.
He
That's what
says,
I needed.
I got no choice. I gotta get up on OBS.
I know.
But this
It's
last issue with the upgrade or whatever they did
Oh
that
yeah,
changed all
because
my settings.
that was when we had that problems because it was the next day we did that show that was very
Mhm.
memorable.
Yeah, was it ever? It's still burned in my brain. It's
It
like, what
wasn't
the
your
hell was
fault.
this? I had no idea what happened and I couldn't figure out how to fix it. He spent 3 hours the next day trying to fix it.
Bless his heart. That's a good man. That's a
Yeah,
very
well,
good man.
because it meant that I had to stay off the computer.
Braves Piano give us a cookie and said OBS stands for Henri Beast System.
Yeah, I agree with that one, Krista. I believe with that.
That's
That
awesome, Krista.
that is spot on.
It's freaking awesome, girl. All right, Hannity.
So much for sitting down. Your first interview, we appreciate it.
Oh, come on. Don't fight with me right now. There we go.
Wow. They rolled out the red carpet. I have video of when Barack Hussein Obama came to China.
I remember this.
Pageantry. From your perspective, that welcome, how did you interpret that?
Well, we have a relationship, he and I, and we've been working together a long time. We've gotten along well. When I first came here, China was really taking advantage of the United States. He understands that. And now we do great with China, and we have a very good relationship. We have a friendship, really. He's a tremendous leader. He's been here a long time, very powerful, very strong. There's no doubt about it. And we just have a good relationship. I did actually see other people arrive here that not treated so well, but we were treated very well.
So that was meaningful for you?
Well, I mean, if I got out of a plane and nobody was there to greet me, I would say that wouldn't be so cool, because it's really respect for our country. Our country is respected. Look, we're the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. But he and I know each other well, I think beyond maybe that. But we certainly got a very nice greeting, and today was beautiful.
Mr. President, if there was any meeting that I think I would want to be a part of, I would love to have been in that meeting. Rather than me start with a bunch of questions about this and that, and I do have specific questions, in your own words, how did this meeting go? Because I knew you were there a long time.
It was a long meeting. It started off interestingly because they're very organized people. And as you know, we have about 30 of the biggest business leaders in the world, biggest everything, I mean, you name it, from chips to planes to everything. And they're all here. I didn't invite them. They all wanted to come. And they're all here. And I suggested that before we start the meeting, I'd like to introduce them to you. And they were surprised because it wasn't, it wasn't scheduled. And they looked around, they said, well, and then, we had everybody. I don't want to go into names because I'll leave some out. But there were a lot of guys,
Tim Cook,
a lot
Elon
of people.
Musk.
Yeah,
You know,
we had everybody.
The head of NVIDIA was
Jensen.
here.
We had just everybody, and men and women, all great business, the best. And they said, okay, and they each spoke a little bit and introduced themselves. And it's interesting because they do business in China. Most of them do business here, but probably like to do more. And I'd like to see them do more. That would be good for trade and trade balance. And they were fantastic. I'll tell you, they really had a good time. Once the Chinese leadership, because it was President Xi and many other leaders, once they got used to the fact that we're a little off schedule here and we're talking about a subject that wasn't even thought about, but they were outside. I said, I think we can get them in 5 minutes because they were literally, a few minutes away from the room where we were in the Great Hall. We were in the Great Hall. And they came in and they did fantastically well. It was really good. I think he actually said, that was very good. That was a good idea. But it was very different from what the schedule had. And then we went on and we talked about a lot of different subjects. And I think it was all good.
Let me ask you this. You always say that you have a very good relationship with President Xi. And you say the same thing about Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
You're America first.
Yeah.
You seem to always understand he's going to be China first.
Yeah, totally.
And so...
He is. He's China first. He wants to make good deals. But having a good relationship is a good thing, not a bad thing. I explain to people, it's great when you have good relationships with very powerful countries, that powerful economically as well as... We have the most... I built, in my first term, the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest military in the world. We proved that with Venezuela. We proved it with Iran. Iran's wiped out militarily. It's just a question of time. And, we gave them a break by stopping a little while. We have a blockade. They have no boats are going in. No boats are even thinking about it. We talked about it today. It's very interesting, but they're impressed. We have a great military. We have the greatest military we've ever had, but we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. I built it in the first term. A little was given away by Biden to Afghanistan. And as much as it was a lot, but it's a very little compared to what we have. We have a country that is respected. Our country 2 years ago, if Biden came here, I don't even think he would get a meeting with President Xi. I don't think they'd even meet with him.
I don't know if he'd be able to focus long enough in the meeting.
You know what? He wouldn't come here. But assuming he came, I don't know that he'd even have a meeting. It's amazing. Actually, a lot of people, I noticed even with the business leaders, they're the biggest businessmen in the world and women, a couple of women. And most of them, almost all of them, but most of them never met President Xi. This was the first time they've met him. So they found it exciting. They all performed very well. They all spoke. And I said, it's a little different position for them because they're hot stuff back in our country. But here they are, they're standing in front of this, massive country, the leadership. But they really performed well, I thought.
You have in the past described President Xi to me as very tough, all business.
Yeah.
You're not describing the type of business that he normally used to do. Do you think that your relationship has evolved to the point where, he can go along with your spontaneity?
I think he's a warm person, actually, but he's all business. He's, there's no games. There's no talking about how nice the weather is. Oh, let's look at the stars. Let's look at the sun.
What were we just saying?
Oh, he's all business. And I like that. I mean, that's a good thing. No games. I say it about him, and I could say it about some, not as complimentary, frankly, for the most part. But I say about him that if you went to Hollywood and you looked for a leader of China to play a role in a movie, central casting. You couldn't find a guy like him. Even his physical features. He's tall, very tall, and especially for this country because they tend to be a little bit shorter.
He's 5'11".
You look at the military. I mean, the military today was incredible. That military marching was incredible. But no, if you went to Hollywood, you're not going to find a guy to play the role. He's good. And he's, I mean, I'll get criticized. They always criticize me when I say good things about certain leaders, and this one. But he's a leader for China. He's led almost 1.5 billion people for a long time, and he's respected. It's sort of interesting when the fake news said, he said, they'll say, President Trump said that President Xi was a brilliant leader. That's a terrible thing. What am I going to do? But it's, you saw the response, here's the thing. Those business people are here to make deals and to bring back jobs. They're bringing back massive numbers. China's going to invest hundreds of billions of dollars with those people that were in that room today. That's why they came. It was really an honor. We had just about every major business leader in there.
Yeah, I mean, the list was impressive. There's no doubt about it. So maybe to give people some insight into how you act in these situations. You're representing our country. You're the president of our country. And we get to watch you on a regular basis, something that the media did not get a lot of access to when Joe Biden was president. But we watch you.
He never did it. And when he did do it, it was a disaster. Okay, so almost 100% of the time, it was a disaster.
Pretty much.
It was a terrible thing for our country. You can't be represented like that. Our country was laughed at. 2 years ago, our country was laughed at. We felt like a stupid country. We were scorned. We were mocked. We were taken advantage of in trade and every other way. I mean, look at what happened with Afghanistan. We left all that, billions of dollars of equipment behind. Could have taken it. It was just unbelievable. There's no reason to do that. Just all of a sudden, and leave it. No, we were a country with the highest inflation in history. When they talk about high prices, I inherited the high prices. I'm getting them down. I've got them down incredibly. In fact, if I didn't make the little excursion to the country of Iran, I had to do it. We just hit the highest stock market ever, which, by the way, now we're now higher than we were before the war started. And oil went up very little compared to what most people, even including me, I thought it would go up more. But that was okay for a short period of time because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. They're crazy.
I'm going to get to that.
You can't let them have a nuclear weapon. They would use it. There'd be no Israel. There'd be no Middle East.
That's what cracks me up about
no
Rubio's
Europe.
trip to the Vatican.
And they come at us too, because you know why? They're crazy.
I'm going to get back to Iran. Let me go to the media and Donald Trump and then the person and give people insight into the guy that sits in the room across from the leader of China, 1.5 billion people. We watch you almost daily with the media, and I think you enjoy it. You bring them in, they have gaggles, you keep them there for a long period of time. Probably.
It's not that I enjoy it.
You don't enjoy it?
No.
You seem like you do.
Well, every question's a kill. They're always going for the kill. Every question, you see these people with a hatred. I said, you have such hatred when you ask the question. Why? Because they have a strong border? Because they have a good military? Why do you have such hatred? The whole thing is crazy. It's not that I enjoy it. It's that I can get the word out because I don't get the word out. I mean, look, Fox is great. And, we have some that are good. But overall, if you read the New York Times, you actually think we're losing or not doing well in Iran. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. It's gone. It's just a question of time. If we want, we stopped. Could have gone for another few weeks. It would have been over. I did that at the request of a lot of leaders that are friendly with them. It's not going to matter for them. They're finished. Now they can make a deal or they get annihilated. I don't want to do that. Yeah. But we have the greatest military. And, when you do news conferences, you're getting the word out that you're not going to read in the New York Times. I mean, I read these things. I see some of your other networks, the way they cover it, they will take a massive military victory and make it like we should have done it faster. The one thing they couldn't complain about was Venezuela because it was over in one day. Mm. So we're comparing it to.
So here's my question.
As an example, Vietnam lasted for 19 years, right?
It did.
I think Iraq was 10 years.
thousands and thousands of people killed. There are many, many thousands in Vietnam. And we have, sadly, we've lost, in 2 wars, we've lost 13 people. 13. That's 13 people too many, but we've lost 13 as opposed to 75,000, as opposed to 50,000,
right?
As opposed to numbers that are staggering. Think of it. We're 19 years in Vietnam. Every war, we're 4 years, 8 years, 9 years. Iraq was 10 years. We're on all these wars. I've never, like a couple of months, and the Navy's gone. They have 159 ships. Every single one of them is now happily floating or not floating at the bottom of the sea. No, every one. They have no Air Force. They had a nice Air Force. They don't anymore. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. Now, they probably have. I mean, we know everything they've done. They built it up a little bit. We'll take it out in one day. It'll all be gone. I hope they're watching, because all of their anti-stuff, anything they put up, we know exactly what they put up. You know, they had a little respite. And so they're trying to get a few things together. They have taken some missiles from underground. We know exactly what they're doing. It'll all be gone in one day. Everything they've done for the last 4 weeks will be gone in one day. But when you read some of these horrible papers, if you watch CNN as an example, or that other one, they used to go to MSDNC, now it's MS Now.
ShamWow.
And they got rid of it because it was such an embarrassment. Gets no ratings. CNN has just been destroyed.
You were pretty funny the other day. You were in the Oval Office and you go, you know, I think whatever I want to do, I'm going to say the opposite. Then I'll get what I want.
It took me a while, you know.
But by the way, there's probably some.
No, I'm going to announce what I don't want. I'll be able to get it. They'll immediately
they'll vote for it.
We will not build a wall. We will not because I built over 1,000 miles of wall. People don't even talk about it. We have the safest southern border in the history of our country. We have the safest border in the world, other than North Korea. I tell you, North Korea is a pretty safe border too. They've got 5 fences that are fully electrocuted.
You were at that border.
I saw. There's never been anyone. There was one person that got through, but he ended up dying about 10 feet as he got through.
All right, we'll have more with President Trump on the other side.
These are Midnight Rider clips. So here's the
right after his all-important meeting with President Xi as we continue our interview.
And real quick, I had some gold pill I missed, and I wanted to give it a shout out. Let's see. We had Johnny, then we had Jax with a cookie. We could do one of those bad lip reading videos.
That was me being muted.
I love that. Good one, Jax. All right.
Let me go to the issue of
come on. It always does this when I go full screen. It
tariffs,
freezes
intellectual
on me.
property theft. I'm sure, especially with all those big business people you brought in, those are big. Any progress you can report?
Yeah, I mean, it is progress, but I also tell people that, you know, I was at an interview with a very bad, stupid reporter. She works for CBS. You saw that 60 Minutes. Stupid person, just an average person. You could take anybody off the street and it'd be as good as she is, just very average. And she asked me a question.
Yeah.
She's talked about China and this and that they steal this and they steal that. And I said, yeah, we do it to them too. They spy on us. I said, we spy on them too, I guess, So some people thought that was cute. Other people said, you don't have to say that. I said, I sort of do. No, we do things and they do things, and that's the way it is. Now, with that being said, I spoke to him very strongly about that, and I'd like to see it taken care of. But they've been doing that for 50 years.
Will we see a change? In other words, will there be an improvement with trade?
Fentanyl is way down coming into the country for 2 reasons. The border's strong, but it's also down because they're sending less. We taxed them. I gave them a 20% tariff, and because of fentanyl, it was like a penalty. Nobody ever did that. You didn't know that probably. I gave them a 20% tariff because they're sending fentanyl. It's a huge amount of money. I actually said, the tariff is costing you $200 billion, and you make $200 million, much less, a small percentage from the sale. I think from the sale of the fentanyl. And So fentanyl is used for a lot of different reasons, but the bad reason probably outweighs the good. You know, that fentanyl is used for a lot of, you go into fentanyl, it's used for a lot of different things, including operations, et cetera, et cetera. But it's been a disaster. But as you know, I put on a charge of 20% of tariff of 20%. Nobody else would do that. And we do well with China, and I think we'll both do well. These people really what I'd like to see. China doesn't open the country. It's massive. It would be unbelievable for our companies if they opened it, and I think it would be good for China too.
Any indication they will open?
Well, they're going to open some of it. Yeah, they open it in stages. I'd like to just see them open it. But you know, they guard their country, and he cherishes his country. He wants to take. You know, he wants China to be. You know.
What does he want from you? What does he want?
Is the greatest phrase of all time. But
what does he want from us?
They have a similar.
What does he want from the U.S.?
A lot of things. We talked about a lot of things. Too many things to discuss, but a lot of things. We had a very good meeting, but we want things from them. One thing he agreed to today is going to order 200 jets. That's a big thing. Boeing. 200 big ones. That's a lot of jobs. It's a lot. Boeing wanted 150. He got 200. He said, I think it was a commitment. I mean, you know, sort of like a statement, but I think it was a commitment. It's a great thing. It's a lot of jobs. Boeing's doing a good job. They're catching up. The requests were a lot, and our requests were a lot. We requested for a lot. We have Visa, which is not allowed to trade, and they were there. It was a big company, and other companies are allowed to trade. And I said, what about letting Visa? We had the head of Visa there today, by the way. Visa's a big deal. I said, what about using Visa in China? For some reason, they were blackballed. And maybe that'll come off. So we had a lot of, you know, we were in there for a few hours, right? Long time.
Do you think you made progress? Did you feel like that the give and take, like, well, for example, you're not going to sign this big agreement after hours meeting, but do you feel the foundation was laid for great success?
Better than last time. You know, last time we signed like 36 deals. This time it's much bigger than that. Talked about soybeans for our farmers. They're going to do a lot of soybeans for our farmers. They're going to be buying a lot of our farm product, which is great. You know, they have an unlimited appetite, as the expression goes. They can buy as much as when you have that many people, they need it. And we have the best product. We're the best, sort of the best of everything. And they'll be doing that. Very farmer to me is very, you know, I must have gotten 95% of the farm vote. And by the way, we just signed the farm bill, or we just approved the farm bill in Congress, which a lot of people thought was not going to happen. You know, the Democrats are against farmers. You believe it? I say, how can they be against? Add that to the men and women sports center. The Democrats are against farmers. Can you believe it? So anyway, they're defective. I came up with a new name. I don't know if I should.
I know which one it is.
Democrats. Because they're dumb. They're dumb. It's D-U-M. I got rid of the B. So you're only changing one letter, right? E goes and the U comes. It's a Democrat.
You know, you take up more space in people's heads than any one person on the face of this earth, right? You live rent free.
I was talking about a guy, Hakeem Jeffries. He's a very low IQ individual. And I talked about him. I said, he's a dumb guy. He's a Democrat. And I said, oh, what a great name that is. So anyway.
Let me ask you this. The issue, and you've been asked about it, and you've spoken about it, and that is China's support of Iran. How big a discussion was that today?
We discussed it. I mean, when you say support, they're not fighting a war with us or anything.
No.
He said he's not going to give military equipment. That's a big statement. He said that today. That's a big statement. He said that strongly. But at the same time, he said, you know, they buy a lot of their oil there, and they'd like to keep doing that. He'd like to see Hormuz Strait opened. I said, well, we didn't stop it. They did it, and then we stopped them. You know, sort of interesting. He joked. He said, you know, it's sort of, if they stopped it, then you stopped them. But they'd like to see it opened. But they actually closed it. He didn't like the fact that they're charging tolls I don't know if they are or not. I don't know who would pay them. I mean, where do they put the money? The country's decimated. You know, they're charging tolls. Where's the money going?
Do you
Interesting.
think President Xi and China have the ability to influence the Iranians, considering they are one of their biggest
probably,
customers?
but look, he's not coming in with guns. He's not coming in with rifles. They're not coming in shooting. You know, somebody
Influence.
said he's been very good. They get a lot of their oil, 40% of their oil from that location. So what has happened, and one thing I think that we're going to make a deal on, they've agreed they want to buy oil from the United States. They're going to go to Texas. We're going to start sending Chinese ships to Texas and to Louisiana and to Alaska. And I think that was another thing that was agreed to. That's a big thing.
What about liquefied natural gas?
It's not that much longer.
Gas too?
Yeah, everything. Energy.
Energy.
That's the one thing. They really need energy. That's the one thing. They have an insatiable appetite for energy, and we have unlimited energy. Do you know, we've now under me, but we now produce more than if you combine Saudi Arabia and before the war, if you took Saudi Arabia, Russia, put them together, we're doing twice as much oil and gas as they are. Think of that. It's amazing.
Venezuela is one. We're two.
Called drill, baby drill, right?
Oh, well, I mean, when you really think about it, if they have a problem with Iran, and they need the strait more than we need it open,
we don't need it at all.
We don't need it at all.
We don't need it at all.
Fair enough. So,
I mean, you could make the case, you know, like, why are we even? We're doing it to help Israel and to help Saudi Arabia and to help Qatar and UAE and, you know, Kuwait and other countries, Bahrain.
It also helps China.
And I told them today, I said, you know, we're helping you. And we're helping you in another way because I don't think China wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon either.
Interesting.
They're stone cold crazy.
That's a fact,
we don't
by the
need
way.
them having a nuclear weapon either.
What did he say? What did he say?
Well, he's not going to respond too much. He's a pretty cool guy. He's not going to say, "Oh, gee, that's a good point."
I think he might.
What's he going to do?
Oh,
Say,
I mean,
what a wonderful point.
You think he agreed?
Yeah, I think
that was the impression.
I don't think he wants them to have. No, he would like to see it end. But he's been good about it, you know. Hasn't done anything hostile.
They get discounted oil from Iran. Here's a thought, because if you're going to expand trade, and it's going to include benefits for our farmers, and it's going to include manufacturing, and all those, you know, top CEOs and executives that you brought into that meeting that they didn't expect, I would imagine that there probably is a deal to be had on the energy front, which would be great for our country.
So I told him I'd love to see you buy oil from Texas and Louisiana, from the United States, Alaska. We've got so much of it. And he said he likes the idea. He'd like to talk about that. I think it'll happen.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. That's a big deal. I don't know.
I think that would be a huge announcement.
Look, they're doing it right now. They're sending Chinese ships up to buy oil.
They do.
So we're doing, you know, and I don't like talking about it because then the fake news media says, oh, you know, Trump doesn't talk about the fact that somebody's paying $2.50 from, you know, I had it down to $1.85 in Iowa a gallon. So now it's $4 and it's going to not be long. And as soon as the war ends, it's going to go down to lower than it was before. It's going to be very quick. And, you know, when I explain it to people, all you have to do is say, do you think Iran, they're crazy, should have a nuclear weapon? Everybody says no. I said, well, then you think I'm doing the right thing. And I have no choice. The sad thing is that we had just broken every record on the stock market, as you know. I thought the market would go down 20, 25 points. It didn't. It's higher now than it was before we started.
All right. If you want,
well, what? But isn't that amazing? What do you think?
It is amazing. And, you know, I know people around you told you oil prices would go up. Okay. I had a conversation with you and I asked you if I could bring this up. And I said, Mr. President, if you wanted to knock out Iran's economy, you could probably do it in under an hour. And you said to me, no, probably in 5 minutes.
Yeah, very little time.
That's what you said to me. And then I asked you.
Well, we hit Carg Island, everything but the oil. We left that one little thing. I say, stay 50 yards away. And I said to General Raisin Kane, I said, General, how long will it take? He said, 4 or 5 minutes. I said, no, seriously, how long? I figured he'd say a day or 2 days, a week. He said, no, only 4 or 5 minutes. They wiped out the whole island, except they left the nozzle. That's where the oil comes out, just in case.
You know what? That would end this conflict. That would end this war.
Well, it would, but then
you said to me,
then you'd lose a lot of oil. And I don't know. Look, right now, there's no oil coming out of Carg Island. None. Zero.
they're going to cap those wells.
People are finding other places to buy oil, like Texas. So I don't want to say we're making a fortune. You understand that? Because if I say, they're going to say, oh, he forgets about the little man,
That's not what you
with
told
the
me,
$4 gasoline.
You said the reason, you said to me, this would wipe out their economy for over a decade. It's a population of over 90 million people that have been oppressed for 47 plus years.
Yeah.
And you said you didn't want to do that if you didn't have to.
So if I don't have to, I don't. Oh, that's the easiest shot of all. That would be done in 1 minute. The island took 4 minutes. The only thing I said, leave 50 yards around. They wiped out everything. I mean, it's wiped out. It would take one plane, 1 minute. That's all it would take. When you do that, you start off, that's a big statement to do that. Now, you also have bridges. You also have electric plants, which I think in many ways are worse because you can get the oil open faster than you can build a new bridge or build a new electric plant. But these guys should make a deal. I mean, only crazy people would not make a deal, but they should make a deal. And President Xi would like to see a deal made. He would like to see a deal made. And he did offer. He said, if I can be of any help at all, I would like to be of help. Because
He did say that.
Yeah, he did say that. And look, anybody that buys that much oil has obviously got some kind of a relationship with him. But he said, I would love to be a help. If I can be of any help whatsoever, he'd like to see the Hormuz Strait open. He said, if I could be of any help whatsoever, I would like to help.
What has complicated things probably the most is the top 3-tier leadership is wiped out.
It's gone.
Now you have a fractured leadership.
Yeah, but I think we have people that are leaders. I think they're much better than, I think they're much more reasonable. If you talk about regime change, that's the ultimate. No, I said, that is serious regime change, right? The third tier that we're dealing with now, I think they're actually much more reasonable and in many ways smarter than the first tier and the second tier who are no longer with us.
And why aren't they? Why do they go forwards and backwards?
They make a deal, and the next day, like we waited 5 days for a letter that should have been there 1 hour. I said, "Where's the letter?" They're having a lot of turmoil. They got nothing but turmoil inside, and it's an amazing phenomenon. Nobody wants to be the president. It's like they say, "Who wants to be president of Iran? Anybody want to be president?" Everyone says, "I don't want to be president."
But I've known you long enough to know you don't have infinite patience. You have patience. You're being patient.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to be much more patient. No, I'm not. They should make a deal. Any sane person would make a deal, but they might be crazy.
They might be crazy. Interesting. What do you think?
There is so much to unpack in that.
Right?
There's so much. First of all, he's right about Xi.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Okay, I spelled conflict wrong. But so, first of all, Xi is against nuclear proliferation.
Right.
He said it for many years, as is Putin, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In fact, Putin was taking the spent uranium to properly dispose of it while they tried to work towards non-proliferation. So
right.
You have recent proof of that. And both countries said that they would only use nuclear if their enemies used it first. And Putin's famous line was, "I can use it. I got them too. Nobody wins."
Right.
Okay. So remember, we sent the capability to Pakistan, to Iran, to North Korea, all of these rogue countries, right, to develop nuclear to keep us on a war footing. By removing that war footing, which Xi is very much on board especially, with proximity to look at the part of China that would be most impacted by Iranian nuclear war. It's a very depressed area of China.
Yeah.
So,
that's true.
and thinking of his own people, you don't want that. And of course he's going to be on board. That's number one. Number two, the only oil that's been getting around is from the ghost ships,
Right.
which are all the Shamkhani network,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
Which Scott Bessent has been going after with everything he's got. He just put sanctions on another 12 companies and people, Monday or Tuesday? I think Monday. So we're seeing this steady erosion of the ghost shipping capability. Now, remember, I've
Mhm.
said in the past, Shamkhani network, because of the oil. Now, let me go backwards. Zanjani was the first network I told everybody about. They're the network out of the city of London using crypto that
Right.
funded all the terrorist groups, Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah. They've funded all the terrorism that you've been seeing.
Right.
The Zarangami network is Quds Force. That was Soleimani's network. And we know they've been gone after because what did Rubio do? He, after UAE arrested all the money changers, Rubio comes in 2 days later and revokes the visa of Soleimani's niece and grandniece.
Right. And then they got
deports
a bunch
them.
more of them too.
And they've been steadily going after that group. So now Zarangami that's Quds Force, right? And that's another big entity. There's another one. There's the Shamkhani network. It's a family. They're brothers.
Oh, okay.
And they control the oil shipping. And unfortunately for Iran, because of that, they also control somewhere between 30 and 50% of the Iranian economy. So they are effectively holding the economy hostage, which is why you're not getting a deal.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
So the only solution to that part is keep peeling away at those ghost ships. They're floating around somewhere, but they have no place to land because we've effectively sanctioned the hell out of any country that would dare to do any business with Iran in that sense. So just keep going after these ghost ships as they appear, and we've been watching that in real time when we take custody of these ships.
Help everybody understand why we're having, because none of our oil comes from there. We are drilling baby drill. Why our oil costs have gone up.
Everybody asks that question. It's a rightful question, but you got to remember the OPEC stuff, right? What is
Right.
OPEC
And
about?
they just left OPEC. It's a cartel.
Well, yes, essentially, but it was designed to make sure oil prices didn't tank.
Right.
Right. So if you got to go backwards and remember in the 70s, after we came off the gold standard, we came up with the petrodollar. Why? Because then OPEC, because we came off the gold standard, they lost a lot of money. They quickly raised the price per barrel by 4 times its value.
Right. They were making their money back.
And that's where the petrodollar came in. It's like, okay, uncle, we'll do this so that you can keep your USDs.
Right.
So now we're at a place where OPEC, and if you go look at any of those countries, they're starting to move away from oil. In fact, Saudi Arabia has publicly been saying that for several years, that they're getting away from oil. And we just had Jordan, UAE. You got all of these OPEC countries are saying, yeah, we're starting to rethink. And you just had, wasn't it UAE or was it Jordan that just left OPEC?
It was UAE.
UAE,
the big one.
Yes, which is a big one, which means by definition that the coalition is starting to fracture, right? Why would that be happening? Think about it. That's the new monetary system. You don't need a petrodollar. You don't need a USD global adoption for that.
Right.
That's in part and parcel to Chris's question. But what you need is a reliable transfer of liquidity, of money, to make sure that trade can be. It's not enough to have the product, right? You could have all the oil in the world, but if you can't move it on the market, with transactions, it just sits and goes stale in the tank, right? You can't do
Mhm.
anything with it. So this new monetary system that's being ushered in, we've been following it for years. We know it's not theoretical, it's not subjective. It is a real thing that they're bringing in a system that has the ability to validate and verify transactions to make sure there's no manipulation, which we've been going through for decades.
Mhm.
But it also ensures a stable transactionary system. Think about what happened to Russia. We literally disrupted global monetary process by saying Russia could not be a part of the system. Remember?
Yeah.
And on a whim, a political whim, we shut them out of the system. What's coming into place is a way to make sure that that doesn't happen. You can't politicize monetary policy,
Mhm.
whether it's state or global, it doesn't matter. And those things are changing. Those things are changing right at the same time that you got this Iran issue, which is like the dying howl of the Brussels soft power, right? Their rules order based order. So you've
Mhm.
got so many things happening right now at a time. Oh wait, the Clarity Act. They just voted it out of committee today.
Right. So, what are the next hurdles the Clarity Act has? And today was Powell's last day, and
Yes.
Kevin Walsh
Well,
was
no, it's not totally his last day, and I got
was
an interesting thing I figured out today. But
okay.
the next hurdles for the Clarity Act, they're going for having it passed out of the full Senate by the end of the month. They're still talking no later than July 4th. We'll see.
Mhm.
We've been stretched
Mhm.
now for 2 years on this thing.
Mhm.
Hopefully it works. But it did get voted out of committee today. And we enjoyed the hell out of watching Elizabeth Warren damn near cry that she couldn't keep the
I have
CFPB
that.
funded.
I
Yeah.
have that. Tell me when you want me to show that. Like,
Go ahead and show it. It was hysterical. We enjoyed the hell out of that one.
all right, let
You
me.
you were trolling in my chat room as we were playing those, huh?
I was. Is that in the digs folder or did you? Yes, here it is. Here it is. Oh, I see we have some gold pill love.
Mhm.
What we got over here. Let's
Sean
see.
gifted us. He's watching. He's
He is.
eavesdropping. He
He's
wanted to let us
lurking.
know he's making sure we're being honest.
Conservacris, thank you so much for that cookie. Assuming America is successful in having the world adopt the American system over our current global structure, which Trump is now changing, could we be seeing a glimpse at the economic global railroad of the superpowers the crown stopped generations ago?
And I
Yes.
answered him,
Mhm.
looking for it because I gave him
Mhm.
a fairly complete answer. I think. I
Okay.
said, not sure I fully understand your question because I'm not sure I do.
Mm.
But Trump's aggressive use of tariffs, and you
Mhm.
add that to the global central banks hoarding gold, which is happening right now,
Oh, yes.
and they're all exploring alternative currencies. I am doubting that we're going to see a heavy use or adoption of US dollars. I think instead you're looking at a system that allows diversified currencies to pony up at a level. And that's what XRP is designed to do, by the way. That's what Ripple is for. It's that token. It's not money, it's that medium of transfer between countries.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
what it does is it's going to allow every country to have whatever the heck they want within
So
global standards. And there are global standards between World Bank, between the IMF, between the even our own work here in this country. You
Mhm.
got BIS, there's so many FATF standards that have been developed to prevent money laundering. You got all these standards that have been developed over the last 15 years ish that allow for countries to have their own idea for a currency. So if China wants a totally 100% controllable CBDC, that's up
Mhm.
to China, right? That's on China.
Mhm.
Do we have to trade with that kind of thing? No. Do I think China's actually going towards that? No, I don't. I think a lot of that is hype. But nevertheless, it becomes that country's medium of exchange. Now, that said, it then comes down to what it's backed by. And if it's not just backed by gold, which was manipulated under the Bretton Woods, but backed by a basket of commodities,
Okay.
then you've got a more stable system.
Okay. So could, let's say hypothetically, since Brussels is such a delight to deal with,
Of course they are.
let's say they just want to have the ultimate temper tantrum and not participate. What is
Then
that
they get
world look
locked out of the system because you're watching the
Right.
world. You're watching in real time. You're watching the world transition.
So
If
you would
Brussels,
have the Middle East, you would have Russia, China, us, a chunk of South America.
this is where I also say follow the bilateral deals.
Right.
You've got several bilateral deals out of Europe. Keep going, because that's a wedge by definition into the EU model, right?
Is it sad? I kind of want him to have a fit and not
You know,
participate.
I'm not losing sleep over
Yeah,
the EU
kind of
collapsing.
mean of me, but I'm kind of
But we're
like,
watching, EU is concerned enough to move their model into Canada. I mean,
yeah,
let's get real.
yeah,
So
that's
which is unreal to me. I just can't seem to think.
Canada.
I can't wrap my brain around why anybody would think that's a good idea to move from all these countries to one country where you're surrounded by people that hate you.
Yeah.
You know, far be it from me to undermine what they think is best for them, but keep going.
There
Go
must
ahead,
be
further
security.
isolate yourself, right?
Could it? I don't know. I don't know why they're doing that. I've kind of wondered that too, but I haven't come up with a really good option as to why they are making that decision. Okay. Filter Dog, thank you for the cookie. President Trump said President Xi Jinping is very tall for a Chinese man.
Yes.
And he was
5'11".
central casting. Perfect for a Hollywood movie. I
Central
know,
casting.
right?
Now, what have we known central casting to be? These are people that are a part of Trump's inner plan, right?
Right.
We've
Right.
seen
They're
it
in on the
so
notion.
many times over the years, right?
Right.
What if China, Russia, and others are coordinating with POTUS to eradicate the New World Order? I wish more people would sit back and go, oh, I think I get it.
I do really think that's what's happening. Early
Yes.
in 20 to 22, I really didn't see any major things that looked like that for China. I saw more potential with Putin and different things happening than I did with China, other than him just saying, I have a good relationship with him. But
Well,
we
with
were seeing all the
China, you got to
Chinese
remember
spies and all the
China
stuff.
in 22 especially was a big year for China because that's when the Evergreen,
Yes.
their own, there had a lot of big
Right.
corruption that went down. The Evergreen stuff happened. That was a big year for China with their own internal cleanup.
Yeah.
And, you
Okay.
know, unfortunately, because we have such a reliable media, we were so much on the China's going to invade Taiwan, which I got a comment to make about that. Don't let me forget. We were so much into the China's going to invade Taiwan that we never stopped to look at what China was doing to clean house. And it amazed me. Now, Taiwan, that's an interesting topic for me. Let me
Okay.
explain. And it
Okay.
was my husband that found this. We were trying to figure out who had the most debt. Okay.
Hello, Willow.
Yeah, she's going to sit here and start rubbing on me and get hair everywhere. But we were trying to figure out who carried the most debt. And obviously that's Japan, Canada second, China third. But we could not, putting her butt in my face.
Mine was doing it a minute ago.
We couldn't figure out China unless you add Taiwan's debt to the Chinese, the bonds that Taiwan holds to the Chinese bond holding. You couldn't come up with the public number. What does that tell you about Taiwan and China?
Do you think they're already
I
joined?
think back in 2016, the president of Taiwan, when she took her oath, she swore in front of the picture of Chiang Kai-shek and said, it's time to put down the baggage of history. You tell me what's been going on.
Oh,
And
yeah. I know exactly
I
what the
dropped
Shanghai
that
Check thing is.
slide. Yes, I dropped that slide in our Feisty Digs
Okay.
folder so you
Okay.
can see it yourself. But she said that. She said, put down the
Because I saw the
baggage.
opposition leader was just in Beijing and was received. That was last month. That's Taiwan's opposition.
Taiwan's opposition is really look into what what the leader
Okay.
is saying, because
Okay.
what Xi is working towards is not, he's not going in to take over. He's not going to militarily bring them back into the fold. He really literally wants them to voluntarily come back. How is he doing that? I think that's the big thing. Chiang Kai-shek represents what?
CIA to me.
Well, no. Well, yeah, afterwards, but he's pre-communism.
Right.
Remember?
Yes.
Russia helped China get Japan out of their country.
Yeah, because
It
they
was
were
weakened.
terrorized.
They were terrorized by Japan. Russia was already communist, remember?
Mm-hmm.
When that ended, China was weakened and Mao started a civil war.
Right.
Russia didn't come back and help. And our CIA, of course, exiled Chiang Kai-shek to Taiwan, which is the Republic of China. Right?
He originally brokered a deal with him and then screwed him. Like
we
screwed
sent
everybody during that war.
We totally backstabbed Chiang Kai-shek.
Yep.
So the reason why I bring that up, because if it's time to put down the baggage of history, you have to have some assurances that that isn't going to happen again, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're getting that from the U.S., from Trump in particular. But what that really means is there is action to bring these two countries back together voluntarily.
Okay.
Which is strategic for China.
Mm-hmm.
The chips, right?
Right.
90% of the world chip production is in Taiwan. They actually left China, went to Taiwan.
Mm-hmm.
So all these chips are being made in Taiwan. That's a future for China. They're not going to get that future if they come in with guns, because they'll just send those chips to other countries.
Well, and you have to win the hearts and minds. I mean, the fear factor only works so long, and then it devolves into a revolution. And,
right.
You know, and it makes you ripe for, I mean, that's how the CIA.
Yeah, but China holds, Taiwan holds quite a few cards here. Don't mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Because they can easily offshore chip production.
Which they've started companies here.
Started doing. We're bringing them here to the U.S.
Yep.
So if you offshore chip production, China's got to play real nice, or they lose out on all of it. And then you get a poor population that you bring into your fold that you got to figure out how to feed. Go right ahead.
Yeah.
So it's not like we're sitting here and everybody's sitting around smiling kumbaya. There is strategy going on here.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think this is good. Holy be thy name. Thank you so much for that cookie. And Sean and on, I don't know who that is.
He's just been dropping. I don't know who the hell he is, but
I don't know who that is. Must be some nice, handsome friend of ours.
Who's playing hooky and dropping cookies.
We love you, Sean.
Yes,
so,
we do.
Let's see. Keep up the great work, ladies, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cookies, 6 cookies, 7 cookies, 8 cookies. He's having a cookie fight. 9 cookies, 10 cookies. Conservative Chris with a cookie in there. 11 cookies, 12, 13, 14. My gosh, Sean. Did I lose count? Is it 14 or 15 cookies? Thank you. We need a cookie jar, Feisty. Do you have one in the kitchen?
I have a juice glass.
Hey, that'll work.
Go fill it up and start having cookie.
Oh, I love cookies. Actually, I love anything cake.
He just did hooky for cookies. That needs to be a sticker. That doesn't sound it sounds kind of seedy, doesn't it?
It could.
It could. Hooky,
definitely. Could be a little fun also. I'm just queuing up this Senator Warren clip asked me for a few minutes ago.
Oh God, that's hysterical.
You know what? I haven't seen Pocahontas lose her shit for about a month. So I am due a Pocahontas meltdown.
She had one today. It was fun.
Good. Because I was watching the other hearing. I didn't see this one, and the other one made me sad.
Mm-hmm.
Just all the.
And I sent you a run up on that, didn't I? What she's trying for?
A little bit of it. I can go back through it here in just a minute, but I can't do that at the same time.
Sure that the CFPB receives a consistent funding stream that is insulated from the kinds of political games the Trump administration has been playing to undermine consumer financial protection in this country. I urge my colleagues to support Warren 79.
Senator Moreno for rebuttal. This amendment should not be adopted for one simple reason. The CFPB's budget is clearly out of the scope of this bill. It's absolutely not
Yes, it
germane.
is. I like
We
him.
voted on quite a few attempted grocery review acts yesterday, and those
I
were
like Moreno.
all voted down. And I urge my colleagues to do the same with this amendment.
May I have my last 15 seconds that I didn't use?
Sure.
Reclaiming my time.
And my 15 seconds on the CFPB was created right here in this committee because of fraud. If we are creating a new opportunity for expanded fraud, we need to make sure that the CFPB is fully funded.
She's desperate, by the way.
The roll.
Yeah. She's been building this for a long
Chairman?
time.
Mr. Crapo? Mr. Rounds?
I don't
Mr.
like hearing
Tillis?
Crapo. His name spells better when you
Kennedy?
say Crapo.
Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's no.
During one of the Senate confirmation hearings, I was showing, and Braves was with me. It was one of those rare times we were sitting there watching the whole thing. And he came to him, and we were both like, "Who's Senator Crapo?" And we we couldn't see because the angle wasn't quite right. I was like, I really hope there's a fancy way of saying that, and it's not Crapo.
Well, once you see CRAPO, and they come out with Crapo, and it's like, you know, crap is spelled the same way. I mean, it's
He must
somebody
have had
obviously.
a horrible time on the playground as a kid.
I was gonna say, wouldn't you legally change your name?
I would have.
I would.
I would have added some other vowels in there or something.
Something.
I would have added more vowels after the A or done something to it. But my gosh, you can imagine Chris and I, I mean, it stopped the show for a few minutes. We couldn't breathe. We turned red. We were laughing so hard.
Every time I see him on camera, I can't.
I can't.
Because all I see is Crapo. And you know, it prejudges him because you're expecting him to sling shit.
Right.
Which he does well, but he does that very well.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm
Oh,
sorry. I
gosh,
interrupted.
Dude, I couldn't help it. The Crapo.
Lummis? Mrs. Britt? Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Banks? Mr. Kramer? Mr. Moreno? Mr. McCormick?
No.
Ms. Warren?
Aye. Sorry. I was
Mr. Reed?
dazzled by the chairman's comments.
Yeah.
Like yay by proxy. I'm still dazzled.
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen?
Aye.
Ms. Cortez Masto?
Oh, I by proxy.
Ms. Smith? Mr. Warnock?
I by proxy.
Mr. Kim? Mr. Gallego? Ms. Blunt Rochester? Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 11 in favor and 13 opposed.
Done.
Crash and burn.
I'm going to check.
That's okay.
And she's upset.
About an hour ago, I received a request from a couple of Democrat members to add 5 amendments to make this a bipartisan outcome, and I've decided to do so.
So, Mr. Chairman, I object here. You cut 16 amendments from the members of this committee. We agreed, you said, nope, we got to our numbers and said, these are our numbers. And now all of a sudden you have decided to rule back in 3 amendments. I take it from Senator Lummis that you originally ruled out because it will be more convenient because somebody gets a vote. You just said, as we started this, the rules are the rules. and that you're not going to pick and choose and say, oh, this is going to help that one along, or it's going to help that one along, that you were going to apply the rules across the board. I came in here with one set of rules and understood that that was the case. So if you're now going to rule arbitrarily that you've picked 3 out of the basket to add back in, 3 Republican amendments to add back in, then I think you should rule that all of the amendments are back in. We'd like all of the Democratic amendments back in. And I am particularly looking at Cortez Masto, number 16. This is an amendment that was requested by the National Sheriff's Association that would make it, right now, the current bill makes it harder for law enforcement to go after cartels and criminals that are using decentralized platforms to launder money. Or how about we do Reed-Smith, number 95, for example? That's the amendment that would prevent deposit flight from community banks, which Republicans are clearly afraid to vote on. So it seems to me, Mr. Chairman, following the rules you announced at the beginning.
Pause it for a second.
Either we know all the amendments.
Remember, he said there's 5 amendments. She talked 3 and suggested 2 different Democrat amendments. We still don't know the 2 Democrat amendments he's referring to. You realize that, right?
Yeah, that I was going to ask you to expand on what they're discussing.
She's trying, yes. So there were 16 amendments that were all shut down in a package.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
One of them is hers. Okay.
Now,
just
and what bill what they're.
This is the Clarity Act.
Okay, I thought so.
Okay.
I just wanted to be sure we're all.
And so, as typical with the markup process, you toss all your wish list at any bill that's being considered. And there were a number of bills or a number of amendments that were considered that had nothing to do with the Clarity Act.
Of course.
So, which is usual. And so what he said was there are 5 amendments he was going to bring back into the process so that the process was, quote, bipartisan. She immediately started talking about the 3 Lummis amendments, which she's been an honest broker in this whole process. Never mentions the 2 Democrat amendments that that Scott is considering bringing back in, and then brings up 2 other Democrat amendments. And her whole argument is if you're going to allow these 3, you got to allow the other 13.
Which makes no sense.
Which makes no sense. And that's her entire argument. Okay, go ahead.
All right, then.
That's when we walk in and that's the end of it. Or if you're going to start opening that up, let's open it up to everyone, not just 3 amendments on the Republican side.
Actually, the amendment that we just voted on, number 79, was not agreed to as well. We substituted it based on the request of all
Get that,
to
right?
allow you to have that amendment, and I did so. And as you said at the beginning of this hearing, that I have the right as the chairman to pick and choose which amendments we wanted, and based on a bipartisan, which I'm not choosing between Republicans and Democrats, I'm actually choosing for Republicans and Democrats to have these final amendments in order.
You know, with respect, Mr. Chairman, you didn't say to me that if Also Brooks wanted to yield her spot over for me to add another amendment, the consequence would be that Lummis would suddenly get 3 amendments that had been ruled that
Mr.
they
Chair.
would not be held and they would be out of order. I just don't understand this process.
This is a Wikipedia definition of no good deed goes unpunished. These were bipartisan bills. So, Mr. Chair, maybe instead of considering them here today with the ranking member's objections, can we just get an agreement that they'd be baked into a manager's amendment on the floor?
Yes.
No.
Good. Okay.
I think,
Point of, yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman,
Last
Yeah.
comment on the left. We'll go to closing remarks. Yes.
I would actually prefer, because of the good faith that that Senator Lummis has shown, and and I intend to work more on this bill, but I would hope this would move me much closer if these amendments are not put off till the floor.
Then I clearly withdraw my comment.
Okay, let me explain what he's referring
Yeah,
to.
point of order.
He's literally what Warner's saying, and I can't stand him either. But
I
Warner is
know.
saying that he's because Warner's invested in crypto. And right now he's in quote crypto hell.
Right.
The bill hopefully gets him closer to crypto heaven, but he thinks
Right.
it actually gets him into crypto purgatory. Not quite heaven yet. So that's what he's referring to in that comment,
That's funny.
which is why he said, I clearly withdraw my. It's hysterical.
That's so funny. Sherry M, thank you for that can. Gonna need a can of liberal tears to wash down all those cookies. Love you, gals. I love that. Thank you, honey. Much appreciated.
Mr. Chair, just so I have clarification.
Certainly.
Because if you had included my number 16, I wouldn't be asking this question. But now I'm trying to understand. Originally, 16 was not allowed because it was ineligible based on a Scrivener's error. So were these others. But now, at the chairman's call and discretion, those are going to be allowed in, but this.
Oh my. All kinds of drama. All kinds. All right. Do you have more comments on this one?
Let me put first of all, let's explain a Scrivener's error. That means there was a technical issue, a mistake made in the amendment. Okay.
Okay.
So originally they were just all blanketly tossed. And then with his discretion, he came back with the Scrivener's errors one and decided he was going to allow a vote. Okay. So that's that topic right there. They're going to now be let in. But let me explain her issue. She's looking for the CFPB to be funded. Why? CFPB is one of those independent agencies.
Right.
We're waiting
Didn't
on
she
the
start
slaughter
that
of,
agency?
yeah, it started out of Dodd-Frank.
I thought she started it because that I remember the Young Turks were going on about how brilliant it was. And I was like, well, it must be awful.
It is.
If the Young Turks think it's
Although,
financially
since
amazing.
in when Trump's first term, when Mnuchin came in, the first thing he did was take it over, brought it in under Treasury, and it's been doing well. I mean, its audits are fine according to all the public reporting. Nevertheless, Michael Barr, who's a member of the FOMAC right now, the Fed board, is who largely drew up that piece of legislation in Dodd-Frank that created CFPB. But it's an independent agency. There's an opinion we're waiting for. I'm praying it comes out tomorrow. It's called the Slaughter Opinion.
And you think Clarence, tell him why you think Clarence authored
Well,
it,
because of Scavino. He's so convenient. Let me get to that, though. The Slaughter Opinion largely is believed Trump wins on the merits, that he gets to fire whoever the hell he wants. Well, the CFPB was cut in half. It went from like almost over 1,100 people working through the CFPB to 500 and something.
Why did they need that many people?
Well, because, opaqueness makes things get bigger and more bloated, right? So the Treasury has basically cut them off too, because they were issuing rules and regulations that the Treasury said, no, time out, and they cut them out.
Right.
She needs, if Trump wins on the Slaughter Opinion, she needs to make sure, because the CFPB is funded straight from the Federal Reserve, just like Obamacare. You see where this is going? You get the Federal Reserve reforms. It brings you right into Warsh and all of that. But you bring in the reforms, you cut away the bloat, if you will, and you got a CFPB that dies on the vine. And that's her big concern. So she's
that's her namesake at this point, isn't it? Like that's the one thing that she's really, really accomplished. She believes herself to be the financial.
She thinks she's a financial whiz.
Yes.
And all she is the face of somebody else's work. But remember, there was a DC circuit opinion that required that Bessent stop what he's doing, and the Supreme Court uncustomarily came back and said, you can keep going. So we honestly, I think the Slaughter Opinion, and I'm not just saying that off the top of my head, it is widely accepted that Trump wins on the merits for the Slaughter Opinion, which further, it bypasses the DC Circuit opinion on the CFPB. It further limits the funding it gets. And she's looking for, in a Clarity crypto bill, She's looking for appropriations that will keep that damn place funded.
Got it.
When in fact the administration's looking to nix it.
Yeah. I remember
So
it came back up, wasn't it, when Doge was making all the cuts,
mhm.
and that's when she started really foaming at the
Because
mouth
there's
about Doge. 'Cause they got her
really
pet.
well, they not only got her pet, but Doge earmarked some potential fraudulent activity.
I've got a
And
clip or 2
here's
of JD too.
that where that issue comes in. What is the fraudulent activity? Well, I don't think you can deny the fact that she's the banker's best bud,
Mhm.
right?
She's the Wall Street girl.
Yes. And
And though
so
it's
if
so
you're
funny because she presents as, "I'm gonna stick it to the
I'm here for
millionaires
the
and the
yes,
billionaires."
and I'm here for the little people, but she's got a lot of lobbying money
I
behind her.
know. She's the businesswoman's bitch.
Yeah. So
Pardon my
there
French.
I couldn't wait to tell you that story because watching her have that meltdown because her
Yeah.
bill and how did she say it? Well, if we got this potential for fraud, in other words, she's saying the Clarity Act increases fraud, then we need a way to combat it. And we gotta fund my board. We need to fund it now. I need money. I'm just like, good God, woman.
Jeez. But the Clarity Act doesn't have anything to do with the fraud. It's the
No.
railway system for the crypto.
Well, it's not. It's putting in guardrails for stable coins. So
Yeah. But as they put in the guardrails, I don't know, this administration is so all about getting rid of fraud. I can't
right.
imagine that they did not build in
Well,
ways
it's
to
all
catch it.
it's there. That's why I was saying with all the standards that have been developed since about 2012-ish, 2010.
Yeah.
All of these standards with especially with FATF as they go in and they audit all
Mhm.
these banks around the world, to include the Vatican, by the way. Can I mention that out loud?
I would love that.
Because the FATF standards are derived from the lessons learned through all these audits. And what was
Yeah.
the Vatican fraud? It wasn't that the Vatican was committing the only fraud out there with money changers.
No.
I mean, Walmart just got hit last year real bad.
Mhm.
What
Yep.
it is there were money changers that don't have a banking certificate, right?
Mhm.
And so they were flying under the radar.
Right.
And they were able to manipulate the money changing position, the system.
Yeah.
And so FATF found that and they started putting guardrails in place.
Okay.
And that's where all this comes from. I mean, there are lessons learned from the 2008 crash. How do you think the LIBOR scandal and the Zanjani network got exposed?
Mhm. That's right. And they're mentioned in all the Epstein stuff
Right.
because it is a theory he was a double agent. I think he worked for a whole bunch of different agencies.
I think he worked for whomever paid a good price.
I think so too. I think he was
Right.
a mercenary.
But I stopped short of doing anything illegal because if all they could go after him for is phony charges of trafficking, then they didn't have a whole lot.
Yeah. It's such a tangled web, the Epstein one.
It
I hope maybe sometime by next year we get more concrete information about it because the dump that they gave us is not
It's not
no,
conclusive.
no side is
But
happy.
the only typically that's going to be the case, but
I know.
But to say that I mean, we were told there's no blackmail, there's
Mhm.
no bribery, and there's no
Mhm.
trafficking.
Yeah.
So if you got those three things off the list, there's obviously something else in there that people were more interested in. And
There had
so
to have been something because the Democrats worked very hard to hide it.
well,
I watched them
until it was no longer
until it was
convenient for
convenient.
them to do so.
Right. There has to be some other kill switch in there.
Mhm.
I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I know Massey's fundraising the hell, and they're pushing that again. And his election is
Polymarket
next
has
week.
Massey losing on Tuesday, by the way.
I hope so. I hope so.
I'm
I'm
just
so tired because I'm not too far, so I am inundated with their dumbass commercials.
Oh, of course you are.
Oh, and
Oh,
he's
wait a
got one
minute, no.
talking about
No,
how
you
he gets
can't
along with Trump,
say
he always votes with Trump. Him walking around with an elephant wearing a MAGA cap. I mean, they're bad, Kathy.
but
They're really
look, I
bad.
had to put up with spam. I
This
almost
is
said her
true.
nickname. I had to put up with all that. I had to put up with
Governor
the witch.
Spam. Yeah, she is. She is a witch. She even, she really does. She embodies it. She looks like it, and then she did the whole.
Yeah, the laugh and
Mm.
the.
Ugh, creepy as hell.
Yeah, if I had to put up with that, you can deal with Messy.
Fair.
But it looks
Fair.
like Polymarket has him losing on Tuesday, so
All right.
there's hope.
There is hope.
We're getting rid of some of the biggest
Some of the
jackals.
crappy ones. Do you want to go ahead and talk about the SCOTUS stuff that came down today? Do you want to go ahead and hit
Before we
that?
get into that, since we were talking about the Federal Reserve,
Okay. You want to do
do you
Kevin
mind
Walsh?
if I go through
No.
through
You want
that?
to share
So,
screen?
yes, I'm
Go
going to
for it,
do
girl.
that now.
All right.
So let me show you what I've got.
As long as you promise to pet that cat that is so desperate for your lovin's.
That cat is desperate 24/7. And right now she's playing with my pen.
Well,
I
that'll keep her
expect her to
busy
go
for about
find her
30
little.
seconds.
You hear it over here. She's playing with my pen, moving it
Aw.
around the desk. So
They love that.
uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
So let me she's just something else. She really is. Share screen.
Okay.
I got to figure out which screen I'm sharing.
That I cannot help you with.
I got to share the window. Wait a minute. Window. It's flashing. I've never seen it do that before.
I don't know.
Okay. You should be able to see Warsh's appointment.
Got it.
Right?
There we go.
So on today's Thursday, on
Yes.
Tuesday, he was appointed to the Fed board.
Mm-hmm.
On Thursday, he was confirmed to be Fed chair.
Mm-hmm.
He officially takes over that position tomorrow, right?
Okay.
I think he was sworn in today.
Braves,
So
we're
you got-
having a party tomorrow. Just putting that out there. We promised ourselves we'd have a party.
So let me just talk about this because there's only one senator that consistently voted against. Okay. And, well, she didn't vote against. She refused to show up for the vote. They're saying that she just wasn't in the Senate to make this vote happen twice. And that's Senator Gillibrand, who's been big bank, right? Just so you know.
Okay.
So anyway, the position for the board was a 51-45. Obviously, Democrats were voting in a block, but notice it was a 54-45 vote for his confirmation as Fed chair. So Fetterman is the one that consistently voted for Warsh. Three other Republicans gave up their hold. And the one big hold was Tom Tillis. He said he would hold up Warsh's confirmation as long as there was action against Powell. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
He said, you end this stuff against Powell or I will never allow Warsh to go through.
Right.
So what's interesting about Kevin Warsh is he used to be on the Fed board back in 2006.
I did
He
not realize that.
resigned.
Okay.
He resigned in 2011. He agreed with the plan to support what happened after 2008. But when they started another brand or another thing of quantitative easing in 2011, he said, or 2010, he said, I'm out of here. And he resigned in 2011.
Interesting.
So the Fed board position is a 14-year term.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay. So he was on there for 5 years and he left. And it was over quantitative easing. Just so you know, he felt that wasn't appropriate. And then you see that here. He finally left when QE2 came in 2011 or 10.
Okay.
So he is fundamentally the opposite of Powell.
Right.
And I'm explaining this because Powell likes quantitative easing.
Very
Quantitative
much.
easing, toss money at the problem, quantitative
Yeah.
tightening, pull money out. So Powell likes quantitative easing. He thinks it's a great tool. Okay, with no accountability, just keep printing.
Yeah.
And Warsher's saying, there's a problem with this. And he goes on to explain, look, the Fed balance sheet is just growing astronomically, and we need to get the irresponsibility out of the system. Okay, keep in mind that Wash was not going to be confirmed unless Trump dropped, or the DOJ dropped, the investigation into Powell. Powell on the 29th of April had said, I'm going to keep my position on the board. His position
Which
ends
was unheard of.
which is unusual. Yes, not unheard of, but unusual.
It's like one other time.
Yeah, I think it's one. Pretty sure it's only one.
It was like 60 or 80 years ago. The one other time.
So Powell's term on the board ends in May of 28. Get beyond Trump presidency, right?
Right.
So what is Trump about? And I've got some good information to show you, because this little battle started in 2018, by the way. So looking at this, we've got Warsh, who wants reform, and we've got Powell saying it's going just fine. We can print. And remember, the endless irresponsible printing is to keep the old system in order. The whole petrodollar idea. Even if we're not using petrodollar, we will continue to be bad savers as long as we can offshore our industry and import what we need instead. In other words, become strictly a consumer nation, which is a national security risk, right?
Huge.
So this is what Kevin Warsh was really upset about. In 2008 and 9, our Fed balance sheet was under $2 trillion. 2008, they injected money, and the Fed balance sheet went up to $2.3 trillion. Okay. But each successive, and what he's saying is 2010, 2014, these infusions of cash during QE 2 and 3 were not justified. There was no emergency. He said 2020 was legitimate. 22 and 23 was not.
Right.
So this is where Kevin Warsh is coming from, is these weren't legitimate economic crises to continue this. But at the same time, that's what this blue line signifies. You're watching the balance sheet increase to now it's up near 9 trillion.
Got it.
The Fed balance sheet, which is dangerous.
Horrible.
So the total assets right now are up about 8.8 trillion. And we now, you see down here in 2008, we had some securities, but we weren't holding mortgage or treasury. You see that? That started in 2008, where we started holding treasury securities on the Fed balance sheet, as well as mortgage-backed securities, which is what caused the 2008 problem.
2008 crisis. Yeah.
So this is Kevin Warsh's problem. He wants to reform this. Why does this matter? Because Trump does too. He wants to reform this. And it fits into the broader scope of his reform package, if you will, his whole agenda. If we reform the monetary system, you reform the regulatory process, right? The administrative state, you reform, monetary regulatory reform, you get Congress to actually do their job and put some guardrails in place, right? You get the market modernized with all this digital, right? You get a number of things that come out of that, and you coordinate it out of the executive branch. You can bring about long-term systemic reform. So people like Powell are saying your aggressive reform nature risks such an economic shock that it will collapse the entire system. Read that as we want to keep things as they are.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. It'll collapse the Brussels City of London system.
And they're not too keen on that. And the financial plumbing is already on Skid Row, City of London, because of all the fraud that's been there. And there's already a lack of trust. So what Trump is trying to do is bring back trust into the system. And you do that with transparency and reform. Okay. Kevin Warsh is right on board with that. But I'm going to remind you of an old decode I did. You see, isn't that prettier than what I did? Isn't that so much prettier? This is
cleaner.
AI helped me put this together. That was me in PowerPoint.
That was good, though.
So, nevertheless, post 1694, Trump is poised to take control of the, and I'll show you the article. I gotta grab it.
I'm going to read. Sean gave us a cookie. He had a question for you. What if Powell was a placeholder because the timing to implement?
Don't get ahead of me, Sean. God, he can't hush.
He knows you so well.
Yeah,
Thank you for the
unfortunately.
cookie. Thank you,
Thank
Sean.
you for the cookie, right? So thank you for the cookie, but
Yes.
don't get ahead of me.
He doesn't even have to be here to get scolded. It's
Right.
hilarious.
And I know. So there's the article that's in that Q post.
Where did
And
you
what
send
is
it?
I put
Private
it
chat?
in I put it into the Zoom
Got it.
chat and I put it
CNBC?
out on both the Rumble and
Got it.
Pilled link. Okay.
Okay.
So what is this article? It's Trump is poised to take over the Federal Reserve. What is the article really about? He wanted reform. He said in that article that he didn't agree with all these interest rate hikes. Okay. So the Fed, in that period of time that they were throwing money at the quantitative easing, Powell himself raised rates from the time he became Fed chair like 11 times in a year and a half.
Yeah.
And he doesn't agree with that. It reminds me of the chess game called The American Beauty, where when the game was won, they just, before the last move, they just started throwing their gold coins on the board because it was a masterful move. And I added that to this post back in 2018 when this article came out. Why did I stop there? Because I think this is where it gets good for me. Anyway, it gets good. You'll have to let me know.
Okay.
Back in 2018, Trump appointed 4 members to the Fed board. Okay. He wanted to appoint Judy Shelton to be on the board, and the Senate absolutely flat out refused to confirm her. And finally, she just kind of went off into the distance. Pay attention. Powell on April 29th said, I'm going to stay on the board. Okay, so let me show you the makeup, because where this goes, and this was a turning point, right? Trump wants reform on the Fed. Let me show you this. So Powell, as of yesterday, is the Fed chair. Kugler resigned over an ethics issue. She and her husband decided to do some insider trading.
The black lady she's okay. So they have her on mortgage fraud too. That's sitting in the
Yes,
wings.
but they dropped that case.
Okay.
From what I
I
understand.
wonder if
It could be. It could be. But what I want to point to is another obvious move by Powell. When she resigned, Trump appointed Stephen Moran to fill out her term. What was interesting, and where the whole narrative collapses for the good guy, bad guy thing, is the fact that Trump did not nominate him for his own 14-year term. So he took that seat in August of 25. She's gone, and now he's gone, which made this seat vacant. When Powell decided he was going to stay on the board, he takes that seat, and Warsh takes this seat.
Okay.
Are you seeing where we're going here?
Yeah.
So what you're looking at is a board. Now look at the balance of the board. We got a hawkish and a dovish person. These are what you would call 2 swing votes, right? You also got Michael Barr. Michael Barr was one of the architects of Dodd-Frank.
Okay.
So he is what you would call a regulatory activist. He wants strong regulatory reform. So here we have a potential shift in the board. So the green represents they're all ready to move, right? They agree with reform. Bowman favors financial stability, though, so she's a potential swing vote if you present to her enough of a problem to consider it a financially unstable reform that they want to put in place. So she's a potential swing vote. Dovish always means swing vote. Speak sweet nothings to me and I'll vote your way. So Powell is keeping a divide on the board because you got, if you look at this, 1, 2, potentially 3, probably 4. If you've got sound money reform, you got 1, potentially 2, 3, and 4. So you've got literally Bowman as a swing vote is a very key vote.
Interesting.
And if you've got somebody like Barr who's reform activist minded, right? Aggressive, go for it. So what Powell then represents is not only just keeping the status quo, but it shows that you've got to slow down. We're not going to be aggressive in our reforms and create a potentially risky economic situation, right?
Okay.
So where does this come in with Trump? In my opinion, because that's all I've got, right? Is my opinion. In my opinion, Trump knows this is going on very well. This is signaling that Trump agreed with Powell's move. Why do I say that? Because this guy didn't get a 14-year term. He was reform minded, by the way.
I'm kind of curious why he didn't bring the other lady back. I know the Senate didn't do it before, but there are some different players and different swings now.
The Senate, she is very much reform minded. She's very much gold backed. She's very much a crypto aligned person. Now, take this the next step.
Okay.
Okay. What if once the Clarity Act passes, what if we start bringing in the new monetary system? What if Powell then resigns and Shelton can come in?
Okay. Because
he could preserve the seat, right? Number one. Number two, he also signals slower reform.
I still don't like him.
Whether you like him or not, I can't speak to that. But if you look at what's going on, this is a reasonable summary.
How often do they vote and make
they vote quarterly?
Okay. Most of our audience probably is not very well versed in beyond there's a board, it's the Fed. You know what I mean?
So remember, the Fed chairman kind of sets policy direction. But the decision to raise or lower interest rates, the quarterly vote, is a consensus of the board.
Okay. Interesting.
It's not the Fed chairman doesn't make a unilateral decision. It's a consensus of the board.
So we should be mad at all of them, not just Powell.
Well, yeah, you want to look at the makeup of the board, and the board has been shifting or leaning more reform minded, but it is not solid.
Right. Okay.
So you bring in Warsh, and you've already got 2 that are solid. And I like to consider Michael Barr as a bit of a loose cannon, right? There isn't a reform he doesn't like. So he's a bit of a loose cannon, which Powell can seemingly kind of keep and constrain. But you've got potentially 4 votes here. But when you see financial stability under Bowman's name, she can be shifted. And with Powell there, that shift could mean the difference of going the opposite direction of where Warsh has been saying he wants to go.
Okay.
So it's all in the vote makeup. She's potentially a vote for either side, which is a 4 versus 3, right?
Reminds me a lot of the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Because we have
very similar.
2 real conservatives, 3 liberals, and then we have all the swings.
Right. So anyway, that's my that was my slide deck.
That's pretty good.
I told you it wasn't long, 15 minutes tops. Was I right?
I didn't time it. I honestly didn't time it, but yeah. Okay. So we had 2 SCOTUS that I saw today. Do you want to hit that while we're in the SCOTUS land?
The SCOTUS one is interesting because the first one I shared with you is an extension of the Hensley opinion.
Okay.
Remember the Hensley opinion? I've been over that one in the past where the Hensley opinion said that you can't hide behind, I'm a government contractor. Remember?
Right.
That you could be
Right.
personally held accountable for
Mhm.
mishaps on your watch.
Mhm.
Well, today, SCOTUS, where is it? I got to find it. I got to go back up. Today,
It was
SCOTUS came
it was
out with
about the
an opinion.
truckers.
Yes. But what's interesting about that was the fact, where is it? Trying to go up.
That's what I was just doing too. I was going through our feed trying to
Yeah, I wanted to, because I gave you a CRS report on it. So trucking companies have to move a lot of material.
Right.
What they often do is they hire a company to do the hiring for them. Okay, so you're not just recruiters, but they're independent truckers, what have you.
Mhm.
So they hire these intermediaries to do the hiring for them. Well, in the case, in this particular case, you've got the ruling, and do you want me to drop that link?
Yep.
Okay, I'm pulling it up.
The fact that it was a unanimous ruling.
It's a
approved,
9-0, yes. Well, Jack,
that
I don't
that
think
is
I
yeah,
don't think
even
Contenji,
crazy Jackson got on board with that one.
she didn't dare get off of this one though.
Well, after she got spanked the other day, I mean,
Yes, but this one
verbally
is very
spanked,
much
but
in line with what she would be, her bailiwick is anyway. But so this opinion came back and said, you are accountable to mishaps that happen in your company. So take Hensley,
Mhm.
right? Take Hensley, go the next step and
Mhm.
say, you can't hide behind being a contractor. You trucking
Mhm.
agencies, you can't hide behind a contractor status, but neither can you hide behind the loophole that was created when you hired somebody to recruit for your trucking company. And oh, by the way, you intermediaries, you too can be held accountable. And this is over a case where a trucker hit, and it turned out to be an illegal, but hit a pedestrian on the side of the road. He ended up having his leg amputated.
Oh gosh.
And they tried to hide behind the status. What was really interesting as I dug into this
Mhm.
is now trucking companies are feverishly trying to figure out what their loss ratio is going to be, and they're
Mhm.
increasing their litigation margins, right?
Right.
Because the opinion is retroactive.
That's the sweetest part. So
That
for
was
all of the
so
people, so like Braves and I cover this stuff all the time. All of these
Mhm.
car wrecks done by illegals and H-1B
Mhm.
visas and all this crap. And now the families have an avenue.
Right.
You have a solid avenue because what are you going to do? Sue an illegal? Well, they're getting deported or put in prison anyway, hopefully.
So right now, it is creating a situation where there is instant reinstatement of dismissed broker claims. That's a big deal because they were hiding behind a loophole, and the court said that loophole's that's not constitutional. So all these claims that got dismissed because of that loophole, back on the
Mhm.
books.
Oh, they're going to be in trouble.
Oh, it's gonna get bigger. And I sent you a full lineup after
Mhm.
reading it and doing some
Yes.
reading of other things. I sent you a full lineup, but man, it was pretty when I got done.
I'm excited about this one. I
Mhm.
legitimately am excited because so a lot of the argument has been with the illegals is why aren't they going after the companies that are hiring them, whether it's a farming group or a restaurant or if you because we've
That's
seen
the
this over and
loophole.
over
That's the loophole this case
and
talks about.
bingo,
Mhm.
bingo. And that was always the argument. Why aren't they doing anything to them? Well, now we have an
Now you
avenue.
know. Well, Supreme Court has something to say too now.
Mm-hmm.
And what's interesting is it was Barrett that delivered the opinion in a 9-0 court.
Nice.
So that's definitive. What that means, by the way, in the future is there's no wiggle room to come back and try another angle to get this taken care of. So let me explain that, because in a 5-4, litigation's going to go on for decades. Why? Because whatever the dissent says in a 5-4 becomes a, oh, that's an idea, and we try to handle litigation from the dissent's perspective, and you can go on for decades relitigating, just ask the question differently. Remember, the court can only answer the question that's presented to it. And if you look at the questions that are presented, you can tell when they're being so narrow so as to create a situation where they can come back at and get another bite at that apple. The closer you get to a 9-0, the less the opportunity to relitigate. A 9-0 means cut off, done. It cannot come back. And remember, the Supreme Court is the last court of chancery, right? Court of last resort.
Dead end.
When that opinion comes out, it has the force of law the moment it is exposed. It is released. And it can't be, unless Congress does something, it cannot be changed.
So I'm sure there's a few members of Congress that would like to change it.
I'm sure there are, but now get it through Congress. And remember, the Senate sets judiciary rules. So could there be? Yeah. Is there going to be on this one? I seriously doubt it. There's no political will to tell people who've been severely and maybe even mortally injured by an illegal or an errant truck driver to turn around and say, oh no, we take it back. You know, screw the people. Go ahead. We'll let you off. No, I don't think that's going to happen. So,
do you want to talk about, there was another one today.
Yes, it was another 9-0. That was Jules versus Balazaz. This one is interesting because it's actually a win for both sides. Okay.
Now, I'm not familiar with this one. So,
okay. So in this case, there was a woman that started working for a hotel.
Okay.
And for whatever reason, the arbitration agreement, her employment arbitration agreement kicked in. And in arbitration, she was fined $34,000. Okay. She's been taken it to the court saying that they shouldn't have fined her $34,000. Well, the Supreme Court upheld the arbitration agreement. She's trying to say that arbitration is not legal when the Supreme Court did uphold that. So you've got a bit of a 2 points here because there is jurisdiction. Arbitration is a real thing. It is allowed, and they distinguish that piece of it. But then they came back and said, but where the litigants win is on procedural efficiency. Why? You can no longer muddy the waters or bog down the system with these endless rehearings.
Okay.
So what was happening is if the case was brought before the state, then they would also start a sister action in a federal court, and the two would play off each other and bog down the organization. So the plaintiffs win on lose on the 34,000. The litigants win on the fact that you can't have this inefficiency. So you're getting judicial efficiencies coming back into the system, and arbitration has been upheld. But the practical purpose of that arbitration is also a win for her because, well, kind of both. But you've got the split jurisdictional issue. So we've got this is a kind of an interesting case because when you're looking at the losing on the arbitration piece, plaintiffs win. When you're looking at winning for the litigant on the efficiency, they can't split these decisions among two different jurisdictions. So this is where you got a win for both sides and a lose for both sides. Did I make sense or did I ramble?
I got most of it. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I got most of it. I got lost a little bit.
Okay, so let me see if I can make it simple.
Sorry. I was with you on the arbitration, the 34, but it was
the court upheld the $34,000.
Right.
So
I got
the litigant lost, right? The plaintiff
Right.
lost.
Right.
The 34,000. But the plaintiff won because the hotel couldn't split jurisdiction the case. And so now the case, the absolute process, the judicial process is streamlined now. So you get point A to point to point Z, the whole process through, it is a sure system with efficiency built in. So you don't wait 10, 12, 15 years to get a
Right.
case resolved,
Good grief. Yeah, no.
which is a tactic that's been used. You try to wear down your litigant
Yeah.
financially. And so while this woman lost on the 34,000, every other litigant going through knows now that the process is streamlined. So it works. I mean, you get a loss on both sides is what I'm getting at.
Okay.
The hotels can't muddy the water anymore.
Okay.
Or any plaintiff for that matter. Does that helps, I hope.
Yes, that does help me.
Mhm.
I'm gonna look at the chat. Where's arbitration? For those who don't know, where's arbitration? That's one of the questions.
It's usually this particular case was held within the union that serves hotel workers. So it's
Okay.
usually most union agreements have an arbitration agreement in it. And I don't know. I didn't read the whole opinion to know the full backstory. What caused the $34,000 award? But she claimed discrimination and then got hit with a $34,000 charge. And I'm not sure. Like I said, I didn't read the whole opinion. I didn't have time. But that's where that stems from.
They have to pay for the arbitrator, don't they? That's part of what's baked
It
in.
depends on the union contract.
Okay.
Not every contract has you do that.
Because I remember watching an interview with it's a lady she worked for like a daycare group, and a private equity firm bought it up, and she ended up going through a legal process with them because she owned one of the daycares, and it ended up going to arbitration. And then she became very vocal about the ins and outs of arbitration and how private equity, when they were gobbling up companies and then siphoning them off, basically selling them like spare parts, that there were NDAs and different things that were locked in, and you had to go to arbitration, and then you had to pay for a judge. And I mean, what she was describing for like a regular middle class or a small business owner was horrific.
So I can speak to that directly because when I was working, I was a management consultant for small to mid-sized businesses. And I watched this process go off the rails starting, well, it always did a little bit, but really hit hard starting about 2010, 11.
Yeah. Everything, all this, that's always
It really went hard where businesses were given a different lens to look through. And what I noticed government auditing agencies do is they would go after the small to mid-sized company. Why? Because they didn't have the wherewithal to fight it.
Right. They couldn't.
And so a lot of dollars, discretionary dollars, was put into compliance. And yes, I made good money was I helped these companies, but I have to tell you, it was hard to. I watched companies go belly up because they couldn't afford what was going on. And then what they would do is they would collect all of this, the outcomes. And when a larger company would take them to court, they'd say, "See, judge, look at all of this we've already dealt with," and they would get discretion, right? Go back to the Chevron decision, right? So they would get discretion as a regulatory agency because look at this slate of cases we came up with. And it started with small to mid-sized companies that didn't have the financial capability or even the legal wherewithal to fight it. Because you don't normally, as a small company, hire a high-priced attorney to represent your company, right? So I watched that happen. And as a part of the process, and I'll end with a second story, I had it was a former employee of mine that contacted me very upset. It was an issue within her company where she was literally discriminated against. And I had said to her, I will help you if you promise you will go through with this, to follow through. And this was in 2009-ish timeframe. And she agreed. And I got her to notate everything, do a full statement, do everything she needed to do. And we took it to the EEOC. About a year later, I called her up and I said, "You're not going to win." Why? Because she was black. The perpetrator was black. And the EEOC was only looking for white business owners who were harming black employees. And sure
Right.
enough, I want to say about 2015, 16-ish time
God,
frame,
it
she
drug out
lost
all
she
that
lost the
time.
case. Yes, it went from 2009 to about 2016.
7 years.
And she went through arbitration and none of it worked. So there was a decided shift in enforcement, a decided shift at agency strong arming. I
Mhm.
watched it many
Mhm.
times.
Mhm.
So, for those that think that big bad business kept me from getting a paycheck, no, your
Mm-mm.
administrative state did. Because
Yeah.
the reason why they got rid of education benefits or any of the other perks that you were getting as an employee was because they had to pull all the money they could into legal compliance and fighting these bogus lawsuits. And what I'm watching, and that's why I got so excited over Chevron, and then Trump took it a step further with the whole idea of at will for
Mhm.
Schedule F employees, which
Right.
the jury's out on whether or not he'll win that. But the whole
Yeah.
idea of at will, the whole idea. Another thing that the agencies did is they would take a sitting judge, so a member of
Mhm.
the judiciary,
Mhm.
bring them into the administrative realm, right? The executive
Mhm.
branch. So now
Mhm.
they got a foot in both camps. And they would have them write an administrative law opinion and then use that to enforce a regulation they were trying to get through. So the opinion, of course, was always favorable to the regulation. Trump, in his first term and again in this term, has said, "You want to come into the administrative branch, you're giving up your seat in the judicial, and
Yeah.
you will become a Schedule F employee." Trump is the one that changed that.
Nice.
So they can't sit one foot in each camp. Think about it. We're
Right.
not only paying them as a judge, a sitting judge, but we're also paying them as an administrative law judge in the executive branch.
So
Talk
gross.
about double dipping. And these kinds of frauds, a lot of people, there's so many, I could tell you so many stories about how
Mhm.
this has played out. And
Mhm.
it's exciting to see it being taken to task.
Absolutely. Sean would like us to know that Duppy tends to put discretionary dollars into celery shares.
Oh, yes. Yes. We have to make sure
That's
there's more celery.
There must always be more celery, and the
Mhm.
celery stickers have begun.
Yeah, I
Just
see.
saying.
I see them now.
We have some more gold pill love. Let me make sure I grab that real
Mhm.
fast. And I think we have some on Rumble. I need to jump over there and pay attention to. Um, let's see. He had that about the placeholder. Okay, one hot tamale, my girl. I so rarely see her anymore. I miss her. Thank you for the shade. She says, "Much love, fam." And big
As she eats celery.
eat celery. And Big Hair Tsunami, I love that handle, by the way,
Mhm.
just gifted a 1-month bronze tier subscription, and Vamex grabbed it. Good for you, buddy. Thank you for that. And let me jump over here to Rumble and make sure I'm not missing. It looks like Rhea did something. I just haven't found it yet. There we go. Oh, babe. Am I saying that right? Ooh, babe.
Ooh,
Thank you
babe.
for the $5 Rumble rant. Thank you, ladies, for all your hard work. Makes my listening easy. Much love. Oh, that's a
Thank you.
wonderful
So
compliment.
nice. That's so nice.
That is an amazing compliment.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
And Rhea
Even when I
gifted.
screw it up and get a little more verbose than I need to be on an explanation on a court case, I
I would rather more detail than
Mhm.
not. Particularly when we're talking about legal or corporate language and stuff. I would rather keep going, and I would rather just gently prod and poke and pull more out than I would rather they can go back and re-listen and they'll have more to chew on than less.
Let me correct Sean. No, Sean, not all federal employees are an at-will employee. General schedule GS employees are members of a union. They've got a union agreement, probably with arbitration attached to it. So they're not by definition at will. It's only for cause. The only people that are at will are policy facing senior executive service employees. So the ones that write the regulations are the ones he made at will.
Oh, the irony. And Rhea over on Rumble gifted 5 subscriptions to America Rising Media. Bless
Thank
your
you.
heart, honey. Thank you so, so much. Thank you for that. Much appreciated. Any other questions on it? Before we move topics, do we have any other questions on this one? I see Sean, are you doing cookies again? What are you doing? Sean's doing
Sean
cookies.
gifted another cookie.
He's a cookie man. 2 more cookies. More GP love and more gold pill love. And another cookie. Thank you, friend. Bless his heart. He's always with us.
Yeah, no kidding. We thought we could get away.
I better. I know that's not happening. Well, okay. So I had Cuba on deck because, Daniel Radcliffe is messing down in there. I have a Jesse Waters clip about it.
I want to see Jesse Waters. Why don't we watch Jesse Waters?
That's what I was thinking because we've been doing article. So let's
It's time for a video break.
Let's do that.
Democrats are ruthless. If they lose, they change the rules until they win again. And the Einstein in charge, the woman who couldn't win Pennsylvania with Beyonce and $1 billion.
Boy, oh boy, does she look rough.
This is a moment where there are no bad ideas, no bad idea brainstorm.
She looks better since she left the White House.
We talk about the idea of Supreme Court reform, which includes expanding the Supreme Court. We've got to neutralize these red states from cheating.
Greenland came knocking with minerals, uranium, and military real estate. Democrats slammed the door. But Puerto Rico and D.C., doors are wide open because those come with 4 free senators. This is who Democrats are. They'll burn it all down to help themselves instead of you.
Puerto Rico
This week's
is more
target,
socialist.
Spencer Pratt, the reality star turned fire victim, who had
Puerto
the man
Rico's
sweating
interesting.
through her pink pantsuit. TMZ caught Pratt staying at a hotel instead of a trailer after the city let his house get barbecued. What a monster. Pratt torched the narrative. Watch.
The campaign ad certainly made it seem that you were living in that trailer. It was a high point of the commercial.
I can't stand these guys.
But you're at the Hotel Bel Air. So
it's
kind of
TMZ.
undo
When did
that
they
for
become
us.
news?
No, to be clear, that is where, excuse me, that is where I live. That's where Karen Bass, Mayor Bass, burned down my house. That is where I will live until I have a new house.
TMZ kept pushing, and Spence let him have it.
Are you saying you live in that trailer?
I don't live anywhere, is what I'm saying. I don't have a house. They burned it down, Harvey. I don't have a house.
But why not say that?
There's nothing there, Harvey. It's dirt lot. I had to have it craned in to the lot.
Yeah.
Democrats are hung up on where Spencer sleeps, but he says, joke's on you. I don't.
For these people that want to focus on where I sleep at night, first off, I don't even sleep. I get 4 hours of sleep because I'm fighting these corrupt freaking politicians all day long.
No one gets a full night's sleep in Karen Bass's LA. Got riots, shootouts,
Except
fire
Karen.
alarms. But the mayor wants to lecture Spencer on safety.
When your messages are so hateful or when you demonize people, then you do provoke people who are unstable and you can jeopardize people's safety.
The person
I can't take her.
Because Pat emptied the reservoirs. A campaign ad's not going to kill anybody. A fire will. Here's
Let's
Pratt
talk to the
describing
homeless you're shooting up,
what it was
bitch.
like coming face to face.
And
with
now they're doing the dogs.
monster under LA's bed.
I could hear her voice and it was like out of a scary movie. So I'm thinking,
Exactly.
this is surreal because, I've never been near a real life monster. And she looks over at me and she goes, "You've done this before." And I go, "A debate?" And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "No, it's my first one." She's like, "Oh, your first one like this?" I'm like, "No, my first debate ever." She's like, "You didn't do them at the university?" I was like, "No, I didn't do debates at the university." She's like, "Oh, wow." And I'm thinking to myself, lady, I'm
In
gonna
other
eat
words,
you alive.
she was giving him a ride.
That was suspicious. So he set a trap.
I saw that she was looking at my notepad.
Yeah.
And so to throw her off, I just start writing my kids' names and my wife's name, my parents' name, just to like confuse her if she's trying to cheat off my notepad.
And we asked Bass for comment, and her office said, quote, nobody's trying to cheat off of Spencer Pratt's notes unless they want to fail. That wouldn't kill her to sneak a peek. The Pratt factor's working. Undecided voters breaking his way. And GOP voters are surging across California. Even Tinseltown switching sides. Avril Lavigne, David Foster, Paris Hilton. And when Brentwood starts writing checks, Pink Pantsuit's got a big problem. So Bass pointed out the F word, and Noodles served it up hot.
We need to
Noodles.
offer an honest response, a response that's rooted in actually solving these problems. Otherwise, people will turn to fascism, to mini Trump, which is who I think Spencer Pratt really represents.
That's a
Why the panic?
compliment.
Well, it's
I
because
think that's a good
campaign
thing.
It's just one big show and tell.
This is Asker Basura's park right here. Look
God.
at this. And that's the encampment where all the fentanyl addicts and dealers just post up next to it. And then that's the park.
Trump said it best. The more effective you are, the harder they come for you. And Pratt just got baptized.
These
Did he
psychopaths
ever?
are messaging me every day. They're going to kill me because Nithya Raman is calling me a fascist because I don't want people to have their kids next to drug addicts at the park.
Pratt's already a political pro. He knows the camera's the campaign, and he's got notes.
I live in that dirt, in my ashes. That's what I fight for. So I love you guys. Keep posting me. Please use better photos. God bless you.
Thanks, Spencer.
So did you catch the recent fraud that came out of Bass's domain?
You know, we laugh
Yes.
about it, and it's fun.
Sorry,
With
it
the-
auto plays. I'm sorry.
That's all right. The fraud about the NGOs benefiting from shooting junkies up.
Yes. Let's go over it real quick, though.
Okay, so she had this brainiac idea.
She's going to
Instead
give
of-
them all new teeth now.
She's got to give them all new teeth now, right? Yes, and that
No,
is
literally,
actually
she
so.
said that today.
She actually said that. So she has this brainiac idea that we're going to take the homeless, give them needles, give them these drugs. They can shoot up, and they're in these stupors and dying all over the place.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing. Well, come to find out that the money that she gave to the problem went to NGOs and never actually to the homeless. So there
Right.
was no housing, a lot of drug addicts, feces all over the place, and somehow people are going to believe in her policies as they step over literal shit and needles on the street to get into their places. So I think Spencer Pratt is a clear win because I think that optic of what Bass has done to the city is a resonating one. And that's why people like Paris Hilton are switching.
Yep. Well, and he's running as an independent, I believe. So it's
Yes.
that's why he can run on the platform of common sense, which it is. I would argue most mega.
When was the last time you
things are
remember an
common sense.
independent actually winning? We've only had like
Never.
2 or 3, right? In our lifetime.
Yeah.
Lieberman is the one I remember the most.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he was really a Democrat, but
A lot of times it's like rebranding. It doesn't mean they changed. It's just
well,
it's
no, it's
rebranding.
a matter of I can't get on the Democrat ticket,
Right.
but I can
So I'll
go as an
over here.
independent, and when I get in, I'll vote Democrat. But I couldn't get on the Democrat ticket because I couldn't get the primary.
It's awful, but they do that all the time.
Mhm.
Braves Piano, thank you for that cookie. He says, I'm shocked they didn't report Spencer as a cannibal since he said, lady, I'm going to eat you alive. Some people are totally Cricketsville when the rumors of cannibalism of the people on the left. Yeah, there's a lot of rumors of that. There totally is. Especially in Hollywood. There's a lot of videos of them making really inappropriate statements.
Not just
Really
inappropriate statements, they're
There's
acting
tweeting about it, and
inappropriately.
they're doing all kinds of
And
stuff.
they're banking on their I just realized I'm still
And they call it
still not
comedy.
showing. But they're banking on their popularity to
Mhm.
sway a voter's opinion. And
Yeah.
the fact that Hollywood is flipping tells you that popularity card has worn out.
Mhm.
And if they're going to keep their own movie revenue, they better get with populism.
Well, I
I
always
don't
thought
think
it
they're
was the
doing it because,
managers.
well,
Managers, the talent, like the handler level.
well, it could be, but the fact of the matter is, it always comes down to dollars in the wallet, right? And if the people are against the policies you're advocating for, you will lose revenue.
Yeah.
That
There's
comes with the
several actors
territory.
that I will never watch a De Niro movie again.
Right, never.
I don't care. I will not watch it.
And one of the reasons why I don't like a lot of popular movies, to be very
Mhm.
honest, the more
There's
modern.
Star Wars. It's
Mhm.
getting really hard to even just watch the original 3
And
at
then
the
all
rate.
the DEI crap.
Oh god.
I just can't.
I can't.
I can't. I don't want
I
to be a
know.
part of it. So everybody in that supply chain is losing money, and the face is losing popularity. That's dangerous
Mhm.
for a Hollywood
Yeah, it is.
when your whole world revolves around my shit don't stink.
Right.
And
And
they're
you're
finding
the
out the
smelliest
opposite,
one of them
right?
all.
Yeah, right.
Belushi's rating us. Welcome
53
in.
people. Good.
That's awesome. Welcome in, Belushi family. It's good to see you, Belushi. It's been a long time since I've talked to him. He's a good guy. Welcome in. All right. This is the CIA win.
Fox News alert. We have all China's friends in a headlock. Their favorite gas stations, Iran and Venezuela, are offline. Now Xi's sitting down with Trump, and he says he wants to fill up the tank.
China's support of Iran. How big a discussion was that today?
We discussed it. I mean, when you say support, they're not fighting a war with us or anything.
No.
He said he's not going to give military equipment. That's a big statement. He said that today. That's a big statement.
Mm-hmm.
Said that strongly. But at the same time, he said, you know, they buy a lot of their oil there, and they'd like to keep doing that. He'd like to see Hormuz Strait opened.
China wants oil, chips, and lower tariffs. So we have a lot of leverage. And Xi said, well, how can I help?
President Xi would like to see a deal made. He would like to see a deal made. And he did offer, he said, if I can be of any help at all, I would like to be of help. Because,
He did say that.
Yeah, he did say that. And look, anybody that buys that much oil has obviously got some kind of a relationship with him. But he said, I would love to be a help. If I can be of any help whatsoever, he'd like to see the Hormuz Strait open. He said, if I could be of any help whatsoever, I would like to help.
We're watching a diplomatic dance. Neither guy can look needy.
He didn't ask
That's
him for
true.
anything. I mean, we're not asking for China's help. We don't need their help. Our position is very clear. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Back at home, the media still thinks the gay Ayatollah is winning. The New York Times, Washington Post say Iran still has most of its missiles. Now, these could be deep state
I can't
leaks,
believe they
worst
say
case
this.
scenario, trying to
It's
get
amazing,
Trump
isn't
back
it?
in the war for money and regime change. But our military's top brass said today it's not accurate. We destroyed Iran in record time.
The numbers that I've seen in open source are not accurate. I think what also is not taken into consideration, it's more than just the numbers. It's the command and control that's been shattered. In less than 40 days, CENTCOM forces achieved our military objectives. Most notably, we degraded Iran's ability to project power outside its borders and threaten the region and threaten our interests.
They mostly have drones left, and we figured out how to shoot them down for cheap.
So those days of using high-value defenses to shoot down cheap
drones.
targets are behind us.
Mm-hmm.
Quite the contrary.
Let me
What
talk
we
about
have been
that.
doing lately
Okay,
is using
hang on.
our own low-cost one-way attack drones.
I was double checking. I have a story from just the news on Radcliffe. Go for it.
Okay, so remember the issue a couple of years ago
Mhm.
with the drone issue over Bedminster?
Yeah,
And they
yeah,
put
yeah.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
Trump kept saying the military has the answer. They need to answer it. And of
Yes.
course, we've got these asshats like Massey in Congress saying the Iranian mothership is, docked off the
Mm.
coast of New York City. That wasn't true.
That was
What
not
it was is in the
true.
NDAA, the military was tasked with testing technology that would disable these drones in a populated area without harming the population.
Oh, that's a hell of
Yes.
a risk.
But they did. They tested it. They first tested it over the base. They used Bedminster, which is a limited population, and then
Yeah.
they expanded it out as they were testing this. Right after, and they had a TRO over Bedminster for like 2 months to do that. Soon after that, in the beginning of 25, they actually tested it in Germany as well. So we're not shooting down the drones, we're disabling their ability to fly. And that testing happened in 24 and 25. And I've got, I mean, somewhere I've got the actual article from the military talking about that technology.
Awesome.
And the NDAA that showed where that was mandated.
Okay.
So that's why I wanted to say that, because we're not actually using them for target practice. What we're doing
Right.
is
That would be
we're
crazy.
rendering them inoperable. Now, the interoperability means that we're rendering them under our control so we can bring them to the ground
That
without
was my
harming
next
anybody.
question.
But that's the technology they were testing.
So it's kind of like hacking and remoting
Yes.
would be simplifying that.
Yes.
So they can
We're
remote
getting
land.
into the drone system. They can't control it. We now do, and we render it inoperable. So, and if you've listened carefully to the briefings, we've been repurposing many of those drones to go after them. Remember? Now you know. So we're not only bringing them out of the air and out of the Iranian control, but we're turning around and saying, "Now take it back." Choo. And we're going after them using their own drones to go after their assets.
Fucking brilliant.
Can you think of anything more brilliant? I
No,
can't.
it's kind of like a movie script. It's so
Right.
brilliant. It's like watching a Jack Ryan series or something.
Right,
It
exactly.
really is. That is awesome.
Anyway, that's why I wanted to do that. Yes, General Buford, Club K is a very interesting story too, but that's not this. I can explain that one too, but do you know what Club K is?
I don't remember. I've heard the term, but I
Club
can't.
K is a nuclear system that
Okay.
fits into a tractor trailer. So I'm going to take you back to 2020.
I learned about that in 2020. Yeah, because
Yes.
that was the whole thing that they were worried about embeds and because they can move
Okay,
them
so
around.
let me take you a step further,
Okay,
because
go.
the actual truth about them came out 2014-ish. Okay, so
Okay.
I've known about them for a long time. In 2020, something interesting happened. Remember the hurricane that hit the coast, and they called it Sharpie Gate, where Trump had that big picture and he had a bullseye. Remember? And they're saying, but the hurricane's not slated to go over the Atlanta port. Okay. When you dig in, the company in Florida that ran these systems, they moved to the Atlanta port. And how they got protection, the port captain from Cape Canaveral also moved to the Atlanta port. The bullseye was on them. I got slides for that too, by the way.
I bet you do. Okay, that's really interesting. Go a little more detail on that.
So like I said, the Club K system is a system you can bring in on a container, on a ship, attach it to a tractor trailer, take it anywhere internally into the country that a road will go.
Right.
So you literally lose control of where these assets go.
Yeah.
And they're very dangerous for the local communities that they land in, right?
Oh, yes.
So the company, and I trying to remember the company, it begins with a C. They were in Cape Canaveral. They had actually gotten legal rights to control, I think, 2 ports in Cape Canaveral, down in that port. And they moved operations up to the Atlanta port.
So this company was sneaking in these? Okay. I just want to clarify.
That's how we found out about them. So when they moved to the Atlanta port, it just happened to coincide with a hurricane. And so Trump does this big poster from the Oval Office. I don't know if you remember it. And he had a great big old Sharpie circle
Mm-hmm.
And the media went after him. They eviscerated him, saying the hurricane isn't slated to go there. But when you look in deeper, dead center of the Sharpie Gate circle is that port. And there's more to the story because one of the congressmen figured it out. They arrested him, putting him and his wife on house arrest. Trump eventually pardoned him.
Who put him on? Who put him on house arrest?
Because he spoke up too much. Okay, I'd have to go find my slides. I should have done that before I talked. But he spoke too much. He pointed out that there was a risk at the Atlanta port, namely with this port captain now coming in that would shield this company, just like he had been doing down in Florida. And so he spoke out about it. And next thing you know, they came up with bogus charges about campaign finance that weren't true, put he and his wife on house arrest.
The deep state did.
Yes.
Okay.
And then Trump, before he left office, pardoned him.
Okay. And what happened to the port and the company and all that?
I don't know. I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Interesting.
That was our first insight that the Club K story was a real story.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that was interesting.
Yeah,
Anything
isn't it
else?
fun? No.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to talk about the drones, because we actually
That was great. I did
actually
not
used
worry about the
them.
drones. I did not realize. I suspected that's what they were doing, that they were testing and doing something. They were running a military op.
Yes,
You know?
it was. It was
I just-
definitely a military operation. And it was something because, of course, you've got all this asshattery going on all around the place. And the story, Trump kept saying the military knows what's going on. He kept saying it.
Yeah. And he's like, I don't know why they don't tell
But they did.
people.
They did. The
Yeah,
media
Trump
wouldn't.
did.
The media wouldn't amplify it. I've got the articles. I've got all of the story.
Okay.
And I've got the NDAA that mandated that they test the system. And it was required that it be a joint military FAA operation.
Okay. All right. Come on.
Attacking Iran, making them use higher and more expensive weapons.
The regime's getting desperate. Kuwait says they arrested 4 guard guys who tried to sneak into their country. And they're still causing trouble in the Strait. The Brits said one of their ships was seized. And an Indian vessel carrying goats reportedly sank after getting hit with a drone.
Oh, no.
But traffic's actually up. Cargo ships are turning off their radar to sail through dark.
They've been
At
doing
least
that for a while,
18
by the way.
ships made it out
Yeah.
this week. Some from Japan, some from India, and our wall of steel's holding strong. 70 cargo ships were turned around. 90% of Iran's sea mines destroyed. And their mosquitoes, they're getting swatted.
Capability have been significantly degraded. If I just use my own professional experience, in 100 transits through the Strait of Hormuz, you would typically see 20 to 40 fast boats, and lately we've seen 2 or 3.
They went from swarming the strait to hiding in the shadows. Now the Iranians are choking on their own oil.
Karg Island. We've seen that there have been no loadings in the past 3 days. We believe their storage is full. None of the ships are getting out. None are coming in, so they're not able to store oil on the water. So they're going to start shutting down their production. I think that they are on their last legs, and the blockade, President Trump's blockade, has been a resounding success.
Cuba could be next. They just said they ran out of oil. The country's experiencing blackouts. And today, our CIA director's in Havana holding a secret meeting. He told them we're going to be open to working together, but they need to change. If Venezuela can get it together, so can Cuba. Just remember, Havana's just a short flight from Palm Beach.
Oh, I love how he said that.
It is. This is the Just the News article. I don't think there's anything additional. Yeah, they're saying the island nation also said its officials emphasized that there are no legitimate reasons to include Cuba on the U.S. list of state sponsors of terrorism. So they're fighting that, but yeah, they're not in a good position. As far as I can tell, they don't really have any cards
Right. They don't.
You know, I mean, they did that to themselves. They ran a dictatorship and ran their economy into the ground.
So I sent you that slide I was telling you about
Oh.
Club K. It's in your private DMs.
Oh, thank you. Hang on. Oh, NPC show is rating us. We're getting all the fun raids.
That's
all right, let me jump.
Cool.
Well, welcome in, NPC show family. So good to see you guys. Okay, what do you want me to pull up first? I see a
That
video
bottom one,
and I see slides.
if you look at that bottom one, that's the slide I was telling you about with the.
This is Julie Kelly.
No. The bottom slide. Keep going. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look, you remember that?
Yes.
By the
now
way,
I do. Now that I see the picture.
Okay, so one of the things to keep in mind is when NARA was going after all of Trump's documents at Mar-a-Lago,
Yeah.
this was on the list. They wanted this map. That's why I gave you the Julie Kelly piece. They wanted this map, like this proved something, like somehow this was top secret.
Oh my God.
But look at the circle on the map. That's the Atlanta port. So you're coming from down by Cape Canaveral.
Yeah.
Rick Clark was the port captain down in Florida. He was then moved to Atlanta. So that's where this comes in, because you've cut this poor guy down in the bottom. This was Duncan Hunter. Do you remember him? Congressman Hunter. He called it out. And he then got arrested on a bogus claim to shut him up. Trump pardoned him right before he left office, early December 2020.
Project Pelican.
Right. Project Pelican is what allowed Gulf Tainer, Canaveral Gulf Tainer, to have those ports. That happened under the Obama administration.
Owned by two Iraqi brothers.
Right.
Just to make it even better.
Right.
Who was a lead nuclear physicist for a former dictator, the Saddam Hussein top secret weapons program. What a lovely resume.
So the reason why I put something that will shock the conscience, this is an old, obviously you can see it's an old slide, an old decode. One of my other decodes that I didn't have AI for. But by the way, Darien means a gift. The word Darien, and it was Dorian rather.
Okay.
Okay, so something that was shocked to conscience. I don't know if you recall Sarah Carter saying that she was made aware of some information that would shock the conscience. This is one of those.
At the same time, or is this more recent?
I want to say it was 2019, 2020. It was the same time as all this. So, and that's why I bring this up, because it literally moved the Club K system into the interior of the United States.
I mean, I remember this story. I remember other podcasters at the time talking about it, and I was so new, you know, at that point I was just absorbing as much information and going down every rabbit hole, and I didn't have the discernment, but I do really remember this, and then it just kind of fizzled out.
Well, the original story came out. It's a huge investigation project that Mary Fanning did back in 2012, 14.
Okay.
So she's been talking about it for quite a while, because it actually started up, as you know, 2014 is when they awarded that 35-year lease. She got very vocal at that point. She has a whole website stood up for it.
Okay.
And so like I said, I've known about this for a very long time. And when I saw that map, and of course the media went batshit crazy.
And
because
the
hurricane
target.
Well, because the hurricane wasn't even supposed to go over Atlanta. And yet he had it on his map. And they eviscerated him. But when you scroll in, when you zoom in, where that is, where the bullseye is, it's right there at the port in Atlanta, which is what you see there in the upper center. That's the port. So I knew what Trump was going after. I knew what he was doing. I knew what Duncan Hunter was doing. They were very vocal. I knew it had to do with Project Pelican. And all it took was a couple of minutes to look and see that the port captain from Cape Canaveral moved to Atlanta. And that's what Duncan Hunter was really upset about, because he looked the other way for these Iraqi brothers in Canaveral. He was going to do it again in Atlanta.
Jeez.
So I'm also going to point out another thing. During the Biden administration, especially the first year, remember the supply chain was all jacked up? And we had all these ships off the coast.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what came out was that every ship was being surveyed for this.
I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
I remember they were really looking.
Right.
And everybody was tracking ships. And then we had the
Mhm.
whole container ship thing with Strait of Hormuz.
Mhm.
Then there was everybody looking at the evergreen containers and
Mhm.
all that stuff.
I don't
That
think
was
it's evergreen per se, but yeah.
Mhm.
But they started, that's why we had such an issue with supply chain in
Right.
21 and 22.
Right.
Was because every ship, before it could come into port, and they were all sitting out in the ocean waiting to be called in one by one by one, and every ship was reviewed for this. So for all of those, you know, we
Were
can
they
have all the
saying it was
narratives we
COVID
want,
or
but
quarantine, or like what was the narrative they were putting out?
the narrative was Biden screwed up.
Okay. Well, I
This
mean, mainstream media
and of
never
course,
says
under
that.
the Biden administration, it was because Trump created the COVID supply
There we go.
shock,
That's what
right?
I remember it being,
And
the
then on the
COVID.
right, Biden screwed up. I mean, so the narrative was always a political narrative, but the
Right.
reality was it was a national security one.
Gotcha. Okay. Sean gifted us a cookie. Thank you, honey. He said, does that, so he's referring to Cuba and the statement I read about them trying to get themselves off of being connected to state-sponsored terrorism. So does that make Jay Paul's efforts not treasonous? I said that earlier this week. I showed her clip of talking about, you know, in her time in Cuba and when she went there to negotiate with
You and
them
I
and
talked
everything.
about it.
Yeah, and then we talked about that atrocious dress she was wearing.
No, that it was
Could
pretty
not
pathetic.
ignore
But
a
let's go
god-awful thing.
backwards. Remember, it was the Vatican worked with Cuba to release 51 political prisoners there.
Right.
Remember?
Mhm.
Then Rubio went in right afterwards and started negotiating with Cuba. I don't know when Jayapal went to Cuba.
That's true.
She doesn't say exactly when,
Yeah.
before or after. If it was
It could have
before,
been
it's
last year.
treasonous. It could have been whenever. But if it was before, it's treasonous. If not, you know, she's okay, because we're obviously working out something diplomatically.
I bet it was before.
I don't know. I wish I
Yeah.
could figure out when that was. I didn't find out.
I don't know. I'm just going to start working through some of the stories that we talked about. So we
Mhm.
have FBI offers $200,000 reward for ex-US agent
Look at the
charged with
date.
espionage.
Look at the date she disappeared.
All right, let me go down here.
It's in there. They're now offering the reward. She's been gone a while.
She's been gone a long time, though. She's been
Yeah.
gone like 10, 12 years, something
Yeah,
like that.
I mean, talk about
Really long time.
we're talking about since Obama.
Yeah.
But we can put a service member in prison for taking a photo of himself inside of a submarine.
Right. Which is absurd.
But obvious espionage, we just say, and walk away
Well,
from
you
it.
know, but it also caught it's connected to Iran. And this would have, excuse me, under Obama.
And she
you
was
know.
an intel person, remember?
Right. So it kind of makes you wonder. I don't know about the timing of the pallets of cash and crap, but geez. So she's 47 now, it looks like.
The timing of the pallets, I think she left before that.
Did
Pallets
she?
of cash are 2015.
Okay.
2015
Yeah,
and
'cause
16.
I want to say this was 2012.
There was one check left, an infamous picture of Trump holding
Mhm.
it as he, you know, he was going to tear it up, but they tried to get his signature on it or whatever.
Of course they did.
The day he took office in 2017.
She's not looking too good anymore if the photos are recent.
No, that's what I sent to you. My God, she's not aging gracefully.
No, she is not. Apparently life on the run is not kind.
Yeah, look
So
at
this
that.
was her at the time, in her
No, the
uniform.
one on the right is her in the military. The one
Right.
on the left is her when she disappeared. The one
Right.
in
And
the middle is supposedly her now. She
yeah,
looks rough.
she looks like a man.
Yeah, she looks rough.
Yeah, she looks like a man now.
Think she figured out that the mullahs weren't exactly her friends?
I think not. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
They're not anyone's friends, particularly a female's.
Right.
Like that's a double dose of what could you have possibly have been thinking, lady.
And I keep saying to myself, I'm not aging gracefully, but damn.
I know, right?
That one's
Holy
bad.
crap. She is rough as hell. Can everybody take a second and hit the thumbs up and the red pill for us? We would really appreciate it so much, you guys. Appreciate y'all spending your evening hanging out with us as we hammer through this. And Sean's having another cookie fight. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4 cookies from Sean and on. 5, 6. 6 cookies. And then Mickey with a cookie. Hi, Mary and Feisty. Thank you for all your work. Much love and peace. Thank you, honey.
Thank
Good
you.
to see you, Mickey. All right. Just scrolling through the chat. I'm always paranoid I'm missing. Conservative Chris with a cookie. With it being treasonous if she went before, the fact that she's never been specific on when she went implies that she did before, hence avoiding self-incrimination. Good
It could very
observation.
well, it's a good point. We don't
That's a
know
very
though.
keen. Yeah.
Honestly, do not know when she did that. So, and I thought it that needs to be said because, I think treason is a serious crime already.
Yes,
But
it's not a term
it's something I
throw.
would allow the courts to figure out, not me.
Right. I try to be careful throwing the term around because of
Same here.
the serious ramification. And I'm not always sure what, like, to me, it's treasonous, but I don't know all of the specific charges and the other options. It could be a lesser grade charge.
It also gets down to what was she doing there?
Right. Right.
We just
What
don't have
were you
enough
doing?
information. Her talking about going to Cuba doesn't give me enough information.
Well, and I mean, I'm still disgusted with the Democratic Socialists and, leftist podcasters that went down there recently.
Yeah.
I'm still very sick of that.
We see they can now though. If we're doing something diplomatically, and Trump has said Cuba's going to fall soon. He
Yeah,
also, I'm
it
going to
will.
remind people, he said that in 2020 that Cuba would come to the table as far as the Abraham Accords.
Okay.
So this plan has been there for a while. But if we've got something going on and we're starting bilateral trade of some kind, which we don't know about, I don't know that it's true or not true. Logic tells you that we're beyond. If the Vatican could get 51 political prisoners released, Cuba's ready to make a deal. And then Rubio heading there to actually begin negotiations is a big tell.
Yeah. Yeah. We're definitely going to be seeing
Now,
movement.
for what it's worth, Cuba was not in a position not to make a deal.
No, especially after we took Venezuela.
We took away their revenue from the security services that they were providing the Maduro regime, and we took away all that oil. So Trump allowed a tanker of oil in from Russia. I don't know if there's been more since then, but
He
so
felt
we're
sorry
not
for the
letting the
population.
country completely,
Yeah.
tip over, as Hank says.
But it's rough, man. General Buford, thank you for those 2 cookies. Much love, friend. Thank you. This is one that I saw today, and it's from the DOJ site. So the owner of a healthcare software company convicted of $1 billion Medicare fraud conspiracy with a B.
So where do you think that number ends up? Where does it land?
I don't know. I mean, how much can you claw back? And I'm not always clear how, I mean, some of it they're going to claw back. Some of it'll be assets.
I don't think we'll ever see some of it.
No. And then.
But my point is, Elon Musk said back in the middle of 2025 that he believed it was north of 2 trillion.
I think it's much higher. And with
He
the numbers
also
you
said
showed
he
me,
can't say much more, they'd kill him.
right. And they will.
And I do
They'll
think
find a way.
I think 2 trillion is a nice starting point.
Yeah, yeah. That's like your first
Yeah,
cup of
see,
coffee in
Duffy
the
got
morning.
it. Duffy got it. Remember when Hank
Duffy always
Johnson said
gets
that?
it.
No, when he didn't
The
want to
tipping.
send he didn't
Juan
want to
is
send the
tipping.
Marines to Guam because he was afraid it was going
He'll
to tip
tip.
over. I put that thing on repeat when he said it on. I played it
He
over,
is such a
laughed my
doofus.
ass off each time.
God, when you think about a brain dead person that they just wanted a puppet, the representative
Right.
of Guam is one of them that comes to mind.
Right.
That and Crazy Maisie.
Oh God, she's
God,
nuts.
she's dumb. She's just dumb. Oh, it's painful. So the Department of Justice crushed one of the most egregious fraud schemes, in Florida history. This is acting attorney General Todd Blanche. This illegitimate operation stole more than $1 billion from American taxpayers, including hundreds of thousands of Medicare beneficiaries. This was cold, calculated, industrial scale theft, targeting the sick, elderly, coercing vulnerable people into buying unnecessary medical equipment. And we will not rest until every fraudster is ripped out of the American people, ripping off the American. I cannot read. Maybe it's like after midnight. Like I have more trouble. I don't know.
You're getting to your bewitching hour. Last time we did this together, it was 1:30. That was it. You were
1:30.
done.
I was, and I had a rough time in the morning. But the show was still good, and I love doing it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love
enjoy
doing this. I wouldn't
And I
change
still
it.
got to do a little bit of a dig. So
I love it. Oh yeah, we had a good time with that one.
Yeah.
Next time, maybe we'll do another dig. We'll see. How's your shoulder doing? Are you doing better?
Oh, it's so much better. Yeah.
Good.
I've been using
Good,
the
good.
mugwort patches.
Oh,
They really do.
nice.
Now, they haven't been helping my husband. He's got a knot in his back. But
Mugwort.
my
I need
shoulder, I
to get that.
still can't lift it up very
Mhm.
high, but I can move it back and forth without a problem.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's still a little sore, but it's only been a week. So
Hey, shout out mugwort patches. I'll have to order some of that because my husband's been having a lot of trouble with his back.
I found them on Amazon, has them for $48.
Okay.
Emu has the exact same ones. They're Chinese
Mm.
for $12.
Of course they do.
Just going to point that out.
Thank you for the tip. Okay. Andy Ogles introduces Assimilation Act to crack down on immigration.
It's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, it's a nice thought, though.
It is a nice thought.
Yeah.
It is a nice thought, but you need in my opinion, birthright citizenship, and that's the reason why it got introduced.
Yeah.
Trump's executive order is not going to succeed on the merits.
No, they're going to do a carve out. Yeah.
I think there's going to be a carve out for birth tourism.
Yeah.
But naturalized or birthright citizenship will survive.
And it shouldn't. I mean, if you're here illegally, your child shouldn't be legal.
Right.
It's absurd.
It is absurd.
It's absolutely absurd. I can't comprehend I mean, I get that we have all these people here and how do we unwind that? But at the same token, you can't just perpetuate it. You can't just let it keep going. So I don't know. I hate that.
I think you need a better avenue than an executive order, because I think that's what the judiciary, the SCOTUS, their consternation wasn't over birthright citizenship. It was over the authority of the president to strike it down.
So it would have to go through Congress.
Considering it's even if it's an abused part of our Constitution, it has to go through a congressional process to put clarity around it. And that was their big issue.
Okay. That's a good distinction. So we're probably a few years.
Yeah, I don't know how long it will take, but
Yeah.
I do think it's worth it to.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I found interesting for that, because we've been talking about birthright citizenship every couple of years for 2 decades.
Yes.
Up on the Library of Congress, they used to have the congressional hearing where they debated birthright citizenship. I had to go back into my notes to find it. I've got it, and I've posted it in my chat room, but it was never to be extended the way it is now,
Mm-mm.
ever. So,
Mm-mm.
but the issue again became Trump's executive order, not anything else. So they don't believe, and that was pretty routine through the justices. They don't think Trump has the executive authority to issue an executive
Mm.
order on something that's belongs in the Senate, properly belongs in the Senate.
That's a good point.
hmm
Well, okay. So Ogles posted on X, this bill will end the H-1B scam, ensure migrants never become a public charge, and make America look like America again. FYI, net immigration immediately decreases by 85% under this bill.
But nobody's coming over the border illegally.
Right?
Do you see where the disconnect comes in? And that's obviously
Yeah.
campaigning, right?
How's he? So I did not read the bill, but I'm not quite clear how it ends the H-1B. Are we just ending
Well, there
H-1B?
no.
Yeah, because you can't.
You just got word that the visa program's been dicked with. Okay.
Quite a bit.
And I think that's more what it's about. And H-1B, not so much, but the student visas, especially, there's over 10,000 ghost students.
Yes.
So, but the visa program writ large
Mhm.
is so riddled with fraud. It isn't funny.
Yes.
So the entire visa program, regardless of which visa you're looking at, needs to be reviewed.
Okay.
I'm going to be real honest with you. I take offense. I know I'm going to sound pretty bold here, but I take offense to a Congress rat that tries to play me for stupid, thinking his bill's going to fix that problem when it doesn't. To me, it's obvious pandering.
Okay.
But
All
that's
right.
me. Everybody can have the opinion they want, but that's obvious pandering. He's not going to get that's going nowhere. Now, let me also point out that a bill gets introduced if it's not passed by the end of the legislative calendar, it's considered dead. So when a bill comes in and immediately goes to a committee, that's where bills go to die.
Right.
And if they don't come out by June-ish, they're not going to go anywhere. In fact, before June, I would even say if they don't come out of committee by May, they will die in committee.
Yeah.
Why? Because come August, you got a whole Congress that goes on vacation, summer vacation. No shit's going to happen. When they come back in September, it's budget everything, right?
Yeah, and
You
because
got to
they
get a
put it
budget
off.
passed before October 1st, which they're
Mhm.
generally late and we get a shutdown. But then you go into holiday brain mode, right?
Mhm.
Nobody's doing any work in November, December.
Yeah.
So if
Just
anybody thinks these
regular little
bills,
people.
right?
Not Congress, but the rest
Well,
of us
yeah.
do.
But if anybody thinks a bill that gets introduced this late in the year goes anywhere, just watch. Remember what makes a bill. Remember the song when you were a kid? Just a bill.
No, I don't. Maybe they didn't teach it in my school.
Oh my God, I thought everybody had to listen to that song and recite it. I'm only a bill. I'm just a bill. And it's a little bill that walks through the
Sounds kind of
process.
that sounds kind of familiar, actually. It's just been too
It's
long
up
that
on
I care to
YouTube. You can
admit.
go listen to it. It's a kid's song.
Okay.
But I'm serious. A bill that
Mhm.
comes in this late in this game gets
It's not
referred to
gonna
committee,
yeah, it's
and that's the last
campaigning.
you'll hear of it. The only thing they can do is in the next session, they would have to reintroduce it, and usually with a new number.
Hmm. Well, LA City Council
I just
member.
got a mess. I'm sorry.
No,
Ash, you're killing me.
what's she done now?
She says, I heard you mention your shoulder and not Kevin's back. Oh my God, I love
You
you,
know they're
Mary.
making stickers. You know there's not Kevin stickers now.
Yeah, I saw
They're
one of them.
they're starting the trend. So he's gonna have his own sticker collection pretty
He's
soon.
not even a known entity, right?
Hey, he is now.
I can't wait to tell him about this tomorrow.
Mickey, thank you for that cookie. Schoolhouse Rock.
That's
There you
it.
go.
That's the name of it. I couldn't think
That's
of the
it.
name.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
hon.
Mickey.
Much appreciated.
What a great chat.
She is. I love all of the chat. I really do. I love our fam. Okay, LA City Council member allocates $1 million in taxpayer funds for families of illegal immigrants arrested by ICE. Yeah, I'm
She
gonna be
herself
mean.
looks like she needs to be deported.
She does. She also reminds me of what was the one from Return of the Jedi, the giant worm, Jabba,
Jabba the
not
Hutt. Yeah.
Jabba the Hutt. That's what she looks like. It's Jabba the Hutt.
As soon as you said that, Return of the Jedi, I went, oh.
You can't unsee it, right?
No.
It's
Yeah,
so mean
that.
of me.
No,
But it's
I
not
can't.
wrong.
Oh my God. Now you got to get off of this because I can't stop
I can't.
staring at
Okay,
it
I'll
now.
scroll.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Thank you, Marissa. She's got to give us Java now because that's exactly.
Stop that. It really does. Like you can't unsee that. I'm serious. The
No,
nose
that
and
is so-
everything. Like it's the
Right down to the extra rolls.
lots of rolls.
Oh my God. And now, and Duppy too. And you guys, you're going to keep the visual going so that we're not able to roll past it. Oh my God.
And the stickers will not stop now.
No, they won't.
They will not stop.
But you're spot on.
It's a Jabba situation.
We should call her Jabba. Yeah.
Jabba. That's the new nickname. You know, Jabba will be easier for me than pronouncing her actual name. I can get Hernandez, but I'm Eunices. Maybe
I have
don't know.
no idea what.
We're just gonna call her Jabba. Announced that her office Eunices. Yeah.
Eunice.
Eunice. Oh, that was a character from Mom's
Jabba.
Family.
It spells Jabba if you look at it right.
Yeah, it does. I can totally make that out. So, Community Defense Network to respond to immigration customs. This is absurd. $1 million. They're already broke. It's LA. Like I mean, I don't know if they're actually broke. It just seems like they're broke. I mean, they can't even put out fires. They can't manage anything. They're a mess. Because, you know, you elected one of the Weather Underground. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm going to make this comment.
Okay.
Are we seriously down to where we're not going to exploit all the money? We're down to $1 million, which feels like chump change compared to what they've been doing.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to the train to nowhere and the however billion.
Are we seriously at $1 million level? Does this mean we're coming down below that?
I don't know. Shall we see what Jabba has to say about it?
Yeah, I kind of don't know if I can watch her now.
Same shape and shoulders
I'm gonna see how many of her rolls shake as she talks.
Oh my God, this is gonna be epic.
I was one of the co-authors of the Sanctuary City Ordinance.
Oh my God.
And you know, people are pissed in the beginning because they're like, "Where's Sanctuary City? Why are they still here?" And we had to explain that, you know, it doesn't put a wall between us and the federal government. I've invested $500,000 in rental assistance because of a lot of our folks that were kidnapped were the breadwinners for their family, were our vendors. And so we don't want to see more people fall into the eviction to homelessness pipeline. So we're helping pay back rent. $400,000 in food assistance. My district was already one, but we were giving out 2,000 bags of food every month. We've had to increase that to 4,000 bags of food every month.
Talk about the
a
food
lot
again.
Of people are hungry for a political home and a place to organize, a place to get informed.
Oh my God.
And I think DSA is one of those places that we need, that is that place for a lot of us.
DSA,
but
of course.
I think we have to start employing more tactics to make that table bigger and more accessible.
Bigger table, Feisty. More food on the big table.
People were already in the eviction to homelessness pipeline under neoliberalism, under Democrats that we have right now.
She obviously needs more food.
But time and time again, we saw LAPD doing things that looked like they were enabling federal immigration enforcement. The first 3 weeks of the raids, we were literally battling to prevent martial law from taking over the city. And I don't think people understood the gravity of things they were setting up traps for us to try to engage, to have them bring the National Guard to declare martial law. That, you know, people protesting, they were expressing themselves, right, using their First Amendment rights. And what we saw was LAPD did everything in their power to suppress that. Because of the way the city constitution is written, I can't tell LAPD what policies to draft or how to implement. You know, we have organizations like Chidlan Carecen who have been doing this work for decades. They have set up, and Unión del Barrio have set up some phenomenal rapid response networks. Me and my team have built up a community defense network to work with that network. So we've trained hundreds of people in partnership with an organization called Con Mi Gente, to train people up on how to respond to federal immigration raids. All our day labor centers, it's our tenant unions, DSA working together in a lot of these situations. So I would just say that we're trying to fill the gaps and trying to hold the city departments accountable to what could look like enabling federal immigration enforcement.
I'm
DSA
speechless.
of America. There you go.
I'm speechless that
She
I
needs a
shouldn't
bigger
be
table.
surprised. Yeah. So I dropped you a video of Jabba the Hutt because I think she even sounds like him.
And can I just comment, if you are Jabba the Hutt, you should not wear small print shirts.
No.
It is not helpful. Okay.
No, no, it makes you look even bigger and bigger.
It looks worse. It ends up,
Not
and
only
then
that,
as you
on
move,
camera with small print, it glitters.
it moves. It's bad. Like
Right.
it's the bigger the target, the smaller the print. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. I feel like nobody told her, and somebody should have told her.
Well, she may have been told. She doesn't look like she's capable of comprehending.
Yeah. Yeah, carbs are not her friend.
No.
No. I think she probably has an unhealthy
But I would like to
relationship.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I really, really would like to thank you. As I sit here with an ever-growing, I'm let's just say my challenges, both height and width, are
I
starting
just
to
opened
match.
the video you did.
But she makes me feel so much better about myself.
Right? Like even when I was 60 pounds heavier, like I still was apparently like a super.
I'll keep what I got.
Right?
Because
I at least knew not to wear small print. I knew how to, dress more like
dress without calling attention to it, right?
I can't believe she went on
And I know
camera with
that was
that
really
shirt
bad.
to make it
We
worse.
shouldn't be belittling somebody like that. We should be ashamed of ourselves. Not.
You know what? She's a communist. I don't care.
Yeah, well, this is true.
She wants
no
to burn down our country. Once she said DSA, I didn't have any problem with what I said.
But I also have to make a comment. I'm going to make this obvious. Have you noticed who tends to be wearing the DSA stripe?
The homely?
What would typically be social outcasts, yes.
Yeah. Well,
the heavy, the homely, people that
the-
don't seem to have a real good
the
handle
ones
on
that
their
are
social
caught up in
life, right?
Yeah, the queer Marxists, anarchists, that is absolutely.
Look at all these Jabba pictures.
And let us, and my favorite Jabba of all time was the one from Spaceballs. Shout out to Spaceballs.
Yes.
So this is from when they went back and they did the computer graphics so they could make his tail, because they didn't have because it was a puppet before. I feel like it was four guys running the puppet in the original.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a neat story.
Right here, Jabba. Been waiting for you.
DSA.
You didn't think I was gonna run, did you?
I love Jacobin.
Look, Jabba, next time you want to talk to me, come see me yourself. Don't send one of these twerps.
You know, I maybe Conserva Chris can put that shirt on this clip, like, or at least an image of it, because that would just crack me up.
That would just crack me up. Put her shirt on there.
Right? If he can just take that shirt,
that I
and
would
put
be
it
undone with that one. Okay.
We had such a good laugh at that one. Let me see. I think we had some gold pills slid in. It's Conserva Chris. Hello, friend. With a cookie, here's an idea. Okay, this was about the Andy Ogles thing. How about anytime Congress shuts the government down, they forfeit all of the holiday time? Oh, yeah, because they did just finally, the Senate agreed to not get paid if the government's not getting paid. I would like their whole staff to not get paid.
Yeah, I think
I would like
should.
all of the staff.
Considering most of the reason why Congress is so obstructionist is because of the embedded staffers.
Yup, I would like them to not get paid. Let's see. So they forfeit no summers off and only one day of a national holiday, not weeks, weekends, all of it. Yes. I agree with that.
Okay. Let me add. I want to add which national holiday.
Oh, okay.
They must celebrate Veterans Day. Not Indigenous people garbage.
Yeah.
They must celebrate Veterans Day. And if we give them two, they must celebrate Columbus Day.
Or George Washington.
Or George Washington. The president.
That would irritate the crap out of them too.
Yes, because you can't have George Washington.
No. Let's see.
I vote for it. It's not the usual holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter. I'm talking about the ones that they have spent the last 70 years trying to get out of the calendar.
Yeah.
Anything that identifies the American identity. They must, those are and you know what they got to do? They got to celebrate it in the well of Congress, reading a specific writing about that holiday. I could go on.
I would love that.
We'll put them in remedial class. How's that? Remember how you had to stay after school for study hall as a punishment? Not that I've ever been told to stay after school, but we had to write and read, remember? And I would like the camera in the well of Congress focused on them as they went through
Make
their
sure
learning.
they're doing it publicly.
We need to make sure
out there.
that they're actually doing what the remedial work we're requiring.
I agree.
I can continue.
Conserva Chris with another cookie. Never feel bad about commies, especially when you ladies are going 4 hours strong while still speaking casually. She was probably speaking for 40 minutes and seemed to be winding down.
And out of breath.
She was. Jabba's not known for cardio,
Well, no.
No. Jiggling fat rolls is actually
she looks
painful.
like Jabba.
She really does.
She really looks like
She
Jabba.
really does. I mean, you can't unsee it. You really can't.
You've done me in. I'm just going to say now. Thank you, Mary. Look what you've done, Mary.
Well, if I can get my other screen to pull up, I've got video clips for us.
Uh-oh.
Let's see.
Kung Fu, yay! Kung Fu, yay! Feel the power of YMCA!
I throw it in for fun.
Feel the power! Kung Fu and G! YMCA! YMCA!
Just for fun. What I was actually getting to.
Administration and the state government could do today to begin working with you on this issue.
Yeah, so I'll give you two the question was, what could the local administration, the state administration do to help work with us on this issue? I'll give you two very concrete examples. So first of all, one of the biggest problems that we have in Medicaid fraud is, again, because these programs are state administered, the states have to actually empower their anti-fraud people to look into what's going on. So we have what's called every 50 state, or all 50 states should have what's called an MFCU, a Medicare fraud control unit. And we need the local governor to just empower that Medicare fraud control unit to look at the fraud, to prosecute it. And then, of course, they can ask the federal government if they reach a case that's so big they need a little help. We would be happy to help them. We just need the local governor to work with us a little bit better. Exactly. And unfortunately, I just don't get the sense, having talked to her, my people have talked to her, I don't get the sense that the local, that the state governor here is particularly interested in working on this problem. But I'll give you another example. So we know one of the biggest drivers of fraudulent federal benefits is SNAP. It's the food stamps program. Okay. So again, this is a program which actually has even less federal oversight, as shocking as that is, even less federal oversight than the state Medicaid program. So here's how food stamps works. Every month or every couple of weeks, the state of Maine, the state of California, all 50 states, I'm not joking about this, will submit a bill to the federal government and say, this is how much we spent on food stamps. There's no verification of a single person. There's no confirmation.
Do you know why?
That let's say a person was on food stamps and passed away, that person has stopped receiving benefits. There's no confirmation that you don't have
Department
a
of Agriculture. They weren't set up to do this.
So I always laugh a little bit when I hear people like Gavin Newsom or Janet Mills say, we don't let illegal aliens access the food stamp program. And I say, how do you know? And so the number one thing that I would like them to do is to help us set up the systems to where if you're getting food stamps, we confirm that number one, you're eligible. You actually need the program. Number two, you're not an illegal alien. And number three, you're still alive. It is
That would be helpful.
a high barrier to demand that Janet Mills confirms that the people who are receiving food stamps are actually breathing. I'm a pretty conservative guy, but I think that's a pretty low bar for Janet Mills to clear. We would love to work with her on that. We encourage her to do so.
So did you hear where he said Janet Mills is not particularly interested?
Mm-hmm.
And then remember the part where he said they submit a bill, there's no vetting?
Yes.
So does it take a rocket scientist to figure out that they've padded the bill to put extra in their coffers?
Of course.
So one of the things we've talked about many times is that as the federal government starts working through these fraudulent issues, the one card that the federal government has is you're asking for federal dollars. I get to tell you how to spend them, right? And if you're not going to put these programs in place to deal with the fraud, we can withhold those federal dollars. Now, the district courts have been trying to fight it. And what did Trump do? He ended up giving over some of the money, but he didn't have the full ability to give over all of the money. So I think this is where we're heading, where the states are not going to be able to arbitrarily submit a bill, and we're gonna start holding the federal dollars hostage until you tell us that that bill can be verified. And all we have to do at the federal level is implement a verification process. That's where the rub comes in, because those kinds of benefits that he's talking about come out of Department of Agriculture. Why? Right? Logic.
Right.
Because when the program was originally set up, it was about food. It was about farm to market.
Right.
And that it's obviously no longer that.
No, it's Coca-Cola and a bunch of other crap.
Well, the SNAP in particular, I mean, you're talking school lunches. You got a bunch of
big business
pieces under that, and it's all NGO ridden.
Did an interesting job of explaining it, though, simply. He's always very good at just on the fly, just simply explaining it. Like, well, do you know how they do this? They send us a bill and it's this and it's that, He's just so good. It just, in under 60 seconds, just simple as can be. It's one of his superpowers. Rubio has that gift also. They don't dodge and weave, but they don't need to.
I've always liked Rubio and his ability. So articulate.
Yes. Brilliant man. I'm glad he's finally getting his time and really in his stride in this role.
I am the first to mea culpa. I have always liked Rubio. I actually met him when he first came to Congress. And I instantly, there's a like there because he's a genuine person. I stepped away from him when he saddled up with McCain on the failed immigration bill in 2013. I was like, what the flub? I mean, are you kidding me? And so I didn't look at him a second time. When Trump announced him for Secretary of State, I went, excuse me. I have to admit, and I've said it many times, mea culpa, he's been fantastic.
He has, man. I could not be more thrilled to be wrong.
I know. I know.
I could not be happier to be
And
wrong.
I'm very, very happy to admit I was.
Yes.
And thankful that I was
Mhm.
wrong because he's proven to be a powerhouse.
He has done
And if you
phenomenal.
don't think the millions of roles that all the memes that come out about all of the roles he's taken on, if you don't think that isn't a
They're grooming.
grooming, I don't know
Yes.
what to tell you, right?
Oh, yeah. He's building. That was part of the thing with Trump. I mean, I know the deep state went against him and tried to destroy his image, but
So
he
did a
was
lot of
always,
MAGA.
he was likable. That was
Mhm.
his thing. He
But
was a
but
media
go,
presence.
don't forget, a lot of MAGA came out of the old Tea Party movement that was
Mhm.
already against him because of that failed immigration bill.
Right.
So these roles are endearing him to the very
Mhm.
people that went, "What the hell are you doing over there?"
Right. And that's, and the same with the JD when he had the, what was it,
Mhm.
the Cabbage Patch face and stuff, and they were
Well, not
doing all
just the
that.
Cabbage Patch, but the whole Peter Thiel.
Yeah. But
And a
those
lot of people
memes.
still don't trust him. I
Mhm.
adore him personally.
I do too. I don't know. I think a lot of what we think we know about Silicon Valley, we may not know
And
what's really been going.
I wish more people knew about the PayPal mafia and what happened there because
Mhm.
that's Peter Thiel's
Maybe you
crowd,
should
right?
do an episode on it.
I could have sworn a lot of people have done it, but it's an interesting story.
I'm sure you have something different to say on it.
No, I never have contrary opinions.
Mhm.
Is my nose getting big already?
I won't tell.
Okay.
Well, I spent some time in the early evening listening to the Virginia thing, so I've got like 2 clips from it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
Go
know.
ahead.
I
Go
know.
ahead. You just want to torment me. You just
Sheriff,
torment.
why'd you let Marvin
And asked what his policy really is.
Everyone sees you got an American citizen who does a crime. You got an illegal immigrant who does the exact same crime. Your policy seems to me says that this person will get a different sentence or a different charge, different plea agreement than the American citizen. And I want to know if that ever happened.
It absolutely says in the policy in black and white that an immigrant will not get a better outcome than a U.S. citizen. That is in
Not
the
true.
policy.
That's not true.
And things got heated. Congressman Brad Knott, a Republican, pinning down Toscano on his decision to drop criminal charges against an accused illegal alien child sex predator.
Right.
A disgusting, perverted individual preying on children that you dismissed the case. As the father of 2 young girls, one of them's 5. That is as shameful as anything I have seen.
Talk to me
Quit defending
that I don't
the
care about
indefensible.
people in my
You clearly
community.
don't.
Absolutely
You dismissed
not.
the case, and it's shameful.
Sir,
You're a coward. You are a coward.
You won't even let me talk to you about the case.
It's indefensible.
And Sandra, there was a point in the hearing when Congressman Jim Jordan clashed with Toscano, repeatedly asking him, why did you change your immigration policy on your website? Why did you delete it? Toscano had a shocking answer. He said something along the lines of, he can't believe that people would be so, quote, obtuse that they can't tell the difference between his campaign rhetoric and what his actual policy would be in
Good
office.
God
As you
in
can
heaven.
imagine, when he said that,
Right.
there were some
I got
audible
that clip
gasps
for you.
in that hearing room.
Oh,
I'll send it back to you.
I got it.
Sheriff, why'd you let Marvin Morales Ortiz out of jail?
Because I received a court order, a judicial order from a judge ordering his release.
Because the guy beside you wouldn't prosecute him, right?
You'd have to talk to him.
So this guy, the guy beside you wouldn't prosecute the guy who's an illegal migrant, who'd been charged with 6 different crimes, who was arrested for murder in 2020, who in 2023 assaulted a police officer, and who in September of 2025 was charged with aggravated malicious wounding and brandishing a gun. And that guy's released, you can't hold him because he's not going to be prosecuted. Is that right?
I'm not sure about, as
That's
far
what
as
you told us. You sent us a letter on March 11th, 2016, addressed to myself and Chairman McClintock. And you said on December 16, 2025, the Commonwealth's attorney moved to not prosecute the charges of aggravated malicious wounding and brandishing a firearm by Mr. Morales Ortiz. So you had to let him out, didn't you?
through a court order by a judge, yes, I did.
You had to let him out.
I was ordered to release him by a judge.
Is
She's playing
I see you got some of
safe
your
zone
deputies
here. Do
behind.
you hear
How's
it?
She is.
morale in your department, Sheriff?
She's
Is it
trying
good?
really hard to sit on the
Didn't know I
fence.
was here to talk about morale, sir, but based on
You're
what
here
I
to answer the questions we ask you. That's what you're here for.
Of course I am.
Okay.
But I'm also here to talk about what I was invited here to talk about.
Well, I'll refer you to a statement you made in August. Fairfax County Sheriff Stacy Kincaid, Democrat, also told 7 News reporter Nick Minnick, it's shameful the way things have not been prosecuted. Stand by that statement?
If that's what was written, I do.
No, I'm not asking if that's what's written. I'm saying,
Why is she
did you say
refusing to
that, and
say
do
it
you
on the
stand by
record?
that? And is that having an impact on morale?
Right.
Because most of the police departments I know and sheriffs and deputies that I know, when they get the bad guys off the street, they like to see them prosecuted so they don't come back on the street, harm the community you're supposed to protect, and make their job tougher because they got to go get them again when they commit some other crime. That's why I asked the morale question in light of your statement just a few months ago, where you said it's shameful that the guy beside you is not prosecuting people.
I did.
You said that?
I did.
Okay, good. Mr. Descano, why'd you change your website?
So first of all, let me address what you had
No,
said
no, no. You
earlier
answered the questions
about-
we asked. You answered the questions we asked. I asked a simple question. Why did you change your website last month?
Well, sir, your statements about don't want to prosecute guys is absolutely false. And my policies so
I'm reading.
far in this hearing.
Are you saying what the sheriff
have-
wrote me is wrong?
No, what I'm saying is that the way that my policies have been
December 16th,
presented in this
you
are
chose
outrageous.
she said the Commonwealth's attorney, that's you, chose not to prosecute Mr. Morales Ortiz on December 16th, and they had to release him. They had to do their job because you wouldn't prosecute. What happened on December 17th, Mr. Descano?
Well, sir, let's talk about December.
No, that's the
16th.
question. What happened on December
Well, sir,
17th?
I
This
think
same
you are
guy
stripping
murdered
out the
somebody.
nuance.
This guy murdered somebody, and I'm asking you, why did you change your website?
Well, do you not want me to talk to you about the actual case?
I want you to answer the first
God,
question.
don't you just want to
Which
smack
is about
them?
the
Why did you
case,
change
sir.
your website?
I do. With a
Well, sir,
bat.
because the website is not my policy. My policy, you
I think
you
the
are,
vote- I think
you
the
are
voters
referring
might
to
be-
a campaign
I think
web,
the voters
a
might be
campaign
interested in
statement.
that. This is your campaign website where you said our office will take immigration consequences into account when making charging and plea decisions. Immigration consequences were certainly part of the game here, part of the issue here with Mr. Morales Ortiz.
No, they weren't.
You decided
They
not to
absolutely were
prosecute.
not.
decided-
You are assuming something that is in fact untrue, because you are misrepresenting my policies. My policies do not say that we do not prosecute
Well, if you're
people
proud of
because
your
their
policies,
immigration
why'd you
status.
change your website?
Because that's not my policy. As I told you, sir,
Well,
that
it
is
was-
a campaign statement that I made
Mr.
before
Descano,
I was
it
Commonwealth
had been up
attorney.
for 6 years. A week after we send you a letter saying we want you to come testify, shazam, you change it.
Because
I'm
I
just
could not-
asking, is that coincidental?
Because I could not believe that people were so obtuse that they could not realize what the difference between a campaign statement and an actual office policy is.
So when you make campaign statements,
Unbelievable.
those aren't true? You're not being honest with your voters?
That's not what I'm saying at all, sir.
No,
What
that's
I'm
exactly what you
saying-
said.
Sure
That's
sounded
exactly
like
what he
It's
said.
absolutely not. What I'm saying is that when you
You still
when
haven't
you
told me
write
why you took
office
it. You still haven't told me
policies-
why you took it down.
Because I was hoping to come here to talk about my office policies, not be distracted by a campaign statement that was
Not be
made
distracted.
a year before
is-
I was actually Commonwealth's attorney,
Attorney
and
General.
had any cases that were mine.
God, this guy can't stand him.
This is your policy. You said it right here. You told the voters, if you elect me, I will take into account immigration consequences when making charging and plea
This
decisions.
is my policy, not
Right
what you
here.
have in your hand.
Oh, okay. So what you said to the voters is not real. Doesn't count.
No, sir, what I'm saying is that as an office holder,
I just
my
find it
office
interesting.
is run by my policy.
Your sheriff said you wouldn't prosecute. This guy gets released, kills someone the next day. We start asking about it. You change your website and take down the statements that say you're going to take into account immigration consequences when you
My
decide what
policy
you
is
are going
public,
to
and it
charge.
has been public the entire time I've been in office, sir.
It was painful.
Don't you want to
And
move to
just-
Virginia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
we
it's
must,
pretty,
we must
but
share in the misery here.
yeah, I know. It had the mother of the woman that was hacked to death
Mm-hmm.
by the career criminal, and it had the sheriff there. There was a guy from the think tank, the Cato Institute, and there was an uber liberal professor lawyer who sounded like she was constantly sing-songing to a kindergarten class. Like I can't even.
Now you
describe
know
her
why
voice.
I couldn't watch it.
I don't blame you.
I
I don't
couldn't.
blame you.
I knew it was going to be a shit show,
Mm-hmm.
but I couldn't watch
It
it.
was.
Now
They
let me
nobody
point
had one
something out.
question for the mother.
Of
None
course
of them.
not,
She
because they
was there as
can't.
a trophy.
hmm Let me point out something though, and this is where I get really frustrated. If Jim Jordan were working on the issue of qualified immunity, I would give him an extra listen, but he's not. And in fact, he's on the record as supporting qualified immunity.
Oh, hell.
So as I look into stuff like this to me is the quintessential definition of a shit show.
So
And I
was
don't know where
reporting-
it's going.
Fox was reporting that the FBI is looking into this guy.
I'm glad they do. Because but with qualified immunity, I don't know how far you can go with him.
I think they were going into defined, because it was on the site, it was part of his campaign, and he is case after case after case after case
Releasing.
showing preference
But
to
again,
illegals.
look
He's
up
letting them off.
qualified immunity means that we
Does it
can't sue
matter?
him. It means we can't go after him. I don't know how the FBI ties it to
A criminal,
a criminal act of
perhaps with swearing the oath.
Well, you're talking about abridging someone's rights under the color of law. I mean, I can see that, but I don't know how they prove that when he's telling you right here in open camera that was campaign rhetoric and he follows the laws of the Commonwealth. So what he just said when he held up this is what I follow. He's telling you campaign rhetoric doesn't match the Commonwealth laws, and I follow this. There's nothing illegal with following what's on the Commonwealth rules. That's my point. This goes so much further. We can hold Descano as accountable as we want, but how accountable can we go? We're not going to deal with the issue of qualified immunity.
Yeah, between the prosecutors and the judges, I am so over them just getting a free.
Well, I'm also going
no matter
to
what
point
they do.
out, I mean, the woman who was dismembered and hacked to death, the feds should be equally held accountable. They didn't go in and stop that. They didn't hold anybody,
Well, and
because
that
that
was the argument.
That was a
saying
federal crime.
That ICE didn't. They were blaming ICE, and everyone's blaming everyone else. It was a shit show.
And that's what I'm getting at. That's why I have so many problems. The rhetoric is over the top. I am sick of the arguing. I want somebody to get up and cognizantly tell us what they're going to do about it. I'm not hearing that.
Right.
And until I do, STFU, right? Because I'm done. There.
Let me see what else I had in the slide deck.
To you, the progressive prosecutor of Fairfax County, Virginia, which is just outside D.C., is under federal investigation amid concerns his office has been too lenient with criminals who are in the U.S. illegally. Steve Descano, who was first elected back in 2019, is scheduled to testify before a House Judiciary Subcommittee on this very topic next week. Overnight, we got a statement from Descano who said he had received notice of this DOJ investigation, but that he believes his policies are fair, legal, and reflect the values of the community. Critics say those values essentially mean picking winners and losers, putting public safety at risk, and in some cases, Dana, the consequences are deadly. This year, 41-year-old Stephanie Mentor was stabbed to death at a Fairfax bus stop, allegedly by an illegal immigrant who had a lengthy rap sheet. He'd been in the country illegally for over a decade. Still, he was not deported. We heard from her mom overnight.
How can that happen? How can it happen? I still don't know how it can happen. She was here.
This week, Fox also obtaining court documents showing another illegal immigrant recently had rape charges reduced to assault and battery, potentially avoiding a lengthy sentence. The New York Post reports Descano has made no secret of his goal. On his campaign website, he once had posted this: if two people commit the same crime, but only one's punishment includes deportation, that's a perversion of justice and not a reflection of the values of Fairfax County. Now, those words were scrubbed from the campaign page, but lawmakers think this extends well beyond just Fairfax. Congress now looking at a few other spots, including Arlington, Virginia, very close to D.C., as well as Philadelphia. Dana.
All right, Mark. Thank you.
So
you see where I'm getting at, though?
Yes.
You see
Yes.
Why are we here talking about this? You're talking. This goes beyond Biden, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I remember back in 2005, a set of illegals hit our truck so hard that it turned over their truck, popped 3 of our tires, and put the axle in the bed of the truck.
Holy crap.
They were drunk. They were illegals, and the illegal didn't even have a driver's license. They got to go away free, and the police stayed there the whole time because they were afraid we were going to take action against the illegals. That was back in 2005. So for people to think this is a new trend,
yeah, no, we're just.
There was a nun hit by an illegal and killed.
Of course.
No, there was no vehicular manslaughter, nothing. That's, again, back in the early to mid 2000s. And I'm telling, there's stories like this all over the country.
Mm-hmm.
And we're fortunate. I mean, the vehicle obviously was totaled, and it required that we, of course, your insurance doesn't cover that loss because it was a
Right.
paid for vehicle. We weren't able to replace the vehicle.
Jeez.
We ended up picking up a car note that we didn't need at the time. And that is damage to us. I don't care what anybody
Mhm.
says.
Absolutely, it is.
And here we are sitting here talking about how can we now be in outrage over an escalation of a problem that should have been dealt with 20 damn years ago.
Yep.
Okay, I'm off my soapbox.
No, I agree. I agree.
Now, Bill, shocking details out of the Chicago area. A judge says they have lost track of hundreds of people who were placed on ankle monitors, all while facing pending criminal cases.
sorry.
The total number now thought to be at nearly
You hate me. I know that now.
250 people. Terrifying. Mike Tobin is live in Chicago. He's got more details on this for us. Hi, Mike.
It could be worse.
Go ahead. You could have played Mike Tobin.
It could be worse. I'm
I
just
got
saying.
a hole in my tongue. I was going to hold it.
And Sandra, it works out to 8% of the people on electronic monitoring in the pretrial program in Cook County in Chicago who are unaccounted for. Even the state's attorney says we should all be deeply concerned. This is the same system that was ignored by Lawrence Reed, a career violent criminal with 72 arrests. His ankle monitor showed that he'd been out all night twice and was violating his curfew on November 17th of last year when police say he boarded Chicago's L train and set a complete stranger, Bethany McGee, on fire. This is the same ankle monitor system that was ignored by 26-year-old Alfonso Talley. Records show he'd been in trouble for all of his adult life. He disregarded his curfew to the point that he didn't get home to charge the battery, and the ankle monitor went dead. Police say on April 25th, he went on a crime spree that ended with a mother of 3, pistol whip with a broken nose, 1 police officer dead, another fighting for his life. 3,048 people were released pre-trial on electronic monitoring. Almost 20% of them are charged with violent crimes. 7% aggravated battery, 4% criminal sexual assault, 0.8% charged with murder, and 246 of them cannot be found.
Not only are they missing, they have no idea where they're at. None. Zero. They don't know if they're in the state of Illinois. They have no idea where these individuals are. So think about that. I mean, it's not like they could just go out and start looking for them, but they have no clue.
The system alerts on a low battery or curfew violation. After 48 hours, a judge can be notified, and that judge can issue an arrest warrant. But any sheriff's deputy will tell you there are thousands of warrants in the system. Without an alert on a specific individual, they get lost in the pile. But the Cook County chief judge did tell a local reporter yesterday that law enforcement is actively searching for the people who are at large. Sandra?
That's quite a search. Mike Tobin out
Whoopee.
of Chicago. Thank you.
What you're saying is they took their monitors off.
Yeah. Yeah. They probably threw them in the ocean, in the sewer or wherever. Because, I mean, why would criminals ever break the system?
Oh, no, because they're honorable people. I mean, what are you
Right.
What are you saying?
I know.
Are you crazy?
Clearly.
They're just good people looking for a better life.
Right.
I'm sick of the bullshit.
So I know I'm so damn jaded also. Let's see. Sean Joe, thank you for that can and the cookie. Thank you so much, Sean Joe. Much appreciated. So good to see you, friend. Okay, let's see what else I have to suffer through on the slide deck.
Suffer through.
The fallout continues from a mass shooting in Cambridge, Massachusetts
Yeah,
earlier this
one.
week, where authorities say a gunman unloaded dozens of rounds along a busy parkway, leaving 2 drivers critically injured.
Yeah, now we're learning that alleged shooter was on parole at the time. Newsmax crime correspondent Jason Matera is here with the details on what is shaping up to be yet another preventable crime. Jason, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Kyle, Charlotte. So it sure does look like this mass shooting was preventable because the judge who sentenced the gunman previously actually admitted that she was taking a gamble with her leniency. Now, we'll get to that one in a moment. When Tyler Brown opened fire on motorists Monday afternoon with a semi-automatic rifle, you can see him there, he was on parole and probation for a 2021 conviction in which he fired a slew of bullets at Boston police officers, nearly striking one in the chest. Prosecutors recommended 10 to 12 years for that attack, with one officer warning the judge that Brown would reoffend if he got out early.
Why didn't somebody just run over
I'm a
him?
firm believer that Mr. Tyler Brown gets out, he will hurt or worse, kill someone, because he has shown us how well he has done while he was out on probation for a stabbing.
And yet, despite that warning and the severity of the crime, Suffolk County Judge Janet Sanders gave Brown roughly half the recommended sentence, 5 to 6 years instead of 10 to 12. And she even acknowledged that going easy on him was a roll of the dice.
Oh my
I
God.
can't look into a crystal ball and figure out what's going to happen once you get out. But I do understand that I am taking a risk here, and I just pray that my intuitions are right.
Where in the law does it say thou shalt judge emotionally?
Exactly. Here he is. Just shooting everything he can.
Brown was eventually neutralized during his Cambridge rampage, but not before getting off at least 50 rounds and seriously injuring 2 drivers. And authorities had reason to be looking for him before the bullets started flying. According to the criminal complaint, Brown FaceTimed his parole officer before the shooting while allegedly on drugs and waving a rifle in the background. He purportedly even confessed to murders he claimed to have gotten away with. Authorities then obtained a search warrant to ping the location of Brown's phone, so they were already on their way to him as he began his lunchtime shooting spree. And Kyle, Charlotte, there's one more layer here. Police say Brown had been released from a psychiatric hospital just 3 days before the attack.
Let's just pile it on.
Even though he was on both parole and probation for violent offenses, there appears to have been no mechanism to follow up on him once he walked out of that psych facility.
And we all just saw that video right there. Why would he even be released from a psychiatric facility? We can tell that his mind is clearly
there were so
He's
many
clearly not
layers
there.
that should have kept him behind bars with this.
This is wild, and it's ridiculous that this keeps happening, Jason. Thank you.
Information. Truth.
God, these people.
Is freedom.
I think that's what's so pathetic is that we've gotten to this point.
Sorry, it jumped screens.
Oh, that's fine.
It stopped and froze.
And I get so tired of I get you can't tell them, you must show them. These are real people that are dying.
Yeah. We are in a whole different realm right now.
This is not the same thing.
And did you see that we had an IED that was found today too?
No.
An underwater IED? Yeah.
Where?
Alabama. By a dam. Where all their drinking water is.
I was thinking you were going to say it was found in the Potomac, and I was going to go, shit, just add another one to the list.
Nope.
We're still
This is
dealing with
another one.
stinky water, so maybe that's why.
I tell you, this is just.
Yeah, that explosion was controlled and intentional. A grenade-type explosive device was found underwater at Big Creek Lake, the primary drinking water supply for the Mobile area. The Mobile area water and sewer system, MA, is saying divers found this improvised explosive device while surveying the lake's dam for routine repairs. A multi-agency bomb squad team, including the FBI, Mobile County Sheriff's Office, and state law enforcement retrieved and safely destroyed it, as you just saw. Moz says the drinking water supply was not affected. Big Creek Lake is federally designated critical infrastructure, and Homeland Security has been notified. We're trying to find out where the IED came from, if it's been there for some time, or if investigators think it was placed there. We'll let you know what we find.
So there's just,
I missed it. Did they detonate it in the lake?
Yes. Yes,
I
they
missed
did.
that then.
They had SWAT and all the, bomb people go underwater and do a controlled detonation.
Yeah, I
of
missed
the
that then in
IED
the
that they
video,
just
I'm
happened to bump into and find.
Doing routine maintenance.
Yes. Oh, look, it's a bomb in our drinking water area by the dam. I'm sure it's fine.
Oh, we're gonna find that person is a direct first cousin to the DC bomber, right?
Probably at the rate we're going.
Which is a bullshit story too, but
I kind of thought it was too. Mitchell DM, thank you for that ship. Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
I don't have the fun sound effects. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to jip you out of your holy ship. I just have to improvise. It's the
You'll
best
have
I
to
can do on the
improvise.
fly.
You did better.
I gotta work on it. I mean, I'll keep trying. I'll keep trying to get it up and get it correctly going there. Well, let's see. What other fun things duet?
Good thing it wasn't an IUD.
Oh God.
Bang's head.
Okay. So
It's past the bewitching hour. The dogs are loose.
we are heading into that frame. We're going to
Right.
be winding down here soon, but I had to include this crazy one here.
Oh yeah, she's fun.
Black outgoing mayor with a white person. That simple.
NAACP Charlotte Mecklenburg chapter president Corinne Mack refusing to walk back her comments in this Facebook post from Monday. Mack wrote that it is, quote, seriously disturbing for white folks to be lobbying to be Charlotte's interim mayor. City Council is currently searching for someone to serve out the remainder of Vi Lyles' term, who is set to resign at the end of June. In an interview with Queen City News on Wednesday, Mack argued recent rulings on voting rights and redistricting efforts are evidence of Black representation being undermined and stripped, and that voters in Charlotte have been intentional about having Black representation.
And my question to the white folks who are up in arms and outraged, are they outraged about the fact that Black representation is under attack? Are they outraged about the gerrymandering that's happening all over this country?
Martin Luther King is rolling over in his grave thinking about, hearing something like what was said today in that post.
Abdul Ali, the vice chair for the 12th Congressional Republican Party, rejected Mack's argument, saying it's antithetical to the original mission of the NAACP.
I think it's ridiculous because we're not talking about Black people not being able to vote. We're not talking about Black people not being able to run for office. If that were the case in any law that came out, whether it was done by the Trump administration or Republicans in any state, I'd stand with her against that. But that's not what we're talking about.
The search for interim mayor, meanwhile, is still in its early stages, but council has said they want Lyles' replacement ready in time for her June 30th resignation. Former Mayor Jennifer Roberts has already expressed an interest in the position.
Oh, they'll be coming out of the woodwork.
But I can tell you where she's coming from. We actually have, they're being changed, just so you know, but we actually have federal reports and studies that literally say a Black person cannot be racist. Yes.
In your state?
All over the country.
That's actually written in. I've never seen
It's
that.
written into a lot of the guidance and guidelines. Yes, Black people cannot be racist.
It's written in guidance, not like law. Okay, I was going to
But
say,
that's why this is why that thought is prevailing. That comes out of, by the way, that comes out of LCCHR, NAACP.
That's
all of
why I
those
threw it
groups.
in.
Right. It
'Cause
comes
it
out of
ties
but
to your
that's where
dig.
that comes from. Yes, it does.
I mean, I've heard Black people, as they're being racist to other people around them, in many demographics. This one I'll never forget. She just flipped her hair and she was like, I mean, I'm, so I can't be. And I was like,
excuse me? Right.
And she wasn't even dealing with me.
But
Like,
this
I was
isn't
standing
even a
behind
recent.
watching this play out.
I
was
started
like,
watching
Stop
this
overpaying for a
trend
subsidy you're no
towards
longer
the
getting.
end of, I want to say 2007-8 timeframe when that started
Yes.
happening.
It started getting really bad.
Really bad.
Really bad. How do you spell Javier? I need to.
Javi.
It's X. It's
Xaviar, isn't it?
It's the one in California. So there's a corruption thing, but I'm looking for the clip, and I have not been able to find it.
I don't know. Xaviar.
Maybe he's
It's
trending.
Javier. What are you looking for? The guy with the criminal spree?
Mm-hmm. This. It's someone on his
Yeah, that's
staff
what I
who's
just pulled
tied to
up.
it.
Yes.
Okay. There was a clip from the local news that explained this better than,
Mm-hmm.
and I was going to lean on the clip. Guerrero. I bet you it's trending because it was trending earlier. I meant to cover it on Truth Blitz today.
He terrorized bank employees at gunpoint across 7 states, stealing more than $800,000. He used the stolen cash to fund an expensive lifestyle, including high-priced tickets and travel to Chiefs games. He laundered the money through area casinos and sports books.
Jeez.
After an initial arrest in Oklahoma in 22, Bubadar was released on bond in March of 23 after winning $100,000 from sports bets on the Chiefs. He cut off his GPS ankle monitor and went on the run, robbing additional banks before the FBI captured him in California. No, that's Becerra, Javier Becerra. It's not the same guy. It's not the same guy.
Good try though.
Okay,
No.
that was bad enough.
That was. No, this is out of the San Francisco Standard. So he was in the Biden administration, and now he's in the running for governor. He's the front runner for the Dems since Katie Potatoes is crazy and extremely unlikable. So they're down to this dude. It's him and the billionaire duking it out, So there's a scandal.
He goes back before that though. Let me go find those before the Biden administration.
November 25, federal prosecutors indicted Dana Williamson, a Sacramento power player who served as Newsom's chief of staff from 22 to 24 on 23 counts of fraud and related charges. The indictment alleges that Williamson and co-conspirators took about $225,000 from a dormant campaign account belonging to Javier between April 22nd or 2022, and September 24, when he, Javier, served as President Joe Biden's Secretary of Health and Human Services. Prosecutors allege that the money was funneled through the consulting invoices for work that was not performed, with payments directed to the wife of Sean McCluskey, who was Javier's chief of staff in his cabinet. Oh, how nice and circular. We'll just funnel it all right back in. I love it. They also say Williamson filed years of fraudulent tax returns, claiming deductions for handbags, jewelry, luxury resort stays, and private jet flights. Holy crap. McCluskey has pleaded guilty to the conspiracy to commit fraud and is cooperating with prosecutors as part of a plea agreement. Oh, can you say flipping?
Right.
It said co-conspirators.
Yeah, well, that's what you do if you want to get a lesser. In other words, she was going to serve jail time.
Yeah. Well, she probably still will, but at least she might be in a country club instead of, something really bad.
I don't know. Rothstein's sitting for 50 years. He didn't get.
That's true. Instead of 100, but still, this is going to get interesting. I can't wait for a lot of the corruption, particularly in California, Chicago, and New York to get really exposed. I'm very much looking forward to a lot of that. Let me see here. We had Sean Joe. Thank you for that cookie. Conserva Chris with a cookie. The white man has been systematically targeted for extinction from the moment they became tolerant for everyone else.
Absolutely.
Fully agree. Fully agree. Globally, we are only what, like 8% of the global population is the pales, I guess. I don't know what you want to. Is it white doesn't really work because they even consider, so Italians weren't considered white, but now they are.
We were never.
Right. Like, you know,
because we're Latin.
Yeah. But now, like, everyone that's
do you remember the Trayvon Martin story? I think you and I talked about it
a little bit. Let's go
Trayvon
over.
Martin. What did they say about what's his name, the guy that killed him? He was a white Hispanic. And I started laughing because it said, "It's your turn." In other words, he was the wrong kind of Hispanic.
Right. Right.
So when they started calling me a white Italian,
mm-hmm.
I knew
and now
that
they
I was
same
I
with
was
the
on
Jewish. The
right?
Jewish a couple of years ago, once October 7th hit, then all of a sudden they were white, and a lot of them didn't realize they were white.
I love dicking with the stats. Everywhere you got to fill out your ethnicity, I say I'm Latina.
Well, and that's accurate.
And I dare them to come after me because I am.
Yes.
But
I think it goes back to the oppression narrative because in their minds, it based on skin color, you're oppressed or oppressive, you know?
Right.
So whoever they're mad at then has to be lumped into that skin color.
Well, they also like small boxes.
Oh, yes. Lots of
so if they can go after the Latin group and then peel off the majority of them as white, you got a certain Latin group, like mostly Central and South America, that fit in that box. Then what do? You threaten them with deportation if they vote Republican. And you keep them on a plantation.
Oh, they do love the plantation. Democrats love their plantation.
It started with Nixon, right?
Yeah.
The whole country voted for Nixon after the successful
coup. They were livid.
Yeah, after the black population lockstep became Democrats.
It really it started in LBJ, but it took under Nixon for it to really bifurcate.
Well, look at what Nixon pulled off. I mean, he had the highest electoral count, right? I mean, he pulled off an amazing win against McGovern. But what I'm getting at is once that successful coup happened, lockstep, they became Democrats, and they've been threatened with Republican retaliation ever since. And for a lot of people, that works. I think that's ending. I think people are fed up, genuinely fed up. I hope, I pray, just like you. But but that's a fact. I mean, there's that's there.
Yeah. Mitchell DM came in with some shades and then another ship. Apparently, I need to do it again. Holy ship. I don't know if I'm going to get any better.
No, you messed that one up. It wasn't deep enough. Yeah, you got to try again.
I can't. I mean, I can't go low.
You're not getting me to do it.
I know. I'm under no expectation for that. I know you're not. That's okay. Let's see. Johnny sent me a video to close with because we're winding down now.
Yes, we're almost at 2 a.m.
And that was our cutoff. So
that was our cutoff.
Right at. I think we did really good.
Well, it's about the time that Sean usually dismisses me. So it's about 2 a.m.
It's so funny. I don't know why he dismisses you. I would keep you.
He always says, "Have a good night, Feisty." And it's like, okay, it's time to be dismissed.
Yeah, there it is.
I had fun tonight, just so you know.
Did you? I had a ball.
I enjoyed it.
I really did. Well, okay. While I'm fussing with this, what all do you have coming up, young lady?
I don't know. I got digs on Monday.
You've got the digs, and you've got
I got my chat show
Mm-hmm.
on Wednesday. If somebody will come in and chat. This past Wednesday, there was nobody there. And then, so I decided not to do a show.
Mm-hmm.
Opened up a chat and 30 people came in.
Mm-hmm.
I can't figure it out. I can't.
You know, sometimes it's a timing issue. Maybe they, maybe they were doing something and it took a few minutes for them to get there. You know?
Well, it's kind of hard to run a show on a chat program when there's nobody to chat
yeah.
with. So yeah,
Yeah,
no, we'll figure it out.
The chat model is hard.
It is hard.
It's a great
Well,
model. It's just hard.
Especially since it's in the middle of, well, for a lot of people across the country, it's the middle of the day.
Yeah.
It's 4:00 Eastern time. So you're talking 1 p.m. on the West Coast. So, it's limited how many I'm going to get in, but I'm not kidding when I say 30 people came into the chat. And we ended up having a pretty good discussion that wasn't recorded and it didn't go live. So, but we had a good discussion. It was fun.
I think I jumped in for part of it. I feel like I did.
I don't remember, but probably because you usually try to jump in, but.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'm never there at the beginning. I'm always like 10, 20 minutes late because I'm always doing stuff. And then I just pop in and
But
learn.
as you know, it doesn't matter when you come in because it's a fresh conversation.
It's always fun. Big Hair Tsunami is throwing bronze tier subscriptions. I just glanced over and saw a couple.
Oh, wow.
And Sean Joe with a cookie. Thank you. Thank you guys. Let me jump back over in here into Gold Pill Land, make sure I'm not missing anybody because I'm so grateful for y'all. So Big Hair Tsunami with 2 bronze subscriptions, one to Mitchell DM and one to Francine62. Good to see you, Francine. She's always so nice. All right, in just a minute, I'll release the gold pills. So, okay. And make sure I haven't missed anything over on Rumble. I feel like the mods would have tagged me if there was something like I needed to shout out.
I think you would have been told.
I would have been. But I always double check. I don't want to miss anybody because I really, really appreciate everybody. Because that's how we keep the operation going.
Yeah, right.
Is the tips. That's how we keep the lights on around here. So much appreciated. Okay. Okay. So I have Truth Blitz tomorrow with Braves.
Mm-hmm.
Always super fun. It'll be Friday funnies. Plus whatever else happens with China and whatever. I don't even know. We'll see.
Well, he's on his way back.
Yeah. Which means he'll be posting all night, probably.
Probably. You're talking to a man that gets 4 hours a night sleep.
He's got to have something to do while the rest of the people on the plane sleep because they're tired.
How else do you get through the log splitting?
Right.
I'm sure
you got to sleep sometime. Yeah. Well, and it's an older plane. It's very loud. Because when he has the press gaggles, it's hard to hear.
You can hardly hear him.
Yeah, it's a very, very loud.
Unless
plane.
they put a filter on the mics, and they don't normally do that.
I did see where the one that he was gifted from, is it Cutter? Cutter gifted it? It was at the beginning. So they have finally refitted it. I don't know if they'll end up using it, but I know the military stripped it down to every bolt, for obvious security reasons. So we'll see. It'll be interesting.
Hopefully he can start using it and get rid of this tanker.
Yeah. It's a good description.
Because it is. It's old.
It's old and it's clunky and it's really loud, which can't be good for business. I mean, I'm sure he has I'm sure they have a section that hopefully they have put as much soundproofing as they could. But I don't know.
I'm sure they have on the inside fitted it up, but still, I don't like the idea of the president of the United States. I don't care who it is.
No, in a
flying on a 40-year-old plane.
No, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Can we do better than that? I mean, good grief.
You'd think. Well, if we collect all the fraud back, we can get him a new plane.
Oh, well, we're getting rid of the administrative state that was preventing it too, right? Because
that's the best part.
That's the best part.
That is the best part. Let's see. We have Unfiltered Forecast tomorrow afternoon after us. And then I assume Johnny's he usually does one and he has Drunk Pinata with him and it's Dumpster Fire, or he does the after show. I don't know if the show, I imagine the schedule's going to flip because he'll be doing the night show. So he'll probably marry those two and do what we did tonight. So, and then we'll roll into the weekend schedule. So
you're a lot busier than I am.
I'm now like eight or 9 shows a week.
Yeah,
it's getting absurd.
I've got 3.
I remember several years ago I had 3.
I used to do.
I had a lot more time.
Well, I didn't when I was doing, and even now because I'm doing these. I've been taking all of my old research, putting it through, updating them, getting prettier slides. So I spend a lot of time doing that.
Oh yeah, it takes a lot of time.
Not that it's doing much for me yet, but we'll get there.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Oh, S. Jones and I are going to watch Network tomorrow night at 7:30.
7:30.
You're always welcome.
I have to get my husband to agree.
I know, but you're always welcome because Network is such a bomb film.
I love that movie.
I love that. It's one of my favorites.
I love that movie.
I know. So, for those of you that are not familiar, Network is it was in 74. It's super famous. You would recognize several scenes.
As soon as you see it, you'll know.
You'll know it's the I'm mad as hell and I can't take it anymore.
Can't take it anymore.
Yeah, it's that movie.
It's spoofs from it have been used for eons.
Forever. It's such a good movie, but I swear it's not a drama, it's a documentary.
Yes, it is.
Because it fully explains the globalist cabal, the corporatocracy of all the, how the globalists were manipulating everything and doing all that. And it explains the media syndicate. And I love it. I love it. It's so freaking good. So that'll be on my Free for All channel and on S. Jones tomorrow. And hopefully you'll join us if you can.
I will. I want to.
We've been picking out some really fun films. I think we may just stick with some Friday night, just hanging out.
Keep doing that.
Yeah, it's been fun for both of us. Just kind of a way to just.
Well, considering the movies that Sean normally picks out, first of all, they go really late, so that's hard. But they're not normally things that I can sleep well afterwards.
Yeah, they're heavy, and
yeah,
understandably
I struggle.
Yeah, I picked Crazy People, if you remember the Dudley Moore film, because I thought that would be really fun. I think Chris is getting me a copy of Dave because my copy went away.
Oh, Dave is good.
Dave is fantastic. And again, a comedy.
Yeah.
But again, shows you. So we've been picking all kinds of I think we're going to be doing Murder at 1600. That was one I suggested. So we're going to do that one. That's a really good one. So yeah, we've got a lot of fun movies that we're putting in the pipeline just to hang out, especially in the summer. I'm thinking that might be a really good Friday night
easy evening. Yeah.
Because everything else is going to ramp up and get crazy the further we go. So maybe a decompression option.
Yeah. I've just got to make sure that I can. I don't want to, I got to ask my husband.
Oh, absolutely.
Unfortunately, our prayer time starts at 8 and goes to 8:30, so I'm an hour late if I
know
have to do that. I have to beg out in order to join you, and I really want to join you. So.
Well,
wait a minute.
There. Let me release scratchings before I forget. Mods, can you tell me, do we normally raid? I am never this late. So do we raid?
You've got gold pills.
I do? Oh, geez. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Bless your hearts. Oh, look at all that. Oh, my goodness. My goodness.
Yeah. Before you go, you have to clear that bench.
Mitchell is playing with me. He's gifted another ship. So, all right, let me.
Ain't all he's gifting.
I'm trying. Was that lower? I don't know if that was.
Yeah,
better.
that was better. That was much better.
Okay, I'm trying. Well, I'll keep working on it.
Yeah.
What did Feisty do for a living before this? Excellent question.
I owned my own company. I was a management consultant.
Who dealt with a lot of legal ease, which explains your expertise and obsession with SCOTUS.
Yeah, I did. I did.
That's a very good question, Mitchell. Conservative Chris with a cookie. The closest determination of of white is based off of 23andMe data, which includes people of 80+% European and Northern Slavic descent, which is 7.8% globally. Yeah, I said we were 8%, basically. Conservative Chris with another cookie. The true minority of the world, which is more oppressed than any other race. Yeah. The only people that are more oppressed is Christians. So I'd say it's a double dose for those of us. Mitchell with a can. He says, what did she, he keeps asking. And with the shades, what did she do for, I'm sorry, I didn't see your message. God love you. Any other questions you have, Mitchell, since you gave us a can and a shade?
Yeah, you keep coming up with this, and that's the only question.
Yeah. If you have another one here, let me scroll through. Okay, I'm caught up on scratch-ins. Okay. Vamex.
Look at all these gold pills.
Y'all are so awesome. Thank you all. You've been so generous and kind to us this evening. Thank you all. Sincerely. Yeah, Vamex, white male Christian. So that's what I was alluding to. Yeah, the most oppressed of us, particularly the males. Well, Johnny put together an outro for me. Good. Intro, outro. I don't know which. Thank you, Vamex. He's such a sweetie. I asked if we had one of these because I didn't want to miss it, because he always does these videos now, taking over for the other gentleman that passed. Oh, Mitchell with a can. Just curious.
I like that, with a can.
Oh gosh, love it. Oh, all right. Well, I will play this, and then I'll go ahead and we'll go off screen, and I'll go full screen with this, and then we'll close out. Mods, if you don't tell me who to raid, then it's going to be choose your own adventure. So,
it's going to be the first one on the list.
That's exactly what it'll be. It'll be wherever you land is who it'll be. So
quick, who's the first one on the list?
Right.
Mary, again, thank you. It's been a great evening.
It really has been so fun. We need to do this again. Maybe Sean will let it. Yeah.
He's probably going to do it more often.
He feels comfortable
but I feel good when we do this anyway.
It's fun. It's a lot of fun. And Mitchell,
and evidently we must have passed the last time we did it because he's having us do it a second time. So we must have gotten a passing grade, right?
You were backstage with me. We were doing that Monday show, and I asked him, I was like, was it okay? Because we'd just done the previous Thursday, and I was like, was everything okay? And he looked at me and he goes, what are you talking about? I was like, the show that we just did the other day.
Yeah, the other day.
He's like, you crushed it. What are you asking me about? And I was like, consistency, feedback, anything you want me to do different, or
I guess he's the old adage, no news is good news.
Exactly what I got out of it. I was like, all right then, thank you. Mitchell did.
Anyway, everybody have a great night, just because I know I'm not going to get that in.
And on that end, holy ship. I'm trying. I'll keep trying, Mitchell.
You got still
so
a feminine
long
tone.
since I did like voice exercises.
Yeah, you need to work on it.
Yeah, I do. I'll have to look up my stuff. Cricket noise slid in there at the end with a can. Thank you so much, Fun. Thank you. All right, Feisty, I will catch you later, sweetie.
Have a very good night.
Have a good night, honey. Thank you, everybody.
But because I love this state, I can say I am heartbroken by what has happened to the fraud that's being perpetrated on the taxpayers of this state. Because outside of Minnesota and California, which are probably number one and number two, if they're the gold medalist and the silver medalist, I heard somebody shout out New York. Maybe New York is the bronze medalist, but let me be honest, maybe Maine is the bronze medalist. Because if you look at the fraud that has happened in this state, if you look at the illegal immigrant communities who have taken benefits that ought by rights go to the people in this room, what you have in Maine is a festering problem where people have been taken advantage of and they've been stolen from, and your government hasn't done anything about it. You ask yourself, why did Maine go from a state that did not have a serious fraud problem to one where I can honestly say it's one of the worst states in the union? And I'll give you two answers and two politicians. Number one is Janet Mills, and number two is Joe Biden. And thankfully, one of them has already been kicked to the curb, and one is on our way out the door, exactly as it should be.
Strange love, strange life and strange love, strange love. That's how my love goes. Strange love, will you give it to me? Will you take the pain? I will give to you again and again. Will you return it? When my crimes will seem almost unforgivable, I give in to sin because you have to make this life livable. But when you think I've had enough, see of love, I'll take more than another river full. Yes, and I'll make it all goodbye. I'll make it hot smile. Strange love, strange life and strange love, strange love. That's how my love goes. Strange love, will you give it to me? Will you take the pain? I will give to you again and again. Will you return it? There'll be days when I stray, I may appear to be completely out of reach. I begin to sin because I like to practice what I preach. I'm not trying to say I have it all my way. I'm always willing to learn when you've got something to teach. Oh, and I'll make it all worthwhile. I'll make it hot smile. Pain, will you return it? I'll say it again. Pain, pain, will you return it? I'll say it again. Pain, pain, will you return it? I'll say it again. Pain, pain, will you return it? I won't say it again. Strange love, strange life and strange love, strange love. That's how my love goes. Strange love, will you give it to me? Strange love, strange life and strange love, strange love. That's how my love goes. Strange love, will you give it to me? Strange love, strange life and strange love, strange love. That's how my love goes. Strange love, will you give it to me? Strange love, strange life and strange love, strange love.